Chapter 1211. The small vine in Lu Chen's room had grown even thicker. Lu Chen touched the vine. What exactly are you? You actually have the ability to control time. In the third stage, 1 hour was equivalent to 1 year in the outside world. This was probably the first time Lu Chen had spent so much time comprehending a technique. Lu Chen wasn't in a hurry to practice the second stage. Instead, he repeatedly strengthened the rapid shadow spear. In this 1 year, Lu Chen couldn't remember how many times he had shot out the spear in his mind. After mastering the astral form, the number of times Lu Chen shot out the spear increased from 4 to 6. 6 spears. After being continuously strengthened by spirit power, the speed of each spear was twice as powerful as the previous one. 6 spears was Lu Chen's current limit. Just as Lu Chen was about to comprehend the second stage of the god-slaying spear, the vines dispersed. The third trial had begun. From the past, only a very small number of people could pass the third trial. Once they passed the third trial, it meant that a large number of immortal masters would recruit them. It could be said that those powerful immortal masters had waited here for a few hours just for this batch of people. Lu Chen also used 4 hours for the third trial. When he came out of the third level of the pagoda, he realized that including himself, only 7 people had passed. Those people had waited until they lost their temper. Anyway, this kid would snitch whenever they threatened him. However, when they saw the vines in room 101 start to devour the vines in the surrounding rooms, they already felt that something was wrong. How could a person who had used all his strength to pass the first level survive the third level? The immortal masters below the stage were also discussing spiritedly. How did that kid pass? He actually passed the third trial. If I remember correctly, the third trial's battle soul was already a 9th tribulation scattered immortal's battle soul. A 9th tribulation scattered immortal strength is already very terrifying. Before the tribulation, they were all battle-hardened overlords. There shouldn't be any loopholes for him to exploit. The beautiful immortal master narrowed her eyes as she sized up the exhausted Lu Chen. Every time this guy came out of the pagoda, he looked exhausted. It seemed like he had gone through an intense battle, but when he thought about it carefully, he realized that the others who came out, regardless of whether they passed or not, had different degrees of injuries on their bodies. It wasn't obvious on the first floor, but the opponents on the second and third floors were too strong. This point was very obvious. Why aren't there any wounds on his body now? This question would probably have to be asked to the kid face to face. At this moment, one of her bodiless celestials asked, "Celestial Master Ling Long, these 7 people have great potential. Someone has already gone down to recruit them. Should we wait and see if anyone can pass the 4th level of the trial?" Ling Long asked indifferently, "How many people have decided to participate in the 4th trial?" It seems like there are only 2 of them. One is the last person to leave the pagoda, and the other is a true immortal. Even a true immortal is here? Well, it seems like he obtained some kind of cultivation technique and wants to comprehend it. Although there were a few true immortals who came to Changshu City's cultivation room, it did not mean that there were none. This time, there was a true immortal participating. Ling Long was not interested in that true immortal. Instead, she asked about Lu Chen's situation. That bodiless, immortal kid wants to challenge the 4th level? Doesn't he know that the battle soul on the 4th level is a true immortal's battle soul? If he is not careful, it is very likely that he will die in the pagoda. I believe that the people in Changshu City should have already told him. The bodiless immortal guest said, "Oh, things are starting to get a little interesting." The corner of Ling Long's mouth raised slightly. "I only plan to recruit 1 guest. Even if the others recognize a master, they can only be considered as ordinary forces in Ling Long's cave. I am a little interested in that kid. Let's wait and see first. At the same time, Lu Chen realized that among the people who had passed the third level with him, 5 of them had already left the trial grounds. They seemed to have left with a few true immortals. Previously, someone had already come to ask Lu Chen if he wanted to continue participating in the trial and explain the dangers he would encounter if he continued to cultivate. However, Lu Chen chose to continue cultivating without hesitation. These 50 spirit tablets must be used to their fullest potential. In the 4th level, 1 hour was equivalent to 2 years. Out of the 999 people participating in the trial, only Lu Chen and 1 other person were left. The 2 of them entered their respective cultivation rooms at the same time. At this time, the small vine beside Lu Chen's futon had already grown to the size of those huge vines that covered the entire rock wall. Even the narrow cultivation room had become more crowded than before. Lu Chen did not mind and patted the vine. "Little thing, looks like you ate a lot. You have grown so big." This time, Lu Chen chose to comprehend the 2nd stage of the god-slaying spear, reverse soul, roaming dragon thrust. This spear was also a single target attack. Its power was huge, but it was very different from the rapid shadow spear. This was a backhand technique. When used at the right time, one could instantly block and counterattack at the same time. Hence, this technique required one to react instantly when the enemy attacked, defending and attacking at the same time. This was Lu Chen's first time encountering such a technique. Unfortunately, in the imaginary space, Lu Chen could only practice this technique continuously. He could not perfectly display the power of reverse soul, roaming dragon. After all, he could simulate his own state, but not the enemy's. In a year's time, Lu Chen kept repeating the same movements and practiced reverse soul, roaming dragon tens of thousands of times. He had mastered the technique itself. However, because there was no opponent to fight, Lu Chen could only put down the 2nd stage and start cultivating the 3rd stage. Heaven's Fury Spear, Yoi technique. Lu Chen immediately became interested again. I quite like the name. Reverse soul, roaming dragon, must continue to improve in actual combat. Then I will practice this first. This Heaven's Fury Spear required the full explosion of all the spirit energy in his body. The difficulty of cultivating it was several times higher than the previous 2 stages. Even if it was just an imaginary state, every time Lu Chen practiced it, he would be exhausted and would need a long time to recover. This technique consumes too much energy. It almost doesn't lose to Heaven's Burning Earth Fire. However, Heaven's Burning Earth Fire was a technique, and Heaven's Fury Spear was only a spear technique. It was not difficult to imagine how terrifying the power of this technique would be when Lu Chen mastered it. However, even if Lu Chen had not been lazy, Heaven's Fury Spear had not been mastered. I have already unleashed all my spirit energy. Why is it difficult to continue halfway? Could it be that my 80 million spirit energy is not enough? Lu Chen frowned. Lu Chen, this technique is not urgent. Even my original master spent 100 years to master it. Heaven Pilfer said. Lu Chen said, "No, I feel that I am just lacking a feeling. Give me a little more time, and maybe I can master this technique." No, I am talking about 100 years. In fact, my original master often went to the cultivation space to cultivate. If you count this time, it has been 100 years. Lu Chen took a deep breath. If it was such 100 years, then it might actually be thousands of years. Lu Chen, I know you are anxious. Earth still has 2 years of protection, but some things can't be learned in a hurry. Heaven Pilfer said earnestly, "You have encountered a bottleneck. At this time, you can't be too anxious." Lu Chen took a deep breath. I know. Forget it. I am about to break through the fourth level. I will see the situation after that. Chapter 12:12. That true immortal and Lu Chen exited the cultivation room at the same time. At this moment, only these two people were left on the stage. The organizer's manager walked in front of the two and cupped his fists towards the true immortal Lord Qi Hua. Previously, someone reported that there might be someone cheating in the Tower of Trials. So this trial, can it be conducted openly? The true immortal glanced at Lu Chen and smiled contemptuously. I don't care. Since the true immortal has no objection, then it's decided. Lu Chen stood at the side, his brows knitted together. They didn't even ask for his opinion. The status of an itinerant immortal was really too low. That staff member walked to the front of the pagoda and placed a talisman paper on the vines that wrapped around the pagoda. That talisman paper quickly dissipated. Then the vines wriggled, and the first 3 levels of the pagoda suddenly shrank into the ground. The vines extended outwards, forming a large circle. Not long after, an empty field was circled by the vines. That true immortal sneered at Lu Chen and walked into the circle. I'll go first. After this round, I'll also leave. Yes, immortal Lord Qi Hua, please. Lu Chen also wanted to follow in, but was stopped by the staff member. Wait a moment. Isn't it mutually unaffected? Lu Chen asked. This is an open trial now. 1 person, 1 round. That person said impatiently and ignored Lu Chen. The 4th level of the Tower of Trials was guarded by a 5 tribulation, 3-star true immortal battle soul. Although Qi Hua was also a true immortal, he could only use 1 cultivation technique after all. His strength was greatly reduced. In order to avoid being passive, Qi Hua attacked fiercely. 7 swords were by his side. The sword moved according to his heart, attacking wave after wave. This Qi Hua should be 5 stars. Someone below the stage was discussing, the Moonlight 7-star sword art is really exquisite, both offensive and defensive. Qi Hua's comprehension is also extremely thorough, basically displaying the power of the first 4 moves. The results of the immortal battle of Qi Hua are pretty good as well. 5 wins, 1 draw, 1 loss. Only, he lost to true immortal Heaven North. He was even able to tie with true immortal Mountain Ape. That's right. Qi Hua seems to have only entered the 7th heavenly layer in the past 100 years. This kind of growth speed can be considered one of the best in the human immortal domain. When true immortal Linglong saw Qi Hua's performance, she nodded slightly. Although Qi Hua is only a 5 tribulation true immortal, his perception and combat skills are excellent. His true strength should not be limited to transcending a level 5 tribulation. Her loose immortal subordinate asked, Immortal Master Linglong, in your opinion, can true immortal Qi Hua pass the 5th level? Linglong thought for a while and said he should be able to pass this stage. However, the fighting soul for the next stage is a 6 tribulation 5-star true immortal. Whether it is the strength of the Moonlight 7 stars sword technique or his strength, it is not enough for him to pass the next stage. Linglong's eyes were indeed sharp. This time, after Guan Qi Hua held on for more than 10 minutes, there were already a few wounds on his body. Fortunately, it was a thrilling victory in the end. There was a round of applause from below the stage. Although true immortals were emotionless, it was precisely because of this that they respected strength more. Qi Hua's performance was remarkable and had already received the recognition of many true immortals. Hey, it's your turn, that staff member said coldly to Lu Chen. Lu Chen stepped into the arena. His opponent's level was the same as true immortal Qi Hua's opponent, a 5 tribulation 3-star true immortal. Even if it was a fighting soul, the other party looked at Lu Chun with disdain. The fighting soul suddenly said, "A mere loose immortal. Do you know the consequences of challenging a true immortal?" Lu Chun looked at the fighting soul. He was quite disappointed just now. The fourth level was only a 5 tribulation, 3-star true immortal. Moreover, it was only a fighting soul. "I don't know," Lu Chun said. "A loose immortal challenging a true immortal is an offense. I will not show mercy." Lu Chun nodded and said, "Oh." All of a sudden, Ling Long burst into laughter. Immediately, Ling Long was extremely embarrassed. As a true immortal, she actually did such an action that did not match her status. It was really improper, but that guy's expression that deserved a beating was seriously too funny. The fighting soul warned sternly. What did his light? Oh, mean. Immortal master. The subordinate also looked at Ling Long with some surprise. Forget about seeing the immortal master hold back a laugh. Following Ling Long for so many years, it was rare to see the immortal master smile. Ling Long coughed a few times in a low voice. "Cough, cough. What are you looking at me for? Watch him clear the stage." "Yes, immortal master. The reason why the organizers wanted to make the trial public, needless to say, was because of Lu Chun. Many people doubted how Lu Chun cleared the first 3 levels. In order to dispel everyone's doubts, they made the challenge public. At this time, everyone's gazes were focused on the arena. I want to see if he really has the ability or just bluffing his way through. The group of itinerant immortals who had previously clashed with Lu Chun also came to the spectator area, looking coldly at the arena. "Stinking brat, don't die in the arena. When you're done, we'll take care of you." At this time, the true immortal fighting soul slightly narrowed his eyes. This itinerant immortal did not have the slightest respect for him, and this alone was enough to make him burn with anger. "You really ate a bear's heart and a leopard's guts. Today, I'll kill you in front of everyone." Lu Chun pulled out a pure black spear from the void and twirled it in front of him. The fighting soul has inherited the soul consciousness of the master. "Seeing how arrogant you are, your master is not much better." "That's fine. Ordinary battles are not of much help to me. Bring out your full strength. Let's see if you can hurt a hair on my head." When these words came out, everyone was shocked. This guy is really arrogant to the extreme. Not far from Ling Long, a true immortal said fiercely, "Kill him." "This is an open trial. If he dares to use any special methods, I'll be the first to disagree." Ling Long also did not expect that this seemingly silly guy would be able to say such arrogant words. This completely overturned her understanding of this guy. Wasn't that guy very cowardly just now? Ling Long's subordinates were also very surprised. Ling Long shook her head. "Maybe we all misjudged him. Let's wait and see." At this time, the true immortal fighting soul was completely enraged by Lu Chun, and the large saber in his hand was already slashing towards Lu Chun. "How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Go to hell." Domineering divine saber, mountain river destruction. Facing the true immortal fighting soul's killing move, Lu Chun held the long spear in his hand and narrowed his eyes slightly. However, his whole body was like a boulder, not moving an inch. "Is that guy crazy? Why isn't he attacking?" Ling Long's eyes widened. "I've already said that he was opportunistic before. Now that I see it, he can't avoid the saber at all." However, at the moment when the saber was about to hit Lu Chun, the black spear suddenly moved. Inverse soul roaming dragon. After the sound of metal colliding, the mountain river destruction was directly deflected, and at the same time, a sharp cold light pierced the true immortal fighting soul's forehead. So fast. How did he break the move? There were already many true immortals around who could not help but stand up. One move to break the opponent's skill, and at the same time, he could take advantage of the opportunity to attack. What kind of spear skill was this? However, after the deity-slaying spear touched the true immortal fighting soul's forehead, it did not continue to stab. Lu Chen's figure moved quickly, and he changed his move to break the inverse soul roaming dragon's attack. Standing behind the true immortal fighting soul, he said coldly, "I told you to use all your strength. Didn't you want to kill me? You don't think that you can kill me with this, do you?" Again. Chapter 12:13. Tyrant God Saber, Sun and Moon return together. Clang, counterattack. Again. Tyrant God Saber, Heaven and Earth Brilliance. Clang, counterattack. Lu Chun withdrew the reverse soul roaming dragon's attack and appeared beside the war spirit in a blink of an eye. He said lightly, "Your Tyrant God Saber is too weak. Change to a more powerful immortal technique." Again. The war spirit's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as he shouted angrily, "You don't be too arrogant. You want an immortal technique? I'll fulfill your wish. Immortal technique, Saber Ancestors, 3 realms." Immortal techniques were indeed extraordinary. At this moment, the entire training ground was rumbling as it was shaken by the surging spiritual energy. However, this was the immortal region after all. The weakest people here were itinerant immortals. The training ground was definitely protected by a defensive array. Otherwise, it would have been destroyed when true immortal Chi Hua started his training. The war spirit's saber swept over. Lu Chen noticed that the spiritual energy contained in this move was actually very mysterious. The spiritual energy was surging, but it was not released. It should be waiting for the last moment to explode with great power. Could the reverse soul roaming dragon block such a powerful attack? The blocking of the reverse soul roaming dragon was different from that of the void guarding. The void guarding directly took the attack head-on, but the reverse soul roaming dragon blocked with little effort. Because of this, as long as the timing was right, immortal techniques could also be blocked and counterattacked. This move is a little challenging. Lu Chen's lips curled up slightly. There was finally some light in his eyes. Sure enough, when the saber was in front of him, the broad-headed saber suddenly exploded with terrifying spiritual energy. Not bad. Lu Chen's eyes widened, revealing a look of excitement. Just as Lu Chen was about to use the reverse soul roaming dragon, suddenly the saber actually split into 3 right before his eyes. The 3 sabers, carrying the power of thousands of caddies, whistled over. Ling Long actually felt her heartbeat quicken. She was not concerned about Lu Chen's comfort, but the change in the 3 realms move was too sudden. The attack of the 3 realms is already very terrifying. It can be considered a powerful saber technique among the immortal techniques. To think that it can create 3 moves in one saber, that's equivalent to tripling its combat power. In actual combat, the 3 forms in one saber should be able to be freely used. However, in this training ground, the fighting spirit saw that the brat had waited until the last moment to make his move. Hence, it deliberately did not use this characteristic in the beginning. Only at the last moment did it suddenly attack. I wonder if that kid can still take it. At this moment, Lu Chen shouted, "Reverse soul roaming dragon, rapid shadow spear." Lu Chen made use of this opportunity to launch an attack. His entire body quickly merged with his technique, transforming into a star and piercing straight at the battle soul. The 3 realms has been broken. That brat's reverse soul, roaming dragon, could break through any skill? What? All the true immortals in the stand stood up, and they watched in shock. Ling Long also stood up in shock. That brat is prepared. He has already seen through the differences between the 3 realms. What's more frightening is that he actually changed the reverse soul roaming dragon's counterattack to the rapid shadow spear. Lu Chen's rapid shadow spear was fast to the extreme. The speed of the first spear was already extremely fast. However, the battle soul's reaction was also extremely fast. He hurriedly used his movement technique to try and dodge illusionary steps. Suddenly, Lu Chen's rapid shadow spear was twice as fast as before. It almost caught up with the battle soul's movement technique. D***, what kind of spear technique is this? The battle soul angrily shouted, "Saber Ancestor Qian Sheng." In an instant, the battle soul's figure disappeared. It was actually the movement technique, astral body. His speed increased explosively. Lu Chen was now unable to use the divine devil astral body. If he wanted to catch up with the battle soul, he could only increase his speed again. The third spear, the fourth spear, the rapid shadow spear, was so fast that even the afterimage could not be seen clearly. Suddenly, the crowd heard a scream. Following that, two figures appeared from the rapid movement. Lu Chen's spear pierced the battle soul's calf joint. The battle soul could not stand steadily and directly fell to the ground. After rolling for dozens of meters, he crashed into the vines at the edge of the arena. Only then did he stop. The group of genuine immortals were already stunned. My God, that is a rare displacement astral body. That guy actually directly hit the battle soul out of the displacement astral body. I only heard that the displacement astral body's speed can restrain the skill astral body. When did the skill astral body catch up with the displacement astral body? Is he still human? Ling Long's eyes widened. Ever since she came to the seventh heaven celestial realm, this was the first time she was so shocked. What level of itinerant immortal is that kid? Could he be a 9 tribulation itinerant immortal? But even a 9 tribulation itinerant immortal cannot reach the level of crushing a genuine immortal. I can't even see his spear clearly. At this moment, the one who was the most devastated was the battle soul. Saber Ancestor's 3 realms had been broken, and he had used the displacement astral body. However, he was still forcibly hit out. This was really something that he could not defeat or run away from. The most terrible thing was that that guy had just used the handle of his spear to stab him. His intention could not be more obvious. That guy did not intend to cripple him and was afraid that he would be injured. This obviously meant that he wanted to do it again. Suddenly, the battle soul had a feeling that he was on the verge of collapse. It seemed that he had provoked a terrifying existence that he could not get rid of. Sure enough, number 101 was shaking his head and walking slowly towards him. I actually caught up with the 4th spear. After all, it was just consciousness training. After all, it was still a little lacking. I feel that I need to practice the speed shadow spear more. Hey, are you okay? Need to practice the speed shadow spear more? What are you doing? You have already won. I am warning you. You don't come over. The battle soul wanted to hide, but it was a pity that he was already at the edge of the arena. Why are you so afraid of me? I will not hurt you. Hey, your displacement astral body was really beyond my expectations. It was really not bad. Lu Chen was pleasantly surprised. This was the first time that he had encountered a displacement astral body. Its speed was really fast. After being praised by Lu Chen, the battle soul was not happy at all. Come, I will help you up. Don't come over. Don't be so distant. Didn't you want to kill me? How can you give up so quickly? How did you become an immortal? The war soul had a stupefied look on his face as Lu Chen forced him to stand up. Now, he looked at Lu Chen with fear in his eyes. What kind of monster was this? I held back just now. You should be fine. Let's practice again. Do you have any more powerful immortal skills? I, I know. You are afraid that if you show your strength, your master will be at a disadvantage in the immortal battle. It's okay. Let's practice the Saber Master's 3 realms and the Saber Master Qianxing's astral body a few more times. The battle soul was forced to attack again. After 20 hours, the battle soul's lower limbs were a little weak. He did not use the saber, saying that he could not lift it. Lu Chen allowed him to not use the saber and just practice. However, there was also a request. The Saber Master Qianxing had to do his best. We have practiced for a day. I can't practice anymore. The battle soul looked at Lu Chen with grievance. This guy did not seem to have any intention of stopping. It was too scary. Has it been a day? Lu Chen had forgotten that they had practiced for so long. Anyway, his attack did not really explode, and his spiritual power was almost not consumed. 80 million spiritual power points was enough for him to practice for decades. He was indeed a little tired, but perhaps he was too focused. He did not feel anything. I don't want to inject spiritual power into the Saber Master's 3 realms anymore. But I am tired. Can't you overcome it if you are tired? I don't want to overcome it. The battle soul choked and almost burst into tears. He, a genuine immortal battle soul, had been humiliated for more than 20 hours. Chapter 12:14. The war soul expressed his determination to refuse to cooperate. As for him saying that he wanted to kill Lu Chen, he had already forgotten about it. Now, he only wanted to go home. You really don't want to train anymore? Lu Chen was a little regretful. You only trained for 4 hours at the start. Now you have to train for 20 hours. Even if you beat me to death, I won't train anymore. Why don't you just kill me? The war soul said stubbornly. Lu Chen sighed. You have also trained with me for so long, I won't kill you. Forget it. I will go to the next level to take a look. The surrounding group of true immortals had not left yet. They did not know why they had sat here for more than a day just to watch that itinerant immortal train. This is really an eye-opener. That guy bullied the true immortal war soul until he cried. Ling Long's subordinate shook his head and sighed. Ling Long suddenly thought that the war souls on the previous levels were probably in the same situation. No wonder this guy was always the last to come out. It was probably because the war soul could not stand him anymore. Lu Chen had already passed this level. Then, the second question that people were concerned about came. Would he continue to challenge the level? Even true immortal Qi Hua had already given up on continuing the trial. He was just an itinerant immortal. Could it be that he wanted to continue? At this moment, Lu Chen had already returned to room 101 and continued to train. My God, he still wants to continue. The war soul on the 5th level of the pagoda is a 6 tribulation 5-star true immortal. At the same time, the news of someone wanting to challenge the 5th level of the pagoda in the trial area spread like wildfire in Changshu City. Have you heard there is an itinerant immortal? It should be an itinerant immortal. He wants to challenge the 5th level of the pagoda. What? An itinerant immortal 5th level of the pagoda? And an itinerant immortal? Then he must be an extremely powerful 9 tribulation immortal. Quick, inform the immortal master to come to the trial area of Changshu City immediately. It can't be. How many years has it been since someone challenged the 5th level of the pagoda? Even true immortals usually only reach the 4th level. An itinerant immortal actually challenged the 5th level? If it is true, inform the immortal master immediately. We will go over immediately. Oh, the 5th level of the pagoda. If he can pass, I, immortal master Basha, am willing to recruit him as my #1 guest. For a time, outside Changshu City, immortal master-level experts suddenly appeared. They must have received the news and teleported here. In a small Changshu city, a large number of true immortal experts suddenly gathered and rushed to the training area. At this moment, only Lu Chen was continuing to cultivate in the entire training area. When he returned to his room, he saw the vines that had taken up half of the room. He smiled and said, "Little guy, you're growing too fast. Move aside and return my futon to me." The vine wriggled, and a tentacle touched Lu Chen's face playfully, making Lu Chen itchy. "Ha ha ha, stop messing around. This time, I can cultivate for 4 years. I want to seize this opportunity and see if I can comprehend the heaven's fury spear." The vine seemed to be very obedient to Lu Chen's words. It moved its body and revealed Lu Chen's praying mat. Lu Chen sat on the praying mat and entered into a state of cultivation. After training again and again, Lu Chen was still unable to completely comprehend the heaven's fury spear. Before it could fully activate, his spirit energy would become chaotic, causing him to have no choice but to stop and adjust. In these 4 years, Lu Chen did not give up. Since the original owner of Heaven Pilfer could learn it, then he would definitely be able to learn it. Just like this, 4 years passed in the blink of an eye. On the last day, Lu Chen did not practice his spear. Instead, he was thinking, what was the problem? Heaven Pilfer said that this move required a vast amount of spirit energy. Could it be that he did not have enough spirit energy? But the reason for the skill's failure did not seem to be due to the lack of spirit energy. Instead, when the skill was released, the spirit energy gushed out too violently, causing him to be unable to control it. A skill that clearly had enough spirit energy, but was unable to be activated. This had never happened before. Perhaps only the void god-slaying spear art had such a situation. Heaven Pilfer said that I lack an epiphany, but Earth only has 2 years of protection left. How long would it take for this kind of epiphany to come by? Lu Chen was somewhat anxious. It was obviously impossible for him to wait for an epiphany in 100 years to comprehend this heaven's fury spear art. In order to be able to use this move, he had simultaneously activated Celestial Demon Symbiosis, Celestial Demon Astral Body, and other auxiliary skills. Anyway, it was an imaginary state, so there was no problem of drawing it out. But until now, there was still no progress. The spirit energy is gushing out too violently. I can't control it. Lu Chen gritted his teeth. Don't tell me I have to raise the level of spirit energy to be able to comprehend it. Heaven Pilfer suddenly said, my master's spirit energy is only at the level of spirit energy manipulation. Lu Chen sighed. It seemed that the problem did not lie here. After the end of the last day of cultivation, when Lu Chen came out of the cultivation room, he found that the number of people in the spectator stands did not decrease. Instead, it was several times more than before. Is being an immortal so free? Lu Chen shook his head. This group of people had been watching him cultivate for almost 2 days, but the number of people was still increasing. Before Lu Chen left, the vine wrapped around Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled and patted the vine. It seems like all the spirit energy in the room has been eaten by you. I don't know if you will still be able to eat after winning this time. The vine only intimately slid on Lu Chen's face, as if it was worried about Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled. He did not expect this plant to be able to understand humans. Don't worry, I will be fine. After saying that, Lu Chen jumped down from the rock wall. The staff member changed from his previous indifference and excitedly ran over. Unfortunately, Lu Chen did not give him a chance to get close and directly entered the training grounds. From the 4th floor onwards, the pagoda had changed form. Now that it was the 5th floor, It was still in the form of an arena. He guessed that the staff member wanted to tell him about this. However, Lu Chen did not care. He only wanted to practice more, and he did not care if others saw him or not. In front of him stood a cold-looking man. If he was not a war soul, he was no different from a real person. To be able to see me means that you are very strong, the war soul said coldly. Lu Chen was not in the mood to reply. He took out the god-slaying spear. I have almost mastered the rapid shadow spear and reverse soul roaming dragon, but I have not mastered the heaven's fury spear. Forget it. I don't want you to practice with me this time. Let's end this quickly. Use your strongest move. Lu Chen looked at the war soul of a 6 Tribulation 5-star immortal. The strongest move. You are really arrogant. The war soul narrowed his eyes. All right, I will do as you wish. Immortal level spirit slave, Chi Yu's soul. With a boom, the spirit energy in the area exploded. The wind and clouds surged. A 100-meter-long giant, holding a huge axe, stood in front of the war soul. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. This time, his opponent was really beyond his expectations. It was actually a spirit master, and what he summoned was actually Chi Yu's spiritual body. Suddenly, the war soul burrowed into Chi Yu's body. From Chi Yu's chest, a third arm grew out. Spirit slave astral constitution. Lu Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. This time, his opponent seemed to be quite strong. Chapter 12:15. The reason why it was said that spirit controllers were stronger was because regardless of whether it was their main body or battle soul, the spirit bodies they summoned were all of the same strength. That was to say, even if the real body of this fighting soul, the 6 Tribulation 5-star true immortal, came here and summoned the Chi Yu spiritual body, it would be no different from the one Lu Chen was facing now. To put it simply, fighting this war soul was equivalent to Lu Chen facing the true body of a true immortal. The 3-armed Chi Yu was faster than expected. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of Lu Chen. Immortal technique, splitting heaven and splitting earth axe. At this moment, when faced with the giant axe, a normal person's first instinct was to dodge. After all, the axe was several times larger than a person. However, Lu Chen's expression did not change. He was as immovable as a mountain. The principle of reverse soul, roaming dragon, was to use 4 tails to deflect 1,000 caddies. No matter how strong the opponent's attack was, as long as he grasped the right timing, he could still use reverse soul, roaming dragon, to block this attack. Is that guy crazy? That's a skill activated by Chi Yu's spiritual body. How could a spirit controller who could transcend the tribulation and become an immortal have a weak spirit pet? Those are all overlord-class spirit bodies. The combat strength of an immortal spirit body like this even surpasses that of a true immortal's true form. Just as the giant axe was about to smash down, Lu Chen suddenly moved. I don't care what kind of spiritual body you have. If I can't even block your attack, how can I destroy a god? God-destroying void spear. Reverse soul roaming dragon. Lu Chen held the void god-slaying spear in one hand and swung the spear. The moment it collided with the opponent's skill, a loud boom rang out, and a burst of spiritual energy exploded. The ground beneath Lu Chen's feet cracked. It could be seen that even if Lu Chen dodged the attack, the power of this move was still extremely terrifying. At the same time, Lu Chen injected a large amount of spirit energy into the god-slaying spear. Instantly, a terrifying spiritual force erupted from the spear. With another loud bang, the ground collapsed, but at the same time, the heaven-splitting, earth-splitting axe was actually deflected by the reverse soul, roaming dragon, slashing past Lu Chen's side. He blocked it. He can even block Chi Yu's celestial skill. The crowd watched the battle in shock. For example, Many true immortals could not guarantee that they would be able to unleash such a powerful attack. In the end, it was still blocked by the reverse soul roaming dragon. Ling Long muttered, "Void God-destroying spear." I seem to have heard of this cultivation technique before. Unfortunately, there was no time for her to carefully recall, because Lu Chen had already shot towards Qiyu like a beam of black light. Rapid shadow spear. The giant axe slammed into the ground, splitting the earth apart. Fortunately, there was a powerful defensive array around the arena. Only the ground inside the arena had been penetrated, and it did not extend outwards. Lu Chen's attack was simply too fast. Qiyu did not have enough time to retrieve his battle axe. A huge defensive shield appeared around his body. Universal Spirit Shield. The swift shadow spear directly smashed into the spirit shield. Suddenly, a spirit aura ring exploded in the entire arena and crashed into the defensive array. It didn't break. Lu Chen coldly snorted. Seeing that Qiyu was retreating with the help of his soul shield, Lu Chen fired 2 more shots. The third spear, the rapid shadow spear, directly pierced through the heavenly spiritual shield. However, Lu Chen had only broken the shield in the end. He quickly followed up with 2 more shots. The 5th shot, the rapid shadow spear. At this moment, its speed and power had already reached a shocking level. Qiyu's displacement could not avoid Lu Chen's attack. A black shadow flashed past. Not long after, Lu Chen withdrew from the astral state and stood behind the giant Qiyu's spiritual body. He drew a spear flower and withdrew his spear. It was done in one breath. There was a big hole in Qiyu's chest. His arm was covered in blood. After a while, the perfected immortal war soul finally could not bear it and fell out of Qiyu's body. At this moment, there was also a big hole in his chest, but it should not be fatal. He fell to the ground and raised his head to look at Lu Chen in shock. You are really an itinerant immortal." "Impossible. Even if your void, God-destroying spear is exquisite, it is impossible for you to comprehend it to such a terrifying level." Lu Chen turned to look at the war soul. "With a long spear and a sharp sword in hand, so what if they are gods, Buddhas, immortals, and demons? I am me. Why should I envy immortals?" The perfected immortal war soul probably could not understand the meaning of Lu Chen's words. However, Lu Chen did not explain. After he finished speaking, he walked down from the arena. The perfected immortals on the arena looked at Lu Chen as if they were looking at a monster. This guy defeated the 5-level spiritual altar guardian war soul in seconds. And he is a spirit controller. He took a few hours to pass previously. Now that he is serious, he passed the level in less than half a minute. What kind of ability is this? This guy, who exactly is he? Ling Long stared blankly at Lu Chen's figure. Was this guy really that ignorant brat? Wasn't his strength a little too terrifying? This guy is totally different from before when he is serious. Not to mention itinerant immortals, even perfected immortals may not be able to defeat him without sufficient ability. But he has only been in the 7th heaven for 4 years. The staff walked shakily to Lu Chen and said carefully, this little brother, do you still want to continue with the next trial?" Lu Chen frowned slightly. "You still need to ask? Of course I want to continue. I have paid for it." The crowd below the arena instantly exploded. He still wants to continue. No way. He wants to challenge the 6th level of the pagoda? Oh my God. How many years has it been since someone challenged the 6th level of the pagoda? 100 years ago, someone did, but that person was a perfected immortal. The next level seems to be a 7 tribulation, 6-star, perfected immortal war soul. Is he really an itinerant immortal? What did he mean by what he said to the war soul? Does he not care if he is a perfected immortal? He is definitely not a perfected immortal. After a perfected immortal opens the immortal path, we can all feel it. This guy obviously did not open the immortal path. It's just that his strength is a little too exaggerated. If he really destroys the 6th level of the pagoda, Bashya deity master, may not be able to recruit such a talent. Lu Qin did not care about what the others said. He returned to cultivation room 101 and continued to cultivate. Although there was not much progress in the Heaven's Fury Spear, Lu Qin did not give up. He had already thought about it. In these 8 years of cultivation, he would focus on cultivating this spear technique. Practice makes perfect. Who knows, he might have an epiphany as he cultivated. Even if there was no progress, it was actually just a waste of an hour's time. It would be a waste not to do such a business. Moreover, every time he came out, there would be a good opponent to strengthen his skills in actual combat. This was very important to Lu Qin after understanding the ability of the Void's God-destroying spear. Through the War Soul, he could also deduce the ability of a perfected immortal. When he returned to the room, the vines had already occupied half of the room. Lu Qin only had a small space to stay. Lu Qin did not mind and sat down cross-legged. Thinking about the staff's strange question, Lu Qin could not help but feel amused. The cultivation technique trial is like eating a buffet. After spending money, you have to eat it back. Of course, you have to pass the level. Asking me if I want to continue, I don't know what you're thinking. An hour later, on the 6th level of the pagoda, Lu Qin came out to challenge the 7 Tribulations 6-star true immortal war soul. From this level onwards, it seemed that he had reached the upper limit of the vine's devouring. The effect of the cultivation room was fixed at 1 hour, which was equivalent to 12 years in the outside world. However, this did not stop Lu Qin from continuing to cultivate. An hour later, on the 7th level of the pagoda, Lu Qin came out to challenge the 8 Tribulations 7-star true immortal war soul. Another hour later, on the 8th level of the pagoda, he faced the 9 Tribulations 8-star true immortal war soul. At the end of the last hour, when the vines spread out outside Lu Qin's training room, the spectator stands were already filled with people 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Today, someone would challenge the 9th level of the pagoda, the 9 Tribulations 9-star true immortal war soul. Regardless of whether it was the immortal master or not, at this moment, in Changshu City, everyone wanted to see this grand battle that had not appeared for hundreds of years. Chapter 1216. Lu Qin was not in a good mood. He had been comprehending the Heaven's wrath spear for decades, but there was no progress. No matter how careful he was, once the skill was about to explode, his spiritual energy would go out of control. He could not remember how many attempts he had made. He had failed time and time again, but he had to pull himself together again and again. He was mentally and physically exhausted. Could it be that I can't master this move after all? I haven't made any progress in that cultivation space for decades. I feel like I'm getting old. Lu Qin shook his head as he walked out of the room. It seemed that comprehending the cultivation technique could no longer help him in his cultivation. At this moment, a staff member ran over, trembling. "Sir, the cultivation technique trial is about to begin." Lu Qin glanced at him and said listlessly, "I know. You don't have to tell me." "No, this trial is different from the previous ones," the staff member said anxiously. Lu Qin was slightly surprised. "What's the difference?" "This time, because the opponent is too strong, you can use other auxiliary methods." Lu Qin frowned slightly. 9 Tribulations, 9 stars. Isn't it just one more star than before? I think the increase in strength at this level is not as much as before. "Sir, it's not like that." Every fighting soul has a different proportion of the owner's soul consciousness. Their strength is also different. Moreover, your opponent this time is not human. Lu Chen looked at the staff member strangely. Isn't this the human race's celestial realm? Where did this foreign race's true immortal come from? It's not considered a foreign race, but, sir, do you know what this trial field's original form is? I don't know. The Great Mongol Tree. Ah, the Great Mongol Tree? Yes, the Great Mongol Tree. Each leaf is a world. Those cultivation rooms are actually leaves on the ancient tree. Although this is only a small branch of the Great Mongol Tree, it has the same ability. The staff member continued, Sir's next opponent will be the manifestation of the Great Mongol Tree's consciousness. It can't be. The Great Mongol Tree only has 9 stars? Lu Chen asked doubtfully. No, it's only displaying 1/10 of the strength of a 9th stage 9-star true immortal. It's basically equivalent to a powerful war soul of a 9th tribulation 9-star true immortal. My lord, although the Great Mongol Tree has only displayed the strength of a 9 calamity 9-star true immortal fighting soul, it knows countless martial arts. If it really is a 9 calamity 9-star true immortal fighting soul, it will be one of the strongest. At this moment, it is impossible for you to defeat it with only one martial art. Lu Chen's dull eyes gradually lit up. The stronger his opponent was, the more excited he got. This was a habit he had since he entered Jiutian. One of the strongest. It's a pity that it's only a fighting soul, but at least it's more interesting than the previous ones. I can use other support skills, right? Yes, but you can't use other offensive skills. Lu Chen nodded, then turned around and walked towards the ring. When Lu Chen stepped onto the arena stage, the entire practice area, including the 2 massive stone walls, was completely sunk into the ground. The scope of the arena stage had expanded by more than 10 times. Lu Chen looked back. His practice room had already disappeared. Those small vines should be a part of the Great Mongol Tree. There shouldn't be any danger. Retracting his divine sense, Lu Chen sized up his surroundings. The arena stage had become slightly larger, but there were no other changes. At this moment, there was no one else in the arena except for Lu Chen. Just as Lu Chen was looking for his opponent, several vines stretched out from the ground and intertwined with each other, forming the outline of a human's meridians. They filled the muscles and covered the skin. Not long after, a beautiful woman appeared in front of Lu Chen. After being covered by green leaves, it turned into a long green dress on her body. Lu Chen looked on helplessly as the vines turned into a living person. He blushed slightly. During the process of this woman taking shape, Lu Chen saw many things that he shouldn't have seen. Although he knew that this wasn't a real person, Lu Chen still felt a little embarrassed. He looked back at those spectators. They were all unmoved and calm. Lu Chen sighed. As expected, they were all experienced people. They didn't find it strange. It seemed that there was no hope of finding an immortal companion in the immortal realm. The person opposite him spoke. What, are you shy? No. What kind of joke is this? What kind of world have I not seen? Lu Chen straightened his back and said. That woman covered her face and laughed. Yes, one look and I can tell that you are someone who has seen the world. That's why you kept touching my body, right? Lu Chen almost vomited blood. He stared at that beautiful woman. You can't be a small vine? Everything here is a part of my body. What do you think? Lu Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. My goodness, his final opponent was actually the little guy in the room. The woman's eyes were smiling. I don't mind telling you that I know both the Rapid Shadow Spear and Reverse Soul, Roaming Dragon. It's impossible for you to win against me. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. You secretly learn my skills. How is this called secretly learning? I can't learn from you cultivating in your mind, but you passed the 8th level of the pagoda and practiced your spear in my body. I can't not learn even if I don't want to. As she spoke, the woman still had a shy look on her face. Lu Chen stared at the woman. You learn my spear arts just by watching me use my moves. The spirit chi here is all under my control. Since I have figured out the spirit chi circulation of your moves, I naturally know your moves. As for comprehension and what not, I have learned no less than thousands of skills. I shouldn't be worse than you. As she spoke, the woman extended a vine from her hand. The vine wriggled and formed the shape of a spear. A moment later, a spear that looked exactly the same as the void god-slaying spear appeared in the woman's hand. I can also imitate your weapon. Lu Chen frowned. If what the other party said was true, then he was afraid that this time he would be in trouble. He could only use support skills and the void god-slaying spear, while the other party was not restricted. As for attributes, the primordial Mongol tree should not give it to him. When he fought with the primordial Mongol tree, he did not have any advantage and was completely suppressed. It's been 800 years. You are the first person in these 800 years that I am so interested in. The woman smiled charmingly. Oh, wrong. It should be said that you are the person that I am most interested in these thousands of years. A mere mortal barging into the immortal domain. This is truly unheard of. Isn't that right? The moment these words came out, the entire place was silent. Immortal? What did this mean? There was no need to explain. This number 101 was not even an itinerant immortal. Kid, seeing that you are so good to me, I promise you that if you win, I will give you a special reward. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. The woman quickly kept her smile. But if you lose, then sorry, I will not be merciful. After all, I really want to trap you in my body forever. The corner of Lu Chen's eyes twitched. How was he going to win this battle? His only hope was probably that move that he had never shown before, but he had not comprehended the heaven's wrath spear yet. Chapter 12:17. Are you ready? The woman smiled charmingly at Lu Chen. I'm coming. Suddenly, the woman drew her spear, and Lu Chen couldn't be more familiar with this move. It was the first style of his god-slaying spear, Rapid Shadow Spear. The speed of the woman's first spear was not slower than Lu Chen's. She entered the astral state and shot towards Lu Chen. During the attack, she shot 3 more times in a row, reaching the strength of the level 4 Rapid Shadow Spear. This speed was not something the naked eye could capture. If he could not capture the opponent's figure, he could not use Anonymous Dragon Barrier. Divine Demon Heavenly Eye. Lu Chen immediately activated his Heavenly Eye, Reverse Soul Roaming Dragon. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and a ring of spiritual power spread out in the field, hitting the defensive array with a loud bang. Then, the 2 people in the field were blown away at the same time. Lu Chen was directly repelled, and his whole body hit the edge of the vines like a cannonball. The huge impact made him spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. On the other side, the woman only took 2 steps back and stabilized her body, but she did not intend to follow up with another attack. She looked at Lu Chen with interest, who was vomiting blood. You can actually block the 4th Rapid Shadow Spear. It seems that I still underestimated you. Lu Chen finally caught his breath and looked up at the woman. Just now, he did not completely deflect the Rapid Shadow Spear's attack, causing him to be seriously injured. It was not that the second style of Reverse Soul Roaming Dragon was not as strong as the first style, but he did not grasp the best time to attack. Damn it, I can't even block my own skill. Too bad. Lu Chen shook his head. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Chen's figure suddenly burst out, and he had already used the rapid shadow spear. I can't block it, but I don't believe you can. Rapid shadow spear. This time, Lu Chen directly increased the rapid shadow spear to 6 spears, and its speed and power increased by several times. In an instant, the rapid shadow spear had already arrived, and the spear directly pierced the woman's heart. A huge amount of spiritual power exploded in her body, and the woman was instantly blown to pieces. After Lu Chen landed, he was in disbelief. It ended so quickly. However, a few giggles suddenly came from behind Lu Chen. The extreme speed that you have comprehended from the Void God-destroying spear is indeed very strong. And to be honest, I can only increase it to 4 spears, but you can increase it to 6 spears. This is also very surprising to me. You can't even block 4 spears of the quick shadow spear, so I definitely can't block 6. Since I can't block it, then I won't block it. Lu Chen abruptly turned around and was surprised to see countless thin branches extending from the ground, once again reconstructing the woman's form. You're still alive. Lu Chen said in shock. The woman covered her mouth and laughed. Of course I'm alive. Oh, I forgot to tell you before. Even if my strength is limited to a relatively low level here, you still can't kill me. I am everything here, and vice versa. Everything here is me. Lu Chen's eyes widened. You're cheating. The woman elegantly waved her hand. Little cutie, you're wrongly accusing me. I didn't use the power of the great Mongol tree. I also learned this skill myself. If others can have this skill, why can't I? Lu Chen was speechless for a moment. This woman could learn skills that others had already comprehended when they challenged the tower. This place had existed for who knows how many years, and who knows how many people had comprehended skills here. The number of skills that she had mastered was really innumerable. The woman looked at Lu Chen and smiled. Don't you like to practice more? Then I'll play with you more. Let's see how many skills your reverse soul roaming dragon can block, and whether it can really go against the gods. Immortal technique, heaven and earth root. Countless vines extended from under Lu Chen's feet, crazily grabbing at Lu Chen. Since this woman had already mastered the reverse soul roaming dragon, she naturally knew the weakness of this move. Against powerful single-target attacks, reverse soul roaming dragon was extremely effective. However, against a large number of attacks, although it could block a few attacks, the effect of reverse soul roaming dragon would be severely weakened. Moreover, Lu Chen was currently only facing the siege of the immortal vines. Using reverse soul roaming dragon on these immortal vines was clearly not worth the loss. Lu Chen quickly understood this point and hurriedly dodged using the void technique. However, those vines seemed to have grown eyes and crazily chased after Lu Chen. The way they chased after him was different from Lu Chen's wood-type spells in the past. They did not extend their vines to chase after Lu Chen. Instead, they rapidly extended new vines from the original vines. This way, even if Lu Chen temporarily avoided the attacks, the space that he could move in was getting smaller and smaller. The vines instantly filled most of the space in the entire arena, and they were still chasing after Lu Chen. Lu Chen's eyes widened. If he continued running like this, he would be caught sooner or later. He had to cut off the source as soon as possible. The source was that woman. That woman had already disappeared without him knowing. It was as if she had become one with those vines. After all, this was a piece of cake for her. At that moment, Lu Chen used his spirit energy minute subtlety and discovered that spiritual energy was gathering at the root of one of the vines. Found it. After saying that, Lu Chen directly shot the rapid shadow spear at the target. With a loud bang, the root of the vines exploded. However, There was nothing unusual there at all. Instead, Lu Chen's desperate attack had put him in a desperate situation. Oh no, I've been tricked. Lu Chen was deeply trapped in a large number of vines. Just as he was about to dodge, his ankle was suddenly entangled by a thin vine. Lu Chen used the sharp blade on the side of his spear to try to jump off the vine. However, the god-slaying spear did not manage to cut the vine that was as thick as a thumb. The woman's voice rang again. "Little cutie, if your god-slaying spear was in its complete form, you might have a chance to cut off my vines. Unfortunately, it's not a divine weapon. Don't even think about cutting off these divine vines." Lu Chen really wanted to use the ultimate sword to cut off the vines. However, he held himself back at the crucial moment. He could use support skills, but he could not use any offensive skills other than the god-slaying spear. Be it the rapid shadow spear or the reverse soul roaming dragon, they were not very effective in cutting off the vines. Perhaps that was the reason why the woman had chosen to use this trick on him. The vine on his ankle quickly climbed up Lu Chen's calf and quickly sucked away the spiritual energy in Lu Chen's calf. If he did not break free, Lu Chen would definitely be drowned by these vines. The woman had said that she wanted him to stay, but Lu Chen was not naive enough to think that anything good would happen if he stayed. F***CK, I'm going to be sucked dry by these vines. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. The woman had directly mastered the first two moves of the god-slaying spear. She knew Lu Chen's weak spot, as if she was controlling it. Damn it, I'm about to die. Why am I still thinking about the rules? At that moment, Lu Chen really wanted to use the ultimate sword. At that moment, the woman's voice rang again. Do you want to use your other weapon? However, you'll lose if you do that. If you're not obedient, I won't like you anymore. By then, you won't get your reward. Moreover, I won't abide by the agreement that limits my power. Chapter 12:18. Seeing that the surrounding vines were about to grab him, Lu Chen activated the underworld earth fire and swept his spear at the vines. This time, the spear tip successfully cut off the vines. The earth fire was effective. Indeed, fire restrained wood. Lu Chen planned to use the earth fire to clear the vines, but suddenly, the vines that had just been cut off extended new vines and wrapped around his ankles again. Lu Chen attacked again, but this time he did not cut it off. He had no choice but to hurriedly use the triple door to escape from the vines. Little cutie, you really surprised me. My body is rooted near the star core and is not afraid of fire, but you can actually cut off an immortal vine. It seems that your fire affinity is very high. Unfortunately, you can only cut it off once. Now that I am on guard, you can't cut off the immortal vine with ordinary moves. The surrounding vines had already covered more than 80% of the space. Lu Chen had nowhere to retreat. The worst thing was that, until now, he could not find where the woman's real body was. Lu Chen forced himself to calm down. She said that she was everything here, and everything here was her. Perhaps this was why he could not kill her. That was because one attack could only kill a single vine. In addition, this woman had a large number of high-level cultivation techniques and knew the rapid shadow spear and reverse soul roaming dragon like the back of her hand. She targeted him everywhere, leaving him almost no chance to counterattack. In the current situation, the only way to defeat the great Mongol tree was to use the Heaven's Fury Spear, but he could not use it at all. Hundreds of thick immortal vines had already forced Lu Chen into a desperate situation. One by one, the immortal vines finally broke through Lu Chen's defense and wrapped around Lu Chen's body. Lu Chen could clearly feel the spiritual energy in his body being torn apart by these immortal vines. They were like hungry tigers that were fighting for Lu Chen's spiritual energy. In an instant, the spiritual energy in Lu Chen's body became abnormally restless and difficult to control. It's over. This thought flashed through Lu Chen's mind. He had actually lost to the great Mongol tree. The immortal vines tugged at Lu Chen's body. At this moment, the woman appeared again. She stood before Lu Chen. The immortal vine also calmed down. However, even though it stopped pulling at Lu Chen's body, it didn't stop fighting for Lu Chen's spiritual energy. At this moment, the spiritual energy in Lu Chen's body was in chaos, and he couldn't break free at all. The woman was so close to him, but he couldn't move at all. The woman gently caressed Lu Chen's face, leaned over, and said softly, "Little cutie, it's a pity that you lost. In fact, from the beginning, you couldn't escape from my palm. It's impossible for you to win against me. You didn't even have the slightest chance." As she spoke, the woman directly snatched the spear from Lu Chen's hand and threw it to the side. "Don't worry, I won't let you feel any pain. You will soon become my new nourishment, and we will never be separated again." Lu Chen's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He could not move his head at all, and could only look at the god-slaying spear on the ground. Even his weapon had been thrown away like this. This was something that Lu Chen had never experienced before. From the beginning of the game, the ending was already decided, just like what you are doing now. After the woman finished speaking, she retreated into the vines and disappeared. The immortal vine around Lu Chen straightened him, and he sat upright on the ground. Just like when Lu Chen was comprehending the skill and sat upright on the futon, ending the final battle with the beginning of the game, the woman had already controlled Lu Chen in the palm of her hand in the spectator stands. The crowd had already seen that Lu Chen was tightly wrapped by the immortal vine, only revealing his face. That kid is indeed very strong. Unfortunately, no one can win against the primordial Mongol tree. The disparity in strength between the two sides is too great. I didn't expect that the trial area was really a living thing. This was only a rumor in the past, but today it has finally been proven. Actually, you guys haven't been here long enough. This rumor has been around for 800 years. Last time, someone reached the 9th level. Unfortunately, the result was the same as this kid. Therefore, in the future, you can only reach the 8th level at most. The 9th level is an undefeatable existence. Lu Chen felt that the spiritual energy in his body was being crazily absorbed. He closed his eyes and tried to control the circulation of his spirit core to reduce the loss of spiritual energy as much as possible. And, still not willing to give up, the woman's voice sounded in his ear, "But your meaningless struggle won't change anything." The woman didn't lie to Lu Chen. A moment later, Lu Chen lost control of his spirit core. A large amount of spiritual energy rushed out like an army of thousands of men and horses. It was completely out of control and crazily rushed out. Am I really going to die? Lu Chen had this thought for the second time. But if I die, then there will be no more hope for Earth. All the efforts of Li Shang and the others would become meaningless. Lu Yi was still living on Earth. Xiaoyi was still living on Earth. Li Muhua, Leng Nuo, Kuang Lang, and the others were still living on Earth. Father was still suffering endless torture in the heaven-penetrating prison, and there was still no news of Mother. It was ridiculous. Some people died, but he couldn't die. There were still too many people who needed his protection and too many things for him to do. Suddenly, Lu Chen frowned. At this moment, spiritual energy was crazily escaping from his body. It was completely out of control, and this feeling was familiar. Wasn't this very similar to the situation when the Heaven's Wrath Spear was used? It was just that every time this happened, Lu Chen always wanted to control this crazy spiritual energy. In a situation where he couldn't control it, it would eventually lead to the failure of the skill. But what if he didn't control it? let the spiritual energy go crazy, angry, collide, and roar was the profound meaning of the heaven's wrath spear in not controlling it. The woman's voice sounded in his ear again. Little cutie, how much spiritual energy do you have to be able to hold on for so long? Fine, I'll just treat it as a good meal. But at this moment, Lu Chun, who hadn't spoken for a long time, suddenly opened his mouth. What is the special reward you mentioned? And you still have the mood to talk to me about this? Special reward. If you pass the 9-story pagoda, you will have my approval. I can give you a set of cultivation techniques. I believe you will be very interested. 9 transformations of the celestial demon. Lu Chen said, in these thousands of years, you might know about the 9 transformations of the celestial demon. The woman chuckled. You are not too stupid. Do you really want it? Unfortunately, you are now like this. Obviously, you won't have the chance to get this reward. At this moment, someone suddenly exclaimed from below the stage. Look, isn't that spear? Isn't it moving? Everyone hurriedly looked at the void, God-destroying spear that was thrown on the ground. At this moment, the spear body trembled slightly. A moment later, the spear body stood upright on its own and shot rapidly towards Lu Chen's right hand. The woman was also quite surprised. Artifacts had artifact spirits, and it was normal for them to be summoned by their masters. However, Lu Chen's spiritual energy was already in chaos. How could he still summon his own weapon? At this moment, the person who was entangled by the divine vine opened his eyes. He said coldly, 9 transformations of the celestial demon. I want it. Chapter 12:19. The void god-slaying spear shot over from not far away and landed in Lu Chen's trapped hand. The spear body instantly erupted with terrifying earth fire, as if the spear body contained boiling lava. The surrounding vines surrounding Lu Chen were affected by the high temperature and began to shrink their bodies. Even the speed at which they absorbed Lu Chen's spiritual energy slowed down. Little cutie, it's useless. I already said that I'm rooted near the Earth's core. I'm not afraid of your fire element at all. Lu Chen sneered. Whether you're afraid or not, you'll know once you try. Celestial demon symbiosis. Dragon god form. Instantly, Lu Chen's black hair turned white, and his entire body was covered in golden scales. Celestial demon astral body. Emptiness of gods and demon's arm. Lu Chen's left arm rapidly demonized. After activating all the states that could be activated, even though Lu Chen had a large amount of spiritual energy sucked away, his current state was still extremely terrifying. Primordial Mongol tree. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you for letting me finally understand. The woman looked at Lu Chen in shock. This guy had an epiphany? Lu Chen roared furiously and used his mind to control the void god-slaying spear. Stealing my cultivation technique. Sorry, you haven't mastered it yet. At this moment, tens of millions of spiritual energy poured out like a tsunami, with a boom, with the void god-slaying spear as the center. A ball of dazzling fire erupted, and a pillar of fire shot into the sky. At this moment, the training field's defensive array collapsed instantly. The entire training field seemed to have experienced an earthquake. The sky collapsed, and the earth cracked. It shook crazily. The surrounding audience stared in horror at the gigantic light pillar on the stage. That is, what kind of technique is that? What terrifying spiritual energy? This guy's spiritual energy is enough to support such a terrifying technique. What level is this technique? It actually shattered the 4 Desolation Ultimate Formation. He's really immortal? How can there be such a strong mortal? This was not the real Heaven's Wrath Spear, but only the beginning of the Heaven's Wrath Spear. Other powerful techniques were unable to attack at the beginning, but the Heaven's Wrath Spear already had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Heaven's Fury Spear, don't get close. Ling Long looked at the battle in horror. She would never have dreamed that the kid who had asked to borrow her information card 4 years ago would have such terrifying combat power. On the battlefield, a pillar of fire with a diameter of several hundred meters soared into the sky, as if it wanted to poke a hole in the sky. It was like a stardust anomaly. In an instant, the vines that were wrapped around Lu Chen's body were crushed into powder by the surging spiritual energy. A man with long white hair that was covered in golden scales grabbed the void god-destroying spear in the center of the blazing pillar of light. With the god-destroyer in his hand once again, Lu Chen said in a deep voice, "I'm sorry, but next time I won't let anyone steal my weapon. I finally understand. The key to heaven's wrath wild spear lies in the word crazy." Lu Chen's gaze was cold, not controlling the spiritual energy at all, letting the spiritual energy surge out crazily, regardless of the consequences, regardless of the price. This was the Heaven's Wrath Spear. Suddenly, within the blazing pillar of fire, Lu Chen soared into the sky, reaching a height of several hundred meters. Staring in the direction of the arena, Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. "Primordial Mongol tree, you are everything here, and everything here is you. Therefore, to kill you, I have to destroy everything here." Rumble! A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. Under the strong light, Lu Chen was like the god of fire descending to earth. With the void, god-destroying spear in his hand, he roared, "Die! Void, god-destroying spear. Heaven's wrath, wild spear." Immediately after, Lu Chen's entire body fell from a height of several hundred meters, like a golden red beam of light. This time, he didn't even need to learn the astral form. Lu Chen directly transformed into the astral form and merged with the void god-destroying spear. Carrying the wrath of heaven and earth, he instantly blasted the ground. Boom, 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 boom. The ground seemed to have been bombarded by countless cannons at this moment. The spiritual explosion spread outwards from where Lu Chen attacked. Suddenly, the ground collapsed under the dual attack of the spiritual explosion and the earth fire. There was a burst of exclamation from the audience. "Not good. Run. This skill is too terrifying. The earth fire and spiritual explosion are spreading towards here." Teleportation talisman. This was only for those who reacted quickly. Those who reacted slowly had already been affected. One had to know that the Heaven's Wrath Spear was an area attack. These people were only a few hundred meters away from the battlefield, and their defensive array had been destroyed. They were already within the attack range of the Heaven's Wrath Spear. When the ground collapsed, Lu Chen didn't stop and continued blasting underground. At this moment, he finally saw the situation underground. There was an incomparably huge plant growing underground. It was even bigger than the 2 rock walls and the spirit pagoda in the previous trial area combined. What was exposed on the surface was only the tip of the iceberg. This is the 3rd move of the god-destroying spear. You lunatic! You actually comprehended it at this time. The woman's shrill cry echoed in Lu Chen's ears. However, under the Heaven's Wrath Spear, the plant's roots were directly destroyed. "Ah!" the woman screamed. "Stop! I've lost!" However, Lu Chen didn't stop and continued blasting underground. "Break for me!" Finally, at an unknown depth, Lu Chen pierced through a core that was surrounded by countless vines. That thing was beating like a heart. In the end, it was pierced through by Lu Chen's spear. However, that heart didn't explode from the inside. It actually digested the Heaven's Wrath Spear's fierce spiritual energy and earth fire. However, a green liquid flowed out from that heart. Then, The god-destroying spear was pushed out of the heart by a huge force. Not long after, the vines in the heart wriggled and revealed the face of a beautiful woman. This woman was the one who fought with Lu Chen previously. However, this woman didn't look any different from a real person. She opened her eyes slightly and smiled at Lu Chen. "Why? Do you really want to kill me? Your current strength is far from enough." Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. "Don't you want to kill me too?" The woman smiled. "A mortal entering the immortal region is something that heaven and earth can't tolerate. If you can't even pass the 9-story pagoda, you'll die sooner or later. What's the difference if you die in my hands?" Lu Chen was stunned. Although this explanation was a little excessive, it seemed to be right. "Interesting. You actually found 7 pieces of the life-defying celestial and demon. You're only missing 2 pieces. However, one of them doesn't exist, so I should say that you're only missing 1 piece." Lu Chen didn't answer. A cultivation technique was pushed out from the heart of the vines. The vines carried the cultivation technique to Lu Chen. "This is the reward I promised you. You've only cultivated to the 7th transformation of the 9 transformations of the celestial and demon, and I can only give you the 8th transformation. As for the 9th transformation, I haven't heard of anyone cultivating it for thousands of years. Whether you can find it depends on your luck." Lu Chen picked up the scroll and put it away. "I didn't expect that the one who passed the 9-story pagoda wasn't a true immortal master, Sengoku, or immortal supremacy, but a mere mortal. How interesting. All right, I'll stop playing with you today. I hope we'll have a chance to meet again." The vines once again wrapped around the woman's face. Being pulled by a certain vine, they quickly withdrew into the ground. Just as Lu Chen was about to leave, the woman's voice sounded again. "All right, I'll give you another test. Let's see if you can leave this place." Lu Chen looked over in surprise, only to find that the heart had disappeared without a trace. Chapter 12:20. Lu Chen raised his head and took a look. He had blasted a huge hole in the ground. Although it was a few hundred meters deep, it should not be impossible to get out. No matter what, 50 spirit stones to comprehend the Heaven's Wrath Berserk Spear and obtain the 8 transformations of gods and demons. This time I really earn a lot. Lu Chen laughed proudly. But just as he was feeling proud, he suddenly realized that a large number of bricks and stones were falling down from above. Not only that, there were also many figures falling down. At the same time, Lu Chen felt a huge suction force under his feet. Damn, what is this situation? 9 void steps. Lu Chen was still in a good state, but he could not break free, no matter what. "You old tree. I already said I won, but you still tricked me." Lu Chen wailed as he was directly sucked into the underground black hole. After an unknown period of time, Lu Chen slowly woke up and found himself in a completely unfamiliar place. There were some houses around, but they were all dilapidated with broken bricks and tiles everywhere. Lu Chen touched his head. There were some dried bloodstains on his forehead, probably from when he fell down. Where is this? Lu Chen sat up and looked around strangely. Not long after, he saw a few people. They seemed to have just woken up and were looking around strangely. After seeing Lu Chen, they quickly woke up. "It's you. Where is this? You dragged us all into this. What is your purpose?" Lu Chen frowned. Looking at their clothes and badges, they should be people from the 7th celestial layer. They might have fallen down together with him. "I didn't drag you all in. It was the great Mongol tree." Lu Chen corrected. "Can't you see that I am here too?" The few people looked at each other, not knowing whether they should believe Lu Chen or not. "By the way, you all should be spectators. How did you all fall in?" Lu Chen asked. "How did we fall in? Isn't this a good thing you did? half of Changshu City is destroyed. I'm guessing that other than those who ran fast, many people have been sucked in. This black hole is really strange. Back then, I was actually unable to break free. A cold man frowned. Immortal Master, even you are powerless to break free? Those loose immortals asked. That's right. At that time, this kid's Heaven's Fury spear blasted a big hole in the ground. Originally, I didn't care too much, but then a huge suction force came from the big hole and sucked me in. At that time, I circulated my spirit energy to try to break free, but in the end, I failed. This fellow should be a true immortal. And yet, even a true immortal was incapable of fighting back against him. Looks like this world was somewhat special. That true immortal glanced at Lu Chun, thought for a moment, and said, "Hey, are you willing to acknowledge me as your master? I'm a 7 Tribulation true immortal. If you're willing to acknowledge me as your master, I can give you special treatment." Lu Chun didn't even think about it and shook his head. "I don't want to acknowledge you as my master." That person did not seem to force Lu Chun. Judging from the strength that Lu Chun had shown, he was afraid that he, a 7 Tribulation true immortal, would not be able to recruit him. "All right," the true immortal said indifferently. Then he turned his attention back to the world in front of him. "I remember that there should be at least 10,000 people sucked into this world. But now, I don't see anyone else. Strange, this world should be an independent world. But since there's an entrance, there must be an exit. Since you're not willing to follow me, then we'll part ways here and look for our own exits." Lu Chun clasped his fists. "All right. Hey, the few of you, are you willing to follow him or follow me?" The true immortal asked those loose immortals. These loose immortals did not seem to be his hangers-on. After some hesitation, they finally decided to follow the true immortal. Not to mention strength, just based on experience, the true immortal was not someone that Lu Chun could compare to. And to leave this place, perhaps experience was more important than strength. After those people left, Lu Chun found a place to sit down and rest. The Heaven's Fury spear had consumed too much energy. He needed to recover. "I destroyed half of Changshu City." Lu Chun himself did not dare to believe it. The might of the Heaven's Fury spear was too ferocious. "Luckily I fell in here. Otherwise, I would be in trouble if I had to pay for it." Lu Chun shook his head. After a short rest, Lu Chun felt a little better. He immediately called out Rhubarb. Coming to this unknown world and finding the exit, Rhubarb instantly transformed from a cheerleader to the boss of the group. "Rhubarb, hee, how have you been recently?" Lu Chun touched Rhubarb's neck with a fawning expression. "Why don't you take a look and see if we can get out?" Rhubarb was finally willing to keep its golden crow mirror. It shook its head and wagged its tail as it ran out. Not long later, Rhubarb's cry came from the ruins in front. Lu Chun hurried over. Could it be that the exit is here? When Lu Chun arrived at Rhubarb's location, he found it digging through a pile of rocks. Could it be a treasure? But these broken bricks seem to have just been broken. The broken parts are still very new, strange. Lu Chun did not care, so much as he hurriedly dug through the bricks. Not long later, a dust-covered arm was revealed from the rubble. "It's a person?" Lu Chun hurriedly moved away the bricks. Soon, he saw an unconscious woman lying in the ruins. This woman's thigh was completely pierced through by a metal spike. There was a large pool of blood on the ground that had already mixed with the mud. She was also unconscious. As the woman's body was covered in dust, Lu Chun could not see her appearance. He could only see the badge on her chest. It was written 9 Tribulation 5 stars True Immortal. 9 Tribulation True Immortal. Lu Chen's eyes widened. This woman is a 9 Tribulation True Immortal. In the immortal realm, this should be the true immortal with the highest potential. However, the black hole was too strange. At that time, when he was not weak, he had no power to resist. It seemed that even a 9 tribulation true immortal could not resist it. It seemed that the woman's injury was not light. He hurriedly pulled the woman out of the ruins. Little Green. Luchin called out Little Green. Little Green checked her injury. Boss, let's find a place with a water source first. You need to clean the wound. Then you pull out the metal spike. I'll get the blood. Luchin nodded. He carried the woman on his back and walked into the forest. Beside a stream by the forest, Little Green tore open the woman's pants to clean the wound. Boss, it's done. Come here. Luchin hurried over. Pull it out directly. Yes, this metal spike is too big. I need the blood immediately. So you pull it out. Luchin nodded. He leaned over and pulled it out forcefully. Immediately, the wound bled profusely. Little Green hurriedly sprinkled medicinal powder on the wound to stop the bleeding. She seems to have overdrawn her spiritual power. Little Green said, could it be that she struggled desperately when she was sucked in? Luchin guessed. That's possible. Boss, I'll inject some spiritual power into her. You go to the side. Luchin frowned. Why do you want to go to the side? I'm worried about leaving you alone. We still don't know where this place is. It's inconvenient for you to be here. Besides, I have to clean her up later. Luchin blinked his eyes. You can leave this kind of thing to me? Little Green looked at Luchin. Boss, in my heart, you're not someone who takes advantage of others. Luchin looked at Little Green's trusting eyes. He didn't know why this girl had such an impression of him. Sigh. It seemed that there were some drawbacks to bringing Little Green along. Boss. Okay. I'll go. Well, I'll let Little Furball accompany you. Luchin left Little Furball and slowly left Little Green's line of sight. Chapter 1221. As soon as Little Green finished treating the woman, Luchin returned. Boss, you're here. Ahem. Yeah, I should be back soon, Luchin said seriously. She's fine now. I'm a little tired too. Luchin saw that Little Green didn't look too good, so he called him back to rest. After some cleaning, Luchin saw the woman's face clearly. Huh, it's her? Luchin recognized the woman immediately. She was the perfected immortal who had lent him her information card to bring him to the immortal bestowment plateau. At that moment, Ling Long opened her eyes and saw Luchin staring at her. Ling Long quickly realized that the dress covering her left leg had been lifted up, and her undergarments were also torn open. Her entire white thigh was exposed. Although a perfected immortal's love life might be a blank slate, it didn't mean that she would be indifferent when faced with such a situation. Ling Long cried out in alarm. You've got guts. I'm going to kill you. She was about to sit up when she felt a sharp pain in her left leg. Luchin looked at Ling Long calmly and shook his head. Don't move. After you were sucked into this world, for some reason, your spirit power was depleted. You were stabbed in the thigh, so I had someone bandage it for you. The woman glanced at the bandage on her leg and recalled what had happened. Only then did she calm down a little. When I found you, you were already buried in ruins. Rhubarb found you, and my ghost pet, Little Green, cleaned and treated your wound. Luchin said as he handed a divine body pill to Ling Long, take this divine body pill. Ling Long frowned as she looked at the sincere Luchin, and then at Rhubarb, who was wagging his tail. She hesitated for a moment. It really wasn't you? Then, where's your ghost pet? She was too tired from treating your wound, so I told her to go back and rest. Ling Long finally let down her guard a little. However, she pushed away Luchin's divine body pill and said, I have my own pills. After saying that, he swallowed a pill. He tore off the bandage on his leg, and the muscles and skin there healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Turn around, I'll change my clothes. Luchin shook his head and turned around. A light sound came from behind him. It should be the fairy girl changing her clothes. Luchin had been staring at Rhubarb the whole time. Sure enough, this guy understood tacitly and took out his golden crow mirror. However, before Luchin could see it clearly, a woman's voice came from behind. It's done. Damn, so fast. Luchin shook his head and turned around. Ling Long had changed into a light yellow dress, which made her look even more beautiful than before. Ling Long sighed. I didn't expect that after using all my strength, I still couldn't break free from the pull of the primordial world. She looked at Luchin, wanting to say something, but stopped. Then she saw Rhubarb and bent down to touch Rhubarb. She smiled and said, You're Rhubarb, right? Thank you. When we get out, I'll repay you for saving my life this time. Luchin looked depressed. Hey, miss, shouldn't you be thanking me? You? Didn't I already help you the last time we met? This time, you can only repay me. We're even. Although the woman was unwilling to thank him, she quickly said, This is the second time we've met. It's fate. My immortal name is Ling Long. What about you? Luchin smiled and shook his head. This woman was quite interesting. She should be thanking him in her heart. Otherwise, most perfected immortals wouldn't take the initiative to mention their immortal name. Solipsistic, Luchin said. Ling Long had just recovered from her serious injuries and still needed to rest. Luchin had also just gone through a big battle. The two of them chose to rest here. The two of them leaned against the tree stump for a moment and spoke at the same time. Did you just say that this is the primordial world? You are really immortal? This made the two of them a little awkward. Luchin said very gentlemanly, Ladies first, I'm indeed immortal. I came to the seventh heaven without becoming an immortal. Ling Long looked at Luchin strangely. But how is that possible? I didn't want to. Who asked me to meet him? Luchin said helplessly. Logically speaking, he was going to become a 12th tribulation true immortal. In the end, he wasn't even an itinerant immortal. Back then, in the heaven-reaching pagoda, there was an accident. Luchin didn't talk about the immortal supremacy in detail. Although Ling Long still found it hard to believe, if even the great Mongol tree said so, then this matter shouldn't be fake. Ling Long nodded. All right, Jiuqian is indeed big. There are all kinds of strange things. Just like this primordial world. Once you enter, it's troublesome to leave. You know where this place is? Luchin asked. Ling Long nodded. The great Mongol tree. It's said that it has existed since the beginning of the world. It doesn't grow in a particular world. To be precise, it grows between the world and the myriad of worlds. You should know very well what the sixth heaven is like. There are many planets, but the seventh heaven only has one world. Don't you think it's strange? Luchin frowned. He didn't have the chance to think about these questions. But since Ling Long said it, now that he thought about it, it was indeed strange. The seventh heaven was smaller than the sixth heaven. It seemed a little illogical. Then why is that? Luchin asked. Actually, within the seventh heaven, there are countless worlds connected. And the thing that connects these worlds is the great Mongol tree. Ling Long said. So, in the seventh heaven, other than the main world being much bigger than any other planet and continent, it also has a passage that connects all living things, which is the primordial world. Luchin frowned. Are these worlds the real world? The great Mongol tree is also a part of the Jiuqian, so it can only connect to the worlds that have been sacrificed to the Jiuqian. However, since ancient times, no one knows how many worlds have been sacrificed. So, the primordial world we entered could be a low martial world or a high martial world. It could even be the divine martial world. In short, you never know what you will encounter here. The most important thing is to find the exit. Lu Chen blinked. As long as there's an exit, we should be able to find it. Ling Long looked at Lu Chen and shook her head helplessly. There are many exits in the primordial world. Isn't that more convenient? No, these exits may not necessarily lead to the main world of the seventh heaven. Even the nine tribulation true immortals know about the primordial world. It's also known as the myriad world maze. That's a place we don't want to enter. Hearing the last sentence, even Lu Chen couldn't remain calm. If this place was like the whirlpool world, it would be fine. After all, as long as they left, they could return to their original world. But if there were many exits here, it was equivalent to a maze with countless forks. Chapter 1222. It was not a problem for Rhubarb to find the exit, but the exit would not say that it led to the seventh heaven. Even if it was Rhubarb, it would not be easy for him to find the way back. Damn it, I only have 2 years left. Lu Chen clenched his fists tightly and asked anxiously, if I can't return to the seventh heaven main world in 2 years, does that mean no one can challenge me? No, after the protection period ends. If someone challenges you, and you don't accept the challenge within the stipulated time, you'll be judged as defeated, and your coordinates will be transferred to the challenger. Lu Chen was so angry that he gritted his teeth. That primordial Mongol tree woman, she has already lost, but she still did this to me. The next time I meet her, I won't let her off so easily. Ling Long sighed. It's fine if it's you. You came here to challenge the tower. I only came here to choose a guest. I didn't expect to be involved in the myriad world maze. There's also the final battle. It's also 2 years later. Lu Chen stood up anxiously. No, I have to get out as soon as possible. No matter how many exits there are, how many worlds, I have to return to the main world in 2 years. Ling Long looked at Lu Chen strangely. The final battle? How do you know it's 2 years later? Lu Chen explained. I found out from the whirlpool world. The world I went to was 17 years later, which is 2 years later. At that time, my world was invaded. Ling Long thought for a while. The final battle is a war between races. The specific time is decided by each race's celestial supremes. Did anything change in the whirlpool world you went to? There was one thing. In that world, I seem to have died in the whirlpool world, but in reality, I returned to reality from the whirlpool world. Ling Long said, this change is decisive. Because you didn't die, the future will be changed. As far as I know, the races don't seem to be preparing for the final battle. Therefore, I'm guessing that the final battle is not what you need to worry about now. Lu Chen had heard of the butterfly effect. Simply put, he had changed his fate, causing the final battle to be delayed. He had to admit that Ling Long knew a lot. This news relieved some of the pressure on Lu Chen. However, the most important thing now was to leave this place. However, after resting for a period of time, the surrounding sky had also darkened. The two of them decided to continue their journey the next day. Early the next morning, the two of them had more or less recovered. So they set out on their journey to find the exit. Because they were afraid of missing an exit, Lu Chen and the others did not ride on their mounts. Instead, they let Rhubarb lead the way while the two of them followed on foot. Along the way, they could see dilapidated houses. Some of them were overgrown with plants. It was obvious that they had been abandoned for a long time. Is there no one in this world? Lu Chen asked. If there is, They should know where the exits are. Linglong nodded and said, "That's right. Even if these people who sacrifice worlds can't enter the exit, or else they would be killed directly, they would at least know where the abnormalities are after so many years. Then let's see if there are any living people in this world. Rhubarb, find him first." The two of them and the dog walked for a few hours. They did not know how far they had walked. Not far ahead, there was a long city wall. The city wall was dilapidated, and there were a few huge holes on the main wall. Was there a war here? Lu Chun and the others walked over. The weeds under the city wall were already knee-high. When they stood in front of the weeds, Lu Chun realized that there were countless white bones covered in the weeds. Linglong picked up a thick white bone and frowned. "This is a finger bone." This finger bone was several times thicker than Linglong's arm. Obviously, this could not be a human's bone. This could also be a world of other races. Lu Chun said, "No, this should be a human's world." Linglong said with certainty, "Did you see the objects in the houses earlier? Whether it is the structure of the houses or the objects inside, I can be sure that those houses were originally inhabited by humans. These walls should be used to defend against these monsters. However, it seems that they did not manage to defend it." Lu Chun crossed the city wall and came to the other side. Sure enough, he found many human bones here. There was a vast expanse of white bones, countless of them. Even though there were only bones left here, Lu Chun seemed to be able to imagine that a large-scale war had taken place here. The humans defended against the demonic beasts, and in the end, the demonic beasts breached the city wall. Millions of people died tragically under the claws of the demonic beasts. It was no wonder that the houses earlier were destroyed, and there was not a single person in sight. The villagers must have retreated behind the walls to avoid the demonic beasts. Unfortunately, even if they retreated here, they still could not escape the fate of death. "Let's go." Linglong followed. "Okay, Rhubarb, let's continue on our way." After walking for about 10 hours, another city wall appeared in front of them. The situation was very similar to the previous one. The city wall had been breached, and there were countless white bones inside and outside the city wall. "This is the second line of defense." Lu Chun frowned. "It's possible. There are more guards here than before, and their equipment is better." Linglong threw away a rusty broadsword that she had just picked up. "These people have been dead for a long time. We may have to walk a long way to find them. Let's continue on our journey on our mounts." After saying that, Linglong summoned a huge white phoenix. Lu Chun frowned. Although white phoenixes were rare and should be of the ice attribute in front of a 10-winged beast, its level was still too low. "Can I ride on your phoenix?" Lu Chun asked. Linglong frowned and looked at Lu Chun. "Didn't you bring out your own mount? Why do you insist on riding with me?" "I did bring it out, but do you have any improper thoughts about me? I'm warning you, although you saved me. If you dare to have improper thoughts about me, I will kill you," Linglong said fiercely. Lu Chun could not help but sigh. Fairies were too difficult to get along with. "I don't. Think about it. We don't even know how far this journey is. Your phoenix is so big. It won't make much difference if I ride on it. When the time comes, we can take turns to travel further." Lu Chen's last-minute excuse was quite reasonable. Linglong thought for a moment and finally agreed. "I'm warning you. My ice phoenix comes from a 10,000-year-old ice mountain. If your affinity with the ice element is not enough, you won't be able to ride it. How much do you want?" "More than 2,000. 2,000? Lu Chen's affinity with the ice element was 20,000. It was more than enough. "Then it's fine. I'm coming up." When Lu Chen sat on the ice phoenix turned its head and rubbed its head against Lu Chen. The ice phoenix's sudden display of friendliness made Lu Chen feel a little awkward. This was because a pair of angry eyes were looking at him. The ice phoenix is born with pride. It has never been so close to anyone other than me. Ling Long's eyes were about to spit fire. Lu Chen smiled awkwardly. It should be because my affinity with the ice element is higher that it is friendly to me. Your affinity with the ice element is high. There was once a true immortal expert with an affinity of 8,000, but the ice phoenix was not like this. What's your affinity with the ice element? Lu Chen sighed. He had already become an immortal, but women's jealousy was still so strong. This matter had to be explained clearly. Otherwise, it would be hard to get away. 20,000. How much? 20,000. 20,000. You have the mystic ice frost body? Ling Long looked at Lu Chen in shock. Lu Chen said helplessly, "No, I have the ice element insulator." Ling Long was speechless. This guy really did not speak the truth. Chapter 12:23. Lu Chen's past experience told him that if he spoke the truth, he would be treated as a lunatic just like this time. Fortunately, the two of them were only looking for the exit together, so Ling Long did not delve too deeply into it. Riding on the ice phoenix, the two of them crossed 4 or 5 more lines of defense and finally arrived at a complete city wall. A black mass of giant beasts was attacking the city wall fiercely. At the same time, countless small black dots on the city wall were desperately defending. What surprised Lu Chen was that these humans were using elemental arrows and some low-level spells to attack. Flames, ice, arcane arrows, fireballs, ice balls, and other elemental spells were shot at the beasts. However, when these lizard-like giant beasts were attacked, their bodies would emit light shields, which seemed to be some kind of spiritual power shield. These beasts seemed to have very high elemental resistance. Those people's elemental attacks have to hit them multiple times to be effective. Ling Long said, at that moment, tens of thousands of armored warriors jumped down from the city wall. They held weapons and charged into the sea of monsters, fighting with cold weapons. However, they were too few in number and were not very strong in close combat. In the end, they were quickly overwhelmed by the monster army. Ling Long frowned. What are they doing out there? Those people don't look like they're good at fighting at all. They're rushing out without any order or formation. Instead, they're rushing out alone. They're obviously going to die. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Those warriors were slow and could not even compare to the archers and elemental mages on the city wall. It was really hard to understand why they wanted to charge into the enemy's ranks. However, at that moment, a series of explosions suddenly occurred on the ground. In the area that the warriors had just rushed out of, a series of violent explosions blasted the monsters into pieces. They're suicide bombers. Lu Chen's eyes widened. Those people were suicide bombers. They did not want to kill the monsters in close combat at all. They wanted to use their bodies as bombs to stop the monster army. Unfortunately, the range of these suicide bombers was limited. The monster army was still attacking crazily. From the ferocious expressions of those humans, it was likely that they would not be able to hold on this time. There were a few mounts flying in the sky. It seemed that other immortals were also passing by. Behind the city wall, a large number of women and children saw the huge divine beasts flying in the sky. They knelt on the ground and prayed to the heavens. "It's an immortal! Immortal, please save us." "Quick, child, kneel down with your grandmother. I beg God, please save us. I don't care even if I have to become a suicide bomber, as long as my grandson lives. So many immortals, are they here to save us?" "Weren't immortals supposed to slay demons and devils? Please, I beg you to save us." Looking at this scene, Lu Chun had mixed feelings in his heart. The people on Earth were probably no different from them when they encountered natural disasters. This was a world with a certain foundation of martial arts, but the martial arts of the people on Earth had just begun. Unfortunately, all the immortals were just passing by. None of them stopped. Let's go. They won't be able to hold this line of defense for long. There should be more up ahead, Ling Long said coldly. Lu Chen's cold voice came from behind. Immortal? Unfortunately, the immortals won't help you. Ling Long turned around and looked at Lu Chun in surprise. Are you going to help them? Don't underestimate these monsters. Even such a terrifying explosion didn't kill them. It was clear that they weren't easy to deal with. Besides, aren't you in a hurry? Lu Chun sighed. Unfortunately, I can't pretend that I didn't see it. With that, Lu Chun jumped off the Ice Phoenix's back. Hey, are you crazy? Ling Long cursed, but it was too late. The guy had already jumped off. Ling Long gritted her teeth and patted the Ice Phoenix. Let's not care about him. Let's go. The locals could only watch helplessly as the huge mounts flew over their heads. Many of them were crying uncontrollably. Immortals, why won't you help? Why won't you save the people? Are immortals really emotionless? At that moment, the people saw a small black dot fall from the sky and land directly on the city wall. The commander-in-chief of the 8th Line of Defense, Zhu Jin, watched as this person landed in front of him. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Lu Chun glanced at Zhu Jin. This guy's clothes were different from the others. He should be the leader. I'm immortal. The surrounding soldiers looked at Lu Chun in horror. Lu Chun walked quickly to Zhu Jin. Who's your commander here? I'm immortal. I am... Zhu Jin stammered. Lu Chun nodded. I'm not an immortal. I'm just a mortal. Let me ask you, what are these demons? We don't know either. It's just that after our world was sacrificed to the Joqian, they suddenly appeared. Their strength is terrifying. Lu Chun glanced at the black monster army below the city wall. From here, he couldn't see the end of it. Lu Chun thought for a moment, then took a bow from a soldier and knocked an arrow the immortal was going to attack. Everyone looked at the bow in Lu Chen's hand. Full bowstring. Everyone's nerves were stretched to the limit. Snap! The bowstring broke. The group of people almost vomited blood. Lu Chen was a little embarrassed. This bow was too weak and couldn't withstand his pull. Do you have a stronger bow? Zhu Jin hesitated for a moment. This guy suddenly appeared, didn't say anything, didn't even introduce himself, and came to ask for a bow. But now that the war was urgent, they probably couldn't hold on for much longer. This sunset cold star bow is the strongest bow in Hong Wuxing. Zhu Jin directly took his bow from his side. Except for the war god, no one can fully pull it. I can only use 10% of its power. Lu Chen took the bow and arrows. 4 fingers held 3 arrows, and without another word, he pulled it to the maximum. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 cold star arrows shot out like lightning, hitting the 3 largest monsters. The moment the cold star arrows touched the monster's spiritual shields, the spiritual energy in the shields went crazy. After resisting for a full second, the cold star arrows pierced through the shields. Boom, boom, boom. The huge bodies were directly pierced by the spiritual energy arrows and exploded, igniting a large area. On the city wall, many soldiers were shocked. Who is it? 3 arrows killed 3 Black Devil Kings. My God, even the war god equaling heaven needs 50 arrows to break through the spiritual energy of 1 Black Devil King. In the end, 3 arrows killed 3 Black Devil Kings. Who is it? The soldiers beside Lu Chun were already shocked, speechless. Zhu Jin looked at Lu Chun as if he was looking at a monster. You still dare to say you're not an immortal? You must be lying. Lu Chen frowned slightly. To be able to block for almost a second, their spiritual shields are that strong? Zhu Jin didn't know how to answer this question. Blocking for 1 second is strong? Brother Zhu Jin, you called the 3 Black Devil Kings that I killed. Is there anything stronger than them? Zhu Jin only felt his legs go weak. He was caught off guard by this call of brother. You should call me Xiao Jin. The Black Devil King is one of the more advanced ones among them. We once investigated the situation in the monster's nest. There is an incomparably huge black devil god among the monsters, and all the Black Devil Kings have to obey its orders. The spirit shield of these monsters is provided by it, but it has never acted on its own. It only sends an endless number of Black Devils and Black Devil Kings to continuously attack our line of defense. Lu Chen nodded. As long as we kill the Black Demon God, you should be able to deal with these Black Devils. Chapter 1224. Old Brother Zhu Jin, send someone to bring me to the Black Demon Lair. Lu Chen said. Zhu Jin felt like he was dreaming. He didn't know how to react and just stood there in a daze. Big Brother Zhu Jin. Don't call me Big Brother. I can't accept it. Senior, how should I address you? Zhu Jin said after coming back to his senses. Lu Chen thought for a moment. Just call me Nameless. Let's go. Nameless War God, I've been to the Black Demon Lair before. I can bring you there, but we have to avoid the Black Demon Army and take a detour. It might take about 2 months. I'm afraid this place won't be able to hold on. No problem. I'll bring you there, Lu Chen said. No need to take a detour. Let's go straight. 10-Winged, come out and work. Just as Lu Chen finished speaking, a huge dragon suddenly appeared above the city wall. More than 10 mounts in the sky were forced to land. The immortals were forced to fight with the Black Demon Army. What the hell is this? Why do I have to fight with these things? A certain immortal was depressed. What happened? My mount can't fly? I didn't tell you to land. Only when they saw the 10-winged celestial dragon did they come back to their senses. No way, a 10-winged celestial dragon? Lu Chen grabbed Zhu Jin, who was still in a daze, and jumped onto the dragon's back. 10-winged, this is my friend. 10-winged had a much more explosive temper than the Ice Phoenix. Lu Chen had to greet it before bringing Zhu Jin up. Zhu Jin stood on the dragon's back, trembling, and grabbed Lu Chen with one hand. Nameless War God, this is your mount. Didn't you say you were immortal? How could your mount force an immortal's mount to land? Lu Chen smiled. My mount isn't any worse than theirs. 10-winged, set a fire to relieve the pressure on the defenders. Roar. 10-winged let out a dragon roar. Then it opened its mouth and released a flaming dragon breath at the ground. The Black Demon Army howled in pain in the flames. Quite a number of true immortals and loose immortals were caught in the crossfire as well. Cursing and swearing, they could only watch as 10-winged immortal flew past their heads at high speed. With 10-winged, Lu Chen and the others didn't need to take a detour at all. After a few hours, they arrived at a huge abyss. More and more Black Demon Army soldiers crawled out from the abyss and rushed toward the 8th line of defense. It seemed that as long as this place was not taken care of, the line of defense would fall sooner or later. Nameless War God, this is the Black Demon Lair. The Black Demon God is inside. Lu Chen nodded. 10 wings, wait for me here. After saying that, Lu Chen jumped down and directly jumped into the abyss. Looking at Lu Chen's back, Zhu Jin could not calm down for a long time. Only after a long time did he mutter to himself, "This person is definitely not an immortal. Otherwise, why would he care about our matters? I can't believe there is such a brave and fearless person in this world. Perhaps Hong Wuxing can be saved. In less than half an hour, the abyss suddenly collapsed severely. Immediately after, a figure dashed out from within. Lu Chen shouted at Ten-Winged Immortal, "Ten-Winged Immortal, fly further away." Just as Lu Chen finished speaking, a huge beast flew out from the abyss. This huge beast was 200 meters long. Its body was huge, and its entire body was pitch black like a lizard. Its eyes were blood red. "It's the Black Demon God," Zhu Jin exclaimed. The Black Demon God let out a strange hissing sound. The surrounding Black Demon army suddenly turned around and surrounded Lu Chen. The endless Black Demon army pounced on Lu Chen. Just looking at this scene was enough to make one's scalp tingle. "War God, come up quickly," Zhu Jin shouted anxiously. Lu Chen looked up and saw that Ten-Winged Immortal was circling at a safe distance. He was relieved. "It's fine. I'm in a hurry. It's better if they attack together." With that said, Lu Chen suddenly drew a black spear from the void and engaged in a fierce battle with the Black Demon army. As time went by, more and more Black Demon army swarmed toward Lu Chen from all directions. Zhu Jin looked down from the sky and saw that the entire ground was covered in a layer of black. That was the densely packed Black Demon army. It was about time. Furball, Little Beast, Originator. Lu Chen summoned his 3 battle pets. As soon as the 3 of them appeared and saw the countless Black Demon army, their eyes glowed. "Huh, Dad, I'm dying of anxiety. We've been in the 7th heaven for years. It's been a long time since we've eaten beast cores." Squeak, squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Furball was the most dissatisfied and kept squeaking. It was never a picky eater, but it still hadn't eaten a full meal. How infuriating it was. "Furball, leave the biggest one to me. It doesn't matter what you eat. I'll leave the rest to you." With that said, Little Beast charged at the Black Demon God. Furball quickly enlarged and rushed into the enemy's formation with Originator. The Black Demon army couldn't hurt the Originator at all, since it was immune to its attacks. Instead, they kept attacking it. The little Furball seemed to have gone mad from hunger, biting here and there. When Zhu Jin saw this scene, he was so shocked that his jaw dropped. The nameless war god hadn't made a move yet. His 2 battle pets and his son were already enough to resist the Black Demon army. Is the nameless war god really not a deity? He's even stronger than a deity. Apart from the little critter, both the little Furball and the little Originator were getting more and more courageous as they fought. This was especially true for the little Originator. After absorbing so many spiritual attacks, it was now able to send out a large number of spiritual attacks with a single slap. It wouldn't taste good if it died. Furball had no choice but to speed up. "Hey, you 3, there are still 20 minutes left. I'm in a hurry." Lu Chen was standing at the center of the battlefield. Unfortunately, none of the Black Demons could approach him. Gradually, those Black Demons seemed to be scared. They even wanted to turn around and run away when they saw Furball. Little Originator could kill them with one slap, but Hairy Ball would stop after a single bite. Those Black Demons who were bitten by Hairy Ball struggled with their broken bodies, but they couldn't die. It was truly painful. "Dad, 20 minutes is enough." Little Beast had gained the upper hand in the fierce battle against the Black Demon God. In less than 10 minutes, Little Beast killed the Black Demon God with heavenly fire of the Beast God. Then he turned his hand into a dragon claw and pierced through the Black Demon God's head. He took out the beast core and swallowed it. So comfortable. Little Beast was intoxicated. Then Little Beast looked at the dead bodies on the ground and jumped high. The virtual image of Tao Tai appeared behind him. He opened his mouth, and The virtual image of Tao Tai also opened its mouth. Come here, all of you. As long as it was a dead black demon, its head would explode, and a large number of beast cores would be sucked over by Little Beast. Dad, these beast cores are too low level for me. You can have them. Lu Chen blinked. He thought Little Beast had grown up and was sensible. Who knew that Little Beast only gave it to him because its level was too low. However, Lu Chen also needed beast cores. It was just that he had been so focused on Little Beast that he didn't have time to take care of them. Now, it was finally his turn to get what his son didn't want. Lu Chen immediately put away the beast cores. Their level is not high, but they can make up for it with numbers. With so many black demons, it's not too much to get 1,000,000 beast cores. I wonder if it can evolve my myriad things bloodline, Lu Chen muttered. Chapter 1225. Little Beast delivered a large pile of beast cores, which Lu Chen hurriedly kept away. He had never seen so many beast cores in his life. Especially after reaching the 5th heaven, Lu Chen rarely had the chance to farm monsters. The higher the level of the heaven domain, the more important it was to cultivate. But who would have thought that he would have such an opportunity in the myriad world maze? Lu Chen took a deep breath and said, excitedly, "This is a feeling I haven't felt in a long time." The battlefield was a mess. The black demon god was dead, and the remaining black demon army was leaderless. Seeing the terrifying strength of the 3 lunatics, they fled frantically. Lu Chen could not be bothered to chase after them. After all, the black demon god was dead, and the black demon's strongest defensive spirit shield was gone. Even if there were some left, the defenders could handle it. Of course, the main reason was that Lu Chen did not have much time to stay in this world. With 27 million beast cores, Lu Chen did not have time to compare the spiritual energy contained in the beast cores and the demonic beasts. He summoned the 3 beasts back to the 10-winged dragon's back. Brother Zhu Jin, the black demon god is dead. Will the rest of you be okay? Zhu Jin came to his senses and suddenly knelt in front of Lu Chen, his voice choked with emotion. Nameless war god's kindness. Zhu Jin, know the millions of people of Hong 5 Star are unable to repay it. Please accept this bow. Zhu Jin wanted to bow, but Lu Chen hurriedly pulled him back. Brother, you're too serious. To me, it's just a small matter. It's not worth mentioning. Zhu Jin refused to get up and said tearfully, to you, it's just a small matter, but to us, it's millions of lives. We've seen immortals pass by before. To them, the black demon army could be easily killed, but none of them were willing to help. Only you. Lu Chen took a deep breath and sighed. Heaven and earth are heartless. Immortals and demons are heartless. What's the use of begging them? Brother Zhu Jin, please get up. Actually, I also have something that I hope you can help me with. Nameless God of War, feel free to instruct us. Hong 5 Star still has millions of soldiers. As long as we can do it, we will do it at all costs. Zhu Jin said excitedly. Lu Chen smiled and pulled Zhu Jin up. 10 wings, let's go back. At this moment, the pressure on the 8th line of defense was greatly reduced. The defense of the remaining black demon army was greatly reduced. Under the dense rain of arrows, they were already forced to retreat. The soldiers were rejoicing that they had managed to block the black demon army's attack. However, news came from the command center that the nameless war god's son had killed the black demon god, causing the black demon army's spirit shield to fail. For a moment, the outside of the barracks was completely surrounded. The commoners and soldiers were all shouting the name of the nameless god of war. We still have important matters to discuss here. Let everyone be quiet. Zhu Jin instructed his subordinates. Not long after, The outside of the camp finally quieted down. Nameless War God, I'm sorry. They were just too excited. Zhu Jin said apologetically. Lu Chen smiled and didn't mind. Since it was quiet outside, Lu Chen made his request. He hoped to collect all the possible exits of Hong 5 stars. At this moment, a guard came in to report that a woman had requested to meet the Nameless War God. Commander, that fairy says she's a friend of the Nameless War God. Her name is Ling Long. Lu Chen frowned. Why was that woman back again? Zhu Jin looked at Lu Chen, intending to ask for Lu Chen's opinion. She's indeed my friend. Lu Chen said, let her in. Not long after, a beautiful woman opened the tent door. At this moment, dozens of officers in the tent couldn't help but stare at her. This woman was too beautiful. Not only were her facial features flawless, her skin was whiter than snow, her figure was graceful, and her temperament was pure. It was no wonder that the soldier who reported back addressed her as a fairy without any doubt. This woman should only exist in the heavens. Do you want me to dig out your eyes? Ling Long said coldly, instantly breaking the silence. Those people hurriedly looked away. Lu Chen shook his head. This woman was still so fierce, wanting to dig out people's eyes at the slightest provocation. Hey, why are you back? Lu Chen asked curiously. Ling Long said, unhappily, the ice phoenix doesn't seem to be feeling well. I don't know why it refused to leave. Since it didn't go far, I thought I'd wait for you. The ice phoenix isn't feeling well? Lu Chen's first thought was that it might be a problem with the 10-winged tiger. Given Ling Long's arrogant personality, she might chop him to death if she knew the truth. Oh, I see. Then it needs to rest for a while. Lu Chen said in a panic and quickly changed the topic. Brother Zhu Jin, do you have any clues about what I just said? Zhu Jin thought carefully and said, ever since it was sacrificed to the Zhoutian, many strange places have appeared in Hong 5 stars. Rumor has it that those who entered these areas have never returned. Lu Chen immediately thought of what Ling Long said. For the people of these worlds, if they accidentally entered the exit, they would be killed immediately. This coincided with what Brother Zhu Jin said. Then, these strange places could very well be the exit. Someone even specially calculated. The great adventurer Zhang He mentioned in Travels that there are a total of 13 strange places in China. The people all say that no one who enters will survive. There are gods and demons inside, and those who disturb will die. I didn't expect Brother Zhu Jin to be a well-read scholar. Lu Chen said in surprise. Zhu Jin scratched his head in embarrassment. Sigh, how can I be considered well-read? When we were besieged by the Black Demon Army, we were especially interested in the outside world when we were bored. We could only read travel books to quench our thirst. Are there records of where these places are? Lu Chen asked. Yes, there are detailed records in the books. Oh, I have one here. I'll bring it to the war god immediately. After saying that, Zhu Jin hurriedly went to his room to retrieve the book. Soon, he returned with an old book. I've flipped through it, so it's a bit old. However, I've marked out these places. If the war god wants to buy a new one, it won't be easy to find it. Lu Chen took the book and found that it was densely marked. On one of the folded pages, he found the 13 strange places. This is very useful to me. Brother Zhu Jin, thank you, Lu Chen said excitedly. Nameless war god, being able to help you is the greatest honor of my life. Also, this cold star bow, if the war god doesn't mind. Lu Chen immediately pushed the bow back. Brother Zhu Jin, I have a bow. It's just that I can't use it for the time being. I can't accept this bow. I don't have much time, so I won't disturb you. Ling Long, let's go. Even though Zhu Jin and the others wanted to keep Lu Chun for a few more days, Lu Chun was indeed busy and couldn't stay any longer. He tactfully declined their good intentions and walked out of the tent with Ling Long. What Lu Chun didn't expect was that the people outside the tent didn't leave. They just didn't make a sound. At this moment, seeing Lu Chun walk out, the tens of thousands of soldiers suddenly lost control. Someone passed through the soldiers' line of defense and stuffed a few hot steamed buns into Lu Chen's hands. War God, we don't have anything good. Take these with you and eat them on the way. Uncle War God, this is my favorite doll. I'll give it to you. Thank you, War God, for saving us. We have no words to express our gratitude. Please accept these rations. 7 out of the 9 lines of defense of Hong Wuxing had been broken. It was obvious that the people here had been starving for a long time. They didn't even have anything decent to offer. Eggs, rations, jerky, these were all things that Lu Chun wouldn't normally eat. However, seeing these soldiers desperately stuffing things into his hands, Lu Chun was so moved that he couldn't speak. Chapter 12:26. Ling Long stood behind Lu Chun, watching in a daze as Lu Chun was drowned in the crowd. Suddenly, she had a feeling she had never felt before. Immortals like them were the immortals of one person, and that person was the god of war of everyone. He was loved and respected by everyone, but that was it. Zhu Jin finally rescued Lu Chun and apologized profusely. Lu Chun only smiled and cupped his fists at the people. Thank you for your kind intentions. I can't finish all these things alone, so I'll take some with me. Lu Chun took a few steamed buns and left the rest untouched. Finally, Lu Chun leaned over to the little boy and said with a smile, "Little guy, your uncle likes your doll very much. Can I take it with me?" The little boy was so excited that he could not believe his ears. Of course. Lu Chun smiled and took out 5 beast cores. I've accepted your gift, so I want to return the favor. These beast cores are the beast cores of Jiuqian beasts. They're for you. After placing the beast cores in the little boy's hands, Lu Chun turned and left with Ling Long outside the city. Ling Long changed her habit of walking in front of Lu Chun and followed behind him silently. Lu Chun looked back at Ling Long in surprise. Why aren't you saying anything? You're weird. Ling Long quickened her pace and caught up with Lu Chun. I realized that you're different from ordinary people. Of course. You're immortals, and I'm immortal, Lu Chun said disapprovingly. No, I also came here through tribulation. I've seen many immortal cultivators, but I've never met someone like you. Lu Chun was still disapproving. Actually, I'm not an ordinary human king. Oh, then you are? I'm the king of savages. Lu Chun said very seriously. Ling Long was speechless. Why was this guy always so unreasonable? Well, I've thought about it before. If this travel record has recorded all the exits, then one of them must be the way back to the 7th heaven main world. Lu Chun suddenly changed the topic. However, there is still a problem. If we take the wrong path, is there any way to return to Hong 5 Star? I have a way, Ling Long said as she took out a piece of talisman paper. As soon as he saw the talisman, Lu Chun understood. Teleportation talisman? That's not right. Can I use the teleportation talisman to get out? If possible, we can directly use a teleportation talisman to return to the 7th heaven. Of course not. The teleportation talisman is a teleportation array that is built between 2 regions of the same level. For example, the 7-fold heaven main world is actually a world of the same level within it. However, the world within the myriad world maze is of a different level from the main world. So, the teleportation talisman can be used in the 7th heaven main world or inside the myriad world maze. Lu Chen frowned. That's right. Because of this, we can't directly use the teleportation talisman to return to the seventh heaven main world. However, as long as we record the current world, we can teleport to the same level within the myriad world maze. Lu Chen took a deep breath. This was great news. Fortunately, Linglong's ice phoenix was not feeling well. Otherwise, he might have gotten lost. However, don't be too happy yet. Even if you find all the exits here, we can't rule out the possibility that none of these exits can return to the seventh heaven main world. In that case, even if we have the teleportation talisman, we don't know when we can return. Lu Chen frowned. Then, are there any worlds that can be confirmed to return to the seventh heaven? Yes, in some divine battle worlds. As long as we find some special markings left behind by Sengoku experts during their training, it means that there must be a passage to the seventh heaven main world in that world. Linglong answered without hesitation. Lu Chen looked at Linglong in surprise. How do you know so much? You're only a 5-star immortal. Even if you're a 9 tribulation true immortal, I can only say that you have great potential. But your cultivation time might be even shorter than a normal 5-star true immortal. On the way here, Linglong's theoretical knowledge was indeed something that Lu Chen couldn't compare to. It has something to do with my family. You don't need to ask, just believe what I say. Linglong answered coldly. All right, since she doesn't want to talk about it, Lu Chen didn't ask anymore. Then, in that case, it's useless for me to find so many exits. It's not completely useless. Although we don't know what kind of world is on the other side of each exit, we can determine the strength of the world on the other side through the intensity of the spiritual energy emitted from the exit. Choosing a stronger world will increase our chances of entering divine battle world. Lu Chen nodded. That's good too. Let's just treat this as training. Then let's use our mounts. As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, he found that Linglong was staring at him with narrowed eyes. At this moment, Lu Chen felt a bit guilty. What are you staring at me for? Before in the tent, when I said that the ice phoenix wasn't feeling well, you didn't really believe me, did you? That you're its master, so of course I'll believe whatever you say. Lu Chen gulped. Mounts can't get sick unless they're tired. At the time, I was wondering if someone's mount was too strong, causing the ice phoenix to be unable to fly. Linglong said as she walked towards Lu Chen, her gaze unfriendly. Then I saw a lot of true immortals fighting with black demons on the battlefield. With their personalities, they definitely wouldn't do something like that. As she said that, Linglong was already standing in front of Lu Chen. And you went to Black Demon's lair 100 miles away and came back so quickly. You must have used a mount to get there. Then, was it you who caused the ice phoenix to be unable to fly? Linglong's bright eyes stared at Lu Chen with evil intentions, making Lu Chen very nervous. Even if this woman wasn't angry, Lu Chen was still not used to being so close to her, not to mention that she was full of anger. Back then, you didn't want to summon your mount at the same time as me, because you were afraid that I would lose face, right? Haha, you really know how to joke. Lu Chen felt that he was laughing a little awkwardly. I was just trying to save trouble. All right then, let's sit on your mount now. Linglong said decisively. Lu Chen held his forehead. It seemed that the only hope of getting through this time was for this scholar fairy to not recognize the 10-winged dragon. Whatever, they would have to meet sooner or later. Lu Chen gritted his teeth and summoned the 10-winged dragon. The huge dragon coiled in the air, glaring angrily at Linglong. The 10 pairs of huge wings behind it covered the sky. 1, 2, 3, 10. 10-winged dragon. Linglong frowned. The 10-winged dragon doesn't exist naturally in Jiutian. Only by evolving the 9-winged dragon can one become a 10-winged celestial dragon. Where did you get the 9-winged celestial dragon? The Sky Pet Instance Dungeon? Lu Chen was shocked. She was indeed a scholar fairy. She even knew this. How did you know it was the Sky Mount Instance Dungeon? There are records in my family's books. The last 9-winged celestial dragon was buried in the sky and later became the Sky Mount Instance Dungeon. However, even if someone accidentally entered the Sky Mount Instance Dungeon, I've never heard of anyone obtaining a 9-winged celestial dragon. Lu Chen frowned. It was indeed obtained from the Sky Mount Instance Dungeon. However, it needs to be combined after killing all the bosses and obtaining the boss mount. However, since you know about this, you can totally get one yourself. Ling Long was so angry that she almost bled. Get one for me? If I can do it, you won't be a problem. Chapter 1227. Jiuqian indeed has many worlds of the same level, such as the first heaven and second heaven. Who knows how many worlds of the same level exist? Later on, the heavenly regions will slowly merge. However, some places have a level restriction. For example, the Nightmare World can only trigger the Ghost Pet mission before level 20. The problem is that no one can complete the mission before level 20. Another example is the Sky Mount Dungeon. It also has a level restriction and can only be entered before level 40. However, at that level, 99% of people can't even find the Sky Mount Dungeon, let alone kill all the bosses within the time limit. Once someone completes the corresponding mission, the mission will disappear from the Jiuqian region. This is the so-called only one in the entire server. Lu Chen really had to admit defeat this time. This woman was like a Jiuqian encyclopedia. She really knew everything. What was the origin of her family? She even knew so much about these secrets. Xiao Min and Ten Wing's missions are indeed the only ones in the entire server. When the servers merged, I was puzzled for a while. Why was I the only one with it? Lu Chen mumbled. Only you? You also completed the Nightmare World's mission? Ling Long widened her eyes and looked at Lu Chen in disbelief. I did. Unfortunately, Xiao Min died protecting me. I will find a way to revive her, Lu Chen said. Ling Long suddenly realized that she, a 9-tribulation true celestial, was almost angered to death by this mortal. She had the information and the inheritance, but she couldn't complete the mission. In the end, this guy did it without knowing anything. Looking at the confused Lu Chen, Ling Long became angrier and angrier. Suddenly, she said, "My Ice Phoenix is also the only mount in the entire server. I don't believe that your Ten-Wing can really make my Ice Phoenix submit to you. It must have only been affected before." Lu Chen had an ominous feeling. This woman might be taking things too hard. Don't tell me you want to try. Actually, it's just the level of the mount. You don't have to care so much. Of course I care. The ancient books have compared the Ice Phoenix and Ten-Wing. The Ice Phoenix is not much inferior to Ten-Wing, Ling Long said angrily. Big sister, calm down. It's not good to have your heart waver. It's none of your business. Besides, even if I'm angry, it's because I want to win. In the fight for the Great Tao, if I don't advance, I'll fall behind. I can't lose my desire to win at any time. Lu Chen held his forehead. This woman was really crazy. However, when he thought about it, it made sense. She had gone through countless dangers and endured a 9th-level heavenly tribulation in order to become the strongest. In the end, her mount couldn't even compare to a mortal like him. As expected, Ling Long summoned the Ice Phoenix. 10 wings. Keep a low profile. Lu Chen greeted Ten Wings quietly, only to be interrupted by Ling Long. Hey, what do you mean? Are you looking down on me? Lu Chen sighed. Do you really want to humiliate yourself? You're the one who's asking to be humiliated. Ice Phoenix, so what if you have 10 wings? I'll use the might of the Phoenix to intimidate you. The Ice Phoenix immediately let out a phoenix cry and roared at the 10-winged man. A storm of ice and frost swept through the world, accompanied by the phoenix cry. The 10-winged man frowned slightly and glanced at the Ice Phoenix with his dragon eyes. After a moment, the 10-winged man grew impatient and roared at the Ice Phoenix. Roar! An earth-shattering dragon roar shook the surroundings. It was also filled with the power of dragon fire. In front of the dragon's might, the phoenix's might was nothing. When the two mounts competed, the difference between them was obvious. In an instant, the Ice Phoenix immediately became obedient. It lowered its head and nodded slightly at the 10-winged man. The 10-winged man didn't want to lower himself to her level. After all, his master had said to keep a low profile. He just turned his head and looked elsewhere. Ling Long's eyes widened. Her face was full of anger, but there was nothing she could do. Why is there such a huge difference? Didn't you say they were of the same level? Hey, tell me, why is there such a huge difference? Lu Chen was helpless. I don't know either. Don't you know more than me? Ling Long gritted her teeth and stomped her feet in anger. I don't want to go with you. See you never. After saying that, she jumped onto the Ice Phoenix and wanted to leave. Unfortunately, without the 10-winged man's permission, the Ice Phoenix didn't dare to leave. Seeing that Ling Long was unable to restrain her anger and could only vent her anger on the Ice Phoenix, Lu Chen held his forehead. It seemed that this grudge had been formed. Ling Long didn't succeed in leaving. Not long after the second "see you never," the two of them rode on the 10-winged man and headed to one of the exits to investigate. Do you want to eat a steamed bun? The steamed buns here are very sweet. Lu Chen looked at Ling Long, who was sitting in the back. Ling Long took a deep breath. She had been with this guy for less than 2 days, and she was actually angry with him. She felt that there was a risk of her emotions being restored after the tribulation. She had to control it. Do you know that you are very annoying? Ling Long said calmly. Even if you have the 10-winged man, I wouldn't be angry with them. The key is that you look down on me too much. At first, you deliberately put away the 10-winged man. Then you said that you had completed the Bailing and Sky Mount instances. Lu Chen chewed on the steamed bun and said, Why do I look like I'm asking for a beating? Your indifferent expression is asking for a beating. Do you know how difficult it was to complete those 2 missions? My family had researched hundreds of plans, but none of them succeeded. Do you think that I am angry only because of your 10-winged man? It's because you actually completed something that my family couldn't do for several generations. Lu Chen sighed. What did this have to do with him? Oh, right. You said that it was your friend who saved me. I was talking about Rhubarb's friend. Who is your friend? Louis. Lu Chen answered weakly. The boss of the hidden instance of Divine Herbalist Valley, Louis. How is that possible? My family only mentioned that instance, but they didn't say how to enter it. Lu Chen sighed. Sure enough, this woman even knew about Little Green's background. Rebirth state can enter, but there are 2 conditions to enter. First, there must be a mission with divine blood and demonic seeds, and there must not be a death record. Rebirth state? The first heaven of rebirth. Oh my God, we didn't think of that. Wait, what is the mission with divine blood and demonic seeds? Why haven't I heard of it before? I don't remember where I picked it up. Big sister, that was more than 10 years ago. Plus the imaginary cultivation in the middle. How can I remember things that happened so long ago? Wait, You said that you reached the peak of the human king realm in more than 10 years. How is that possible? Did you take medicine to cultivate? Lu Chen had reached the 13-star Savage King realm in more than 10 years, but Lu Chen didn't dare to say that. If he did, this woman would probably ask 100,000 questions. Can't we have a pleasant conversation? Can you stop asking so many questions? Eat a steamed bun. Ling Long narrowed her eyes and sized up Lu Chen. With her family's background, there shouldn't be many things that she didn't know. However, she didn't know anything about this guy. This was a Jiuqian weirdo. Chapter 1228. In the following time, Lu Chen and Ling Long checked the 13 exits one by one. These exits were distributed in various areas of Hanggu planet. Even with 10 wings, it still took them 2 days. The two of them checked the last cave. There was indeed a portal inside. In the end, they marked all the 13 exits. The two of them chose the 7th entrance, which had the most spirit energy dissipation, and entered together. This time, they were not forcefully pulled in. Therefore, after a short dizziness, the two of them landed steadily. However, as soon as they came out of the portal, the two of them were stunned. This world was already in ruins. However, from the dilapidated buildings, they could vaguely see the glory of this world. Unfortunately, it was not the glory of martial arts. This was a highly developed technological world. The nuclear power plant behind them was still working on its own. It seemed to be operated by artificial intelligence. Perhaps the spirit energy dissipation they felt was caused by this nuclear power plant. Sigh, I thought it was at least a martial arts world. I didn't expect it to be a technological world. Ling Long shook her head. I should have left a teleportation mark on Hanggu planet. It's not easy to go back now. Lu Chen frowned slightly. No matter what kind of martial arts world it was, even if he could not get out for the time being, he could at least kill some monsters. Now, it was a technological world. Not long after, a few mechanical soldiers rushed over with strange-looking weapons. Lu Chen and Ling Long did not want to waste time here. They used their movement techniques to leave first. When they arrived outside the nuclear power plant, the two of them realized that this world was more desolate than they had imagined. Half of the nuclear power plant had collapsed. The city not far away was in ruins. There were ruins and bones everywhere. Lu Chen took a deep breath. This is the consequence of being sacrificed. This time, Ling Long did not mock Lu Chen. She knew that Lu Chen only had one last coordinate left in his world. A technological world can't be compared to a martial arts world. Their weapons are vulnerable in front of cultivation techniques. Their bodies are also very fragile. It's inevitable that they will be destroyed. Lu Chen sighed. The technological level of my world is not as good as here. This nuclear power plant has artificial intelligence guards. My world has not developed to this stage yet. Now that I think about it, Earth is too weak and fragile in this vast universe. Sighing, Lu Chen regained his spirit. Let's see if there's anyone here. No matter what, let's find an exit first. Yes, Lu Chen summoned Rhubarb and the little fur ball. With Rhubarb leading the way, the little fur ball lay on top of Rhubarb's head, protecting Rhubarb. After entering the city, Lu Chen discovered that there were also some strange creatures in this world. From time to time, some black shadows would flash past them and disappear into the ruins of the collapsed buildings. These creatures posed no threat to them, so Lu Chen didn't care about them. After walking in the city for more than 2 hours, night gradually fell. Suddenly, Rhubarb, who was not far away, barked. It had smelled the scent of humans. Lu Chen and Ling Long quickly rushed over. In a dead end, Rhubarb was barking at two humans in ragged clothes. The two people, one old and one young, were holding some metal. They looked at Rhubarb in horror, trembling in fear. Rhubarb, don't scare them. Lu Chen stopped Rhubarb and looked at the two people. Are you natives here? Natives? We are survivors here. Are you humans too? Lu Chen looked at Ling Long. It seemed that they had found their target. Are there other survivors here? No. Ling Long suddenly pulled out her long sword and looked at the two people coldly. If you dare to lie again, I will kill you now. The two survivors were so scared that they hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Lu Chen held Ling Long's hand and shook his head. Maybe they just want to protect others. The fiercer you are, the less likely they will tell the truth. Ling Long thought that it made sense and put away her long sword. Lu Chen walked over and helped the two people up. Don't worry, my friend is impatient. We are humans too. We won't hurt you. We just want your help. Help? We have nothing. Even living is difficult. We can't help you. The old man said. Lu Chen suddenly remembered that he still had a few steamed buns. He took out the steamed buns and gave them to the two people. We don't want your supplies. We just want to get some information. The two people looked at the steamed buns and were shocked. This is for us. Lu Chen nodded and handed the steamed buns to the two people. The old man immediately wolfed down the steamed buns. The teenage boy swallowed his saliva and carefully put the steamed buns into his arms. Lu Chen asked in surprise, Why aren't you eating? I want to leave it for my sister. The boy said. Lu Chen suddenly felt a pain in his heart. This child was so much like his old self. He smiled at the boy and took out another steamed bun. You and your sister both have steamed buns. It's a pity that it's a little cold. Ling Long looked coldly at Lu Chen talking to the two beggars. He was so natural and friendly, as if they were his family and friends. At this point, Ling Long completely believed that the man was not an immortal. He was a living person. Lu Chen finally gained the trust of the two people. They brought the two people back to the survivor camp. The so-called camp was just a sewer. There were only a few hundred people here, and they knew nothing about Lu Chen's problem. There will be black fiends outside. We don't dare to go too far from here. We don't know where the strange area is. An old man said. Lu Chen sighed. It seemed that the situation of the people in this world was worse than Hong Wuxing. Just as they were about to leave, the boy who got the steamed buns brought his sister to Lu Chen. Hey, that we seem to know of a strange area. Lu Chen looked at the brother and sister strangely. You know of it? Yes. The boy nodded affirmatively. Previously, Xiao Lan and I got lost. When I was looking for her, I saw a black fiend lair. I found many black fiends surrounding an abandoned mine. They went in one by one, but none came out. At that time, I was still wondering how the mine could contain so many black fiends. Now that I think about it, maybe that's the strange place you were talking about. Lu Chen glanced at Ling Long. She had the same expression in her eyes as him. Obviously, that place was most likely an exit. It was too difficult to find all the exits in this world. If they could find one first, they would naturally want to take a look. Can you take us there? Are you crazy? That place is just beside the Black Fiend lair. We'll die if we go there. The boy said. Lu Chen smiled. How many Black Fiend lair are there in your world? I don't know. I only know that the lair was the first one to appear, and it's also the biggest one. Lu Chen nodded. As a reward, I promise you that if you take me there, I'll destroy that lair. Are you willing to do that? The boy was stunned. Really? Ling Long had been observing Lu Chen as a bystander, Unknowingly, she suddenly realized that she was very curious about how this guy would escape the myriad world maze. Even her family could not complete the dungeon missions, but this guy could complete them. There must be something special about him. Chapter 12:29. The boy's name was Little Sue, and the girl's name was Little Lay. They were children born after the war, and their parents passed away not long after they were born. Although they were young, they had been to many sanctuaries. After all, the siblings were young, and others were not wary of them, making them easier to be accepted than other adults. The eyes of the two children were far more mature than their peers, and they were less naive and pure. Little Lay was very afraid of Lu Chen and Ling Long, and had been holding her brother's arm tightly. It seemed that they had seen too much of the ugliness of human nature. After leaving the sanctuary, Lu Chen summoned 10-Winged and brought Ling Long, Little Sue, and Little Lay to the Black Fiend's lair. When the siblings saw Lu Chen's mount, they were so shocked that they couldn't speak for a long time. However, Lu Chen didn't explain much. After all, to them, they didn't even know about the 9 heavens, let alone seeing a true dragon. There was a forest about 60 to 70 kilometers away from the city. This technological world used to pay attention to protecting primeval forests while developing technology. They also took care of environmental protection. It seemed that their level of civilization was much higher than Earth's. Looking down from the sky, there was a huge hole at the edge of the forest. A large number of black demons lived around the hole, and their appearance was exactly the same as the black demons of Hong Wuxing. They should be the same species. Ling Long said, even a world like Hong Wuxing couldn't resist it. This world won't be able to. Next to the hole, which was hundreds of meters in diameter, was an abandoned mine. It was surrounded by a circle of black fiends, but they only patrolled around the mine and did not approach. Is that the mine you mentioned? Lu Chen asked. Yes, that's it. Little Sue said, with certainty. Lu Chen nodded and summoned Little Furball, Little Originator, and Little Beast. I'll leave this place to you. Don't destroy the mine. Oh, yeah, we can move around again. Little Beast looked eager. After saying that, it jumped down from 10-Winged with Little Furball and Little Originator. The 3 beasts went straight into the lair. Since it was also the Black Demon Army, there must be a Black Demon God here. If they killed it first, it would be faster to kill the rest. Not long after, the 3 of them successfully lured the Black Demon God out, and the battle quickly entered the killing phase. Ling Long couldn't help but shake her head as she looked at the 3 extraordinarily powerful fellows. A humanoid battle pet that has the power of multiple mythical beasts. I'm afraid only the beast god can do that. That little white mouse devoured food, as if it was its life. It was ferocious and cruel. Combined with its appearance, it should be a heaven-devouring, god-slaying rat. Nameless, you... Ling Long really wanted to ask how Lu Chen managed to get his hands on these 2 fellows. However, after thinking about it, she really didn't want to see Lu Chen's indifferent expression again. Thus, she forcefully held back the question. As long as I don't ask, you won't have the chance to show off. However, she could ignore the beast deity and the heaven-swallowing rat, but that white tiger was too strange. Immune to both physical and spiritual attacks, extremely high elemental resistance, and the ability to absorb physical and spiritual attacks. These characteristics were simply too overpowered. What breed is that white tiger of yours? Lu Chen said, Originator is not a white tiger. It can change its form at will. When it was separated from me, it used this form to accompany my friend in battle. It has been using it ever since. It can change its form at will? Why? Why don't I know about such a battle pet? You're so knowledgeable. You should know about it. Lu Chun was confused. He had found the model of originator when he tested Kong Xianxin on the pillars of the 9 professions, which meant that there were records about originators in the Zhoutian culture. Later, Lu Chun was enlightened. Oh, right. It wasn't a battle pet. In the beginning, it was a puppet. Of course, he couldn't find originator among the battle pets. Puppet, it's immune to both physical and spiritual attacks, and can change its form after absorbing physical and spiritual attacks. Wait, are you talking about natural spirits? I think so. Lu Chun replied, solemnly. She had been holding a grudge against Lu Chun for not telling her about the 10 wings of agility. This time, Lu Chun intended to tell her the truth, in case she misunderstood him again. It's said that natural spirits are the only puppets that can evolve into conscious individuals. Once a natural spirit gains consciousness, it can be classified as a battle pet. Not all of them. I can gain the senses and vision of originator through puppetry, which the little beast and the furball can't do. However, I can communicate more with the little beast and originator. There's still a difference. Ling Long didn't know how to look at the solemn guy in front of her anymore. None of his pets, battle pets, puppets, or mounts were ordinary. More importantly, he had so many of them. Those are all things that the spiritualists yearn for, but you also have the fate reversing set. What kind of monster are you? Lu Chun looked at Ling Long and smiled. Actually, you're also very good. You're the first person I've met to recognize the little beast and originator. Besides, your family knows a lot of hidden quests. They're more powerful than the average families. Don't you know that's the most infuriating thing? Our thousands of years of inheritance can't compare to your blindness. Lu Chun was stunned for a moment before he came to his senses. Others had studied it for a long time, but he had taken it all. Even celestial master Ling Long couldn't stay calm. One could only imagine how infuriating it was. However, this time, Ling Long seemed to have thought it through. She sighed. It seems that there are still some things that I haven't let go of. No wonder my improvement is not as good as my elder brother's. Since I've become an immortal, I shouldn't dwell on these things. Then she closed her eyes and sat down cross-legged. An unstable Tao heart is not good for cultivation. Eternal icy heart technique. Lu Chun finally breathed a sigh of relief. This woman was finally not so annoying. He turned around and walked to the brother and sister who were snuggled up to each other. He took out some jerky for his own use and handed it to them. Don't be afraid. You won't fall from here. Thank you. Little Sue took the jerky hesitantly and gave most of it to his sister. Lu Chun smiled slightly. I used to have a sister too. Now that I've cultivated for so many years, I really miss the times when we stole meat buns together. You two wait here. I'll cultivate by the side, little beast, and the rest should finish their battle within an hour. Seeing Lu Chun being so kind, the brother and sister finally relaxed and nodded solemnly. Lu Chun also sat down cross-legged and took out a large pile of beast cores. The creation bloodline was an ability bestowed by the dragon species. It was different from his wild monster bloodline. The wild monster bloodline was an ability of the battle soul, while the creation bloodline was an ability of Lu Chun's body. Currently, the creation bloodline could provide Lu Chun with a 10% attribute bonus. The bonus would not be counted in his level. In other words, if there was another 13-star human king, Lu Chun's attributes would still be 10% higher than his 10 wings bonus. I remember that the highest level of the creation bloodline is level 5. I wonder if it can be upgraded in the future. Let's not think about that for now. I think I need to consume beast cores to upgrade my bloodline. Although he could not access his personal panel, Lu Chen still remembered this information. At this thought, Lu Chen began to consume the beast cores. 27 million. Lu Chen felt a headache coming on. He did not count them and ate them. Instead, he grabbed a handful and stuffed them into his mouth. Chapter 1230. Beast cores and spirit pills couldn't be consumed directly by normal people. First of all, they had a hard outer shell. Secondly, even if the outer shell was broken, once the spiritual energy contained in the beast core was released, normal people wouldn't be able to withstand it. This kind of intensity could be compared to a spirit pill's self-destruction. However, there were exceptions, such as Little Beast, Little Furball, and Lu Chen. However, Lu Chen's fusion method was different from the other two. Little Beast and Little Furball ate it directly, but Lu Chen, more accurately, fused it gently. When the black demon beast core entered Lu Chen's body, it would dissolve in Lu Chen's blood. The blood would then transport the spiritual energy released by the beast core to Lu Chen's body. The spirit pill would transform and strengthen his body. Originally, Lu Chen thought that if he took too many beast cores at once, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, when he took the beast cores, he found that the beast cores didn't reject his body. On the contrary, his blood could quickly dissolve the beast cores and transform Lu Chen's body. As long as he took the beast cores, he could upgrade his bloodline in a very short period of time. Without a panel, Lu Chen could only use his inner sight to judge the situation in his body. These black demon beast cores weren't of a high grade. Lu Chen didn't stop fusing with them, stuffing them into his mouth. After about an hour, he fused with nearly 500,000 black demon beast cores. Only then did he feel a change in his spirit core. Compared to before, Lu Chen's spirit core had increased by a little. He estimated that the upgrade of his universal bloodline should have increased his thinking attribute by 10%. Only 10%. Lu Chen was slightly disappointed. It wasn't that the increase of one level was too little. The key was that the universal bloodline seemed to only be able to increase by 5 levels. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility of the universal bloodline evolving, but at least Lu Chen didn't know if it would evolve. Even if it could evolve, how would it evolve? Therefore, he could only upgrade his universal bloodline to level 5. Level 1 is 10%, level 5 is 50%, and level 10 is 20%. My spiritual energy is 70% higher than others of the same level. However, it's hard to say if it's 3D. The key is that I don't know what the upper limit of others is. After becoming an immortal, Lu Chen believed that the other people had also broken through their 3-dimensional limits to varying degrees. However, Lu Chen did not know the situation of the others and could not be sure for the time being. Lu Chen had just improved his all things bloodline. Although it was only a small improvement, he still felt indescribably comfortable. He originally wanted to learn the 8 transformations of demonic god, but Little Critter and the others had already finished their battle. Little Beast then gave Lu Chen 500,000 black fiend beast cores. Dad, the number of demons here is much less than Hong Wuxing's. The total number is less than a quarter of Hong Wuxing's. The black demon god is also much weaker. It's not enough to fight. Little Furball and Little Originator also expressed the same opinion. They didn't have enough fun. Hurry up and bring us to the world of martial arts. Lu Chen smiled. It's about time to go. After sending Little Sue and Little Lei to the shelter, the survivors looked at the flying dragon in the sky reluctantly. Some of them were already crying. Lu Chen stood on the dragon's back and sighed. I'm sorry, I can't help you clear all the black fiends. I don't have much time left. Ling Long said softly, without the protection of the black demon god's spirit shield. Their firearms can be used. However, to rebuild this place, I'm afraid it will take a long time. But at least you gave them a chance to live. Luchan nodded. This was the best he could do. He hoped that the siblings could live well. As there was not much information in this world, Luchan and the others had no choice but to enter the next world through the entrance of the mine. When they opened their eyes again, Luchan and Ling Long breathed a sigh of relief. The world this time was not a technological world. Look, there are people flying on swords in the sky, Ling Long said excitedly to Luchan. Luchan looked at the sky. About 100 people were flying in the sky, flying on swords. This is at least a high martial arts world. It might even be a super martial arts world. Ling Long was in a good mood. Luchan said disapprovingly, "It's useless if it's not Shinwu. Who knows if this world in the labyrinth can lead to Shinwu world?" Ling Long said, "The higher the level of the world, the more understanding they have of teleportation portals. If it's a super martial arts world, they would have already known the location of all the exits. They might even know some information about the other side of the portal. In any case, it's much better than a technological world." Luchan nodded. "Let's go. Let's see what those people are doing." "Do you know how to fly on a sword?" Luchan knew how to use soul manipulation, so it wasn't hard for him to fly on a sword or a spear. However, he had 10 wings, so he didn't train much. Ling Long looked at Luchan strangely. "There's finally something you don't know?" Saying so, Ling Long pulled out her sword. The sword floated in the air. She stepped on the sword and looked back at Luchan. "Come on up." Luchan also jumped on. Speaking of which, with 2 people standing on the sword, and Luchan wasn't the one flying it, Luchan felt a bit unsafe. "Hold on to this ribbon. If you fall, I don't care." Ling Long untied the ribbon from her head. She grabbed one end for herself and left the other end for Luchan. "Just this? I think it's safer to hold on to you. If you dare to touch me, I'll cut off your hands." Ling Long turned around and glared at Luchan. Luchan quickly grabbed the thin ribbon with both hands. "Done. Done." As soon as Luchan said that, the flying sword took off. Luchan almost fell. Fortunately, Luchan was also a person who could fly. Finally, there was no danger, and he gradually grasped the balance. The 2 quickly caught up with those who were flying on their swords. Ling Long's appearance instantly attracted the attention of many men, mainly because this woman was too perfect. Even in this world of martial arts, she still stood out, making all the beauties pale in comparison. A man flying beside Ling Long shouted, "This lady looks a bit unfamiliar. Are you also going to participate in the Ling family's disciple test?" Ling Long didn't want to waste her breath on mortals. She said coldly, "Ask him." The man was a bit disappointed, but since he had already asked, he could only continue. Only then did he notice Luchan behind the beauty, who was holding on to a thin rope. He was trembling as if he was afraid that he would fall. "Hey, little friend, you still don't know how to fly on your sword? Are you this lady's servant?" "Yes." Luchan said, "You said you are going to participate in the Ling family's disciple test. There are no demonic creatures invading here." "How could there not be? Ever since the seniors sacrificed the Jotian 30 years ago, the demonic creatures have invaded our planet. However, the more chaotic the world is, the more we need to cultivate talents to resist the demonic creatures. I really didn't expect that our planet would be sacrificed to the Jotian. We are a world guarded by 10 immortals. No matter what, we can't just sit around and wait for death, right?" Luchan roughly understood the situation of this world. They had been sacrificed for 30 years, but because of their high level of martial arts, They had survived until now. However, this world actually had 10 immortals. Even they couldn't protect this world. Brother, how is the battle with the demonic creatures going? Luchan asked again. Sai, the black god is invincible. His strength is too terrifying. Even the 10 immortals together couldn't defeat him. Sai, let's not talk about it. If we continue talking, I'm afraid we won't have any faith. Chapter 1231. With this face, Ling Long was able to sneak into the Ling family. This was something Lu Chun could not imagine. If it were him, he would probably be stopped outside in minutes. The disciple who led the way took one look at Ling Long and fell in love with her. He was even threatened by Ling Long to gouge out his eyes, and did not dare to speak. It was also the first time Lu Chun saw someone who was so self-righteous while fishing in troubled waters. What are you looking at? Do you also want to? Ling Long stared at Lu Chun, who was looking at her. Lu Chun hurriedly waved his hand. No. We have been traveling together for several days. I don't want you to gouge my eyes out. But why are you so self-righteous without an invitation? They did not invite you. I am a true immortal. Coming to the Ling family is giving them face. Why should I shrink back? Ling Long said coldly. Besides, the more guilty you are, the more suspicious they will be. It is better to be strong and make those disciples confused. Lu Chun cupped his fists. I admire you. Don't be so glib. Ling Long was still cold. Let's go. If the Ling family is a big family, they should know about the exits. We need to find more exits in this world. Lu Chun nodded and followed Ling Long into the Ling family through the crowd. From the scale of the Ling family and the number of guests, the Ling family should have a big background. Lu Chun and Ling Long came to the VIP area with the guests. A middle-aged burly man walked up to the arena and cupped his fists to the crowd. I am Ling Yun. Thank you all for coming from afar. Today is the triennial disciple test of the Ling family. Although the Black Devil is wreaking havoc, and the people have no way to make a living, the 9 states and 18 countries are in deep trouble. 7 of the 10 great immortal martial emperors have fallen, and countless experts from the big sects have died. However, the more it is so, the more we cannot give up on nurturing new disciples. For 30 years, my destined Earth Star has not been attacked. 30 years later, my destined Earth Star will not fall. As long as we immortal cultivators don't die, our fate with the mortal world will never end. Ling Long said to Lu Chun in a low voice, to be able to persist for 30 years, this world is not simple. Lu Chun asked in a low voice, 10 true immortals, in the fight for the coordinates of the 7th heaven, what kind of level is this? Ling Long shook her head. Relatively weak. A world with 10 true immortals is not strong enough. Isn't it hard for a true immortal to appear? Ling Long looked at the poor student and asked, Do you know the law of the strong in Jiutian? Ah, what law? Ling Long was not surprised by Lu Chen's perplexed expression. The law of the strong is that the strong get stronger, the weak get weaker. It's the same for the various worlds. You should know that if 1 true immortal appears, there might be 2. If there are 2, there might be 4. The number of true immortals in those powerful worlds is beyond your imagination. On the other hand, some weak worlds may not even have a single true immortal. The martial arts level of this world should be on the lower side of the super martial arts level. The number of coordinates is around 120, and the protection period is not too short. In the end, there are only 10 true immortals. Sengoku has too few immortal supremacies, and itinerant immortals are too weak. Think about it, with only 10 true immortals guarding 120 coordinates, How long can they last? Lu Chen frowned. Itinerant immortals were not worthy of the attention of true immortals. In that case, Earth had been naked for the past 50 years. Perhaps his father had considered this point, which was why he had placed all his bets on him. Ling Yun's speech ignited the passion of countless people present, and there was a round of applause. Taking advantage of the heated atmosphere, the test of the Ling family disciples finally began. 3-star cultivation master. The first young man to take the test directly tested his cultivation master realm. Everyone was in awe. However, other than the 7 or 8 disciples who got off to a good start, the rest of the disciples were all cultivators. It seemed like the order of the test was also intentional by the Ling family. Lu Chen was not there to watch the test. He brought Ling Long directly to the head of the Ling family. Ling Yun looked at the results of his disciples, but there was no gratification on his face. If Liao Er had been born 50 years ago, he would have had the chance to enter the Zhouqian to cultivate. But now, at the side, a beautiful woman said faintly, "Head of the Ling family, the Su family is the same." Looking at all these talented children, I really can't bear to tell them about their current predicament. Cultivation Master might not even have the confidence to win against the Black Demon one-on-one, but as long as the Black God is alive, the Black Demon army will never stop. Ling Yun sighed. In the battle with the Black God, 7 of the 10 great celestial martial emperors fell. Even the 10 great celestial martial emperors could not kill the Black God, let alone now with only 3 people. The fate of Earth's destiny was almost unchangeable. At this moment, 2 strangers, a man and a woman, squeezed through the crowd and came in front of Ling Yun. Lu Chen saluted Ling Yun and said, "Head of the Ling family, I am nameless." After saying that, Lu Chen quietly tugged at the impatient Ling Long reluctantly gave him a fist salute. Ling Long, after greeting him, she looked away. Ling Yun looked at the 2 of them in surprise and saluted Lu Chen as well. "You 2 are? We are from the 9th heaven." Ling Yun, Su Zi, and some of the other family heads could not help but look at Lu Chen in shock. Lu Chen continued, "It's like this. We accidentally entered the Earth's destiny star. Do you know where the exit of the Earth's destiny star is?" All the family heads looked at each other. Accidentally entered the Earth's destiny star? The Earth's destiny star teleportation portal has been closed for 30 years. Where did you come from? Ling Yun was shocked. It was proven that for people who did not know the situation, they could not explain it all, but for people who only knew a little, it was more difficult to explain. Ling Yun probably thought that they came to the Earth's destiny star using the Zhouqian method to return to the real world. Lu Chen said, "We did not come from the teleportation portal. We came from the 7th heaven and accidentally entered the myriad world maze. That's how we came to the Earth's destiny star." 7th heaven, myriad world maze. Ling Yun actually knew about the myriad world maze. "Young friend, are you an itinerant immortal or a perfected immortal?" Suzy suddenly became excited. Faced with this question, Lu Chen intended to brush it off. Who knew that Ling Long, who had been silent all this while, would speak at this time? "He's not an immortal. If you don't believe me, ask him to show you his badge." After that, she deliberately looked at Lu Chen provocatively, meaning to say, "Don't you have a lot of ideas? Let's see what you're going to do this time." Lu Chen was speechless. Was this teammate really here to escape the myriad world maze with him? Ling Yun and the rest were even more confused. He said that he came from the 7th heaven, but he was not an immortal? This was illogical. "Young friend, this kind of joke is not to be made casually," Ling Yun said seriously. "If you really came from the 7th heaven, can you disperse the fog around your badge?" Lu Chen frowned. sighed, and said, "I'm not joking, that's the truth. Little brother, there isn't much time left on Earth's destiny planet. If you want to make fun of this, I don't think it's appropriate for you to do so." Ling Yun's expression had become stern. Obviously, he didn't believe what Lu Chen said. "That's right, if you really came from the seventh heaven, you must be immortals. As long as you show us your badge, we can even believe that you're an itinerant immortal. But if you're not even an itinerant immortal, how can we believe that you came from the seventh heaven?" Susie looked at Lu Chen seriously. Lu Chen took a deep breath, looked at Ling Long, and said, "Hey, what are you doing? Do you still want to go back?" Ling Long looked shameless, no longer looking like a fairy. There was no one else in her eyes. "Anyway, I'm not in a hurry. Can I see your true strength? Don't you like to help people? Even 10 true immortals couldn't kill the Black God. If you can kill him, I'll listen to you for the rest of our journey." Lu Chen glared at Ling Long fiercely. Originally, he had been courteous to Ling Long because she had helped him a lot. But this woman had backstabbed him at the crucial moment. True immortals were indeed emotionless machines. He had to teach her a lesson. "All right, you said it. As long as I kill the Black God, you'll go east if I tell you to go west. You'll go west if I tell you to." Chapter 1232. TSK, don't beg me for help. Ling Long was unconvinced. "If you beg me for help, you'll have to acknowledge me as your master." "Don't worry, I'll treat you well." Ling Long raised her eyebrows at Lu Chen. Lu Chen's face was filled with righteous indignation. "So you've been having ideas about me. So what?" Lu Chen said angrily. "I've treated you as a friend, but you've been trying to take me in. Ling Long, you've gone too far." The conversation between the two of them had already stunned the rest of the crowd. This woman seemed to want to take this man in, but this man resisted. Someone whispered to his companion, "Is this beauty trying to force herself on him? Is there such a good thing? That man would rather die than submit? Hey, did I hear wrongly?" His companion pondered for a long time and shook his head. "I don't think you heard wrongly. I don't understand why he would rather die than submit. Could it be that in their world, women are superior to men, and men need to protect their chastity? That's possible. These people naturally didn't understand the seventh heaven and didn't know what it meant to acknowledge a master, but they were still shocked by the quarrel between the two, not to mention who would listen to whom in the future. The two of them were betting on the Black God. That was a super boss that could destroy Earth's destiny planet. Lu Chen shook his head and turned to Ling Yun and the rest. "Everyone, I'm sorry. My friend has such a temper. Since I've said it then, if I kill the Black God, can you tell me the location of all the exits to Earth's destiny planet?" The group of big shots gaped and couldn't react for a long time. "Young friend, you're not joking, are you? You can kill the Black God alone. That's a monster that even 10 perfected immortals together couldn't kill. The 10 great celestial martial emperors are all 6 tribulation true immortals. You clearly said that you're not an immortal. How can you kill the Black God?" "Friend, the two of you can fight, but this joke isn't funny at all." Lu Chen shook his head. "Who said that only immortals can kill demons? I don't know Black God's power, but even if I can't kill Black God, it won't be a loss for you guys. That may be the case, but..." Ling Yun hesitated again and again, then suddenly said to Lu Chen, "Little friend, can you show me your badge?" Although this was the real world, it was also a world that had been sacrificed. Unlike the planets on Ice Plateau, the badge was still effective. Lu Chen waved his hand, revealing half of the badge. Even Ling Long turned her head sideways to sneak a peek at Lu Chen's badge. Human King Realm. Human King Realm? He really wasn't an immortal. But how can the seventh heaven reach the human king realm? Ling Yun frowned. Young, senior, this is a serious matter. I'm just the patriarch of a family. I don't dare to make a decision. Can you wait for a moment? We need to inform the immortal martial emperor. Lu Chen didn't want to make things difficult for them. Tell them to hurry up. I can't stay here for too long. Very soon, the immortal martial emperor has a teleportation talisman. Please wait for a moment. Ling Yun left temporarily. It seemed like he was thinking of a way to inform the three immortal martial emperors. After a few minutes, three figures suddenly appeared on the arena. The disciple of the Ling family, who was in the middle of the test, trembled in fear. It wasn't just him. The surrounding seniors all knelt down and greeted the three people. Greetings, Great Emperor Zhuxiu, Great Emperor Tianrui, and Great Emperor Chengyun. The three of them didn't look surprised as they gestured for everyone to rise. Then, the three of them teleported to Ling Yun's side. The youngest of the three, the Great Earth Emperor, said loudly to Ling Yun, Ling Yun, you said there were guests from the seventh heaven who promised to kill Black God. Are these two people? Ling Yun said respectfully, Yes, Great Emperor Zhuxiu. Zhuxiu glanced at Lu Chen and saw the words human king realm. He frowned and shouted angrily, How dare a mere human king pretend to be an immortal? Lu Chen didn't change his expression. He cupped his fist and said, I never said I was an immortal. I only said that we came from the seventh heaven. How can there be a mortal in the seventh heaven? The other person shouted. Tell me, what is your purpose in coming to the mortal destiny star? Lu Chen knew very well that Ling Long wouldn't help him now. She was waiting to see him make a fool of himself. I accidentally entered the myriad world maze. It's that simple to find the exit, Lu Chen said. I also said that you will give me the location of the exit after I kill Black God. No matter if I succeed or not, you won't lose anything. The oldest Great Emperor frowned. He looked at Lu Chen and said, My young friend, my name is Tianrui. It's not that we are suspicious, but the mortal destiny star is in danger now. We can't even take care of ourselves. We can't afford to be disturbed. Your request sounds reasonable, but what you said before was hard to believe. It's common knowledge that the seventh heaven is the weakest individual immortal, but you're not. How can we not be suspicious? The old man was obviously more polite. Lu Chen said calmly, My situation is a little special. It's normal for you to be suspicious. So tell me, how can you be willing to believe me? The old man thought for a while and said, It's not difficult. You just have to prove that you're as strong as a true immortal. I have a true immortal's testing stone here. First, since you went to the seventh heaven, you should have the strength of an individual immortal. Second, you promised to kill Black God, so you should have the strength of a true immortal. As long as you can test the strength of a 7-star true immortal, I'll believe you. Lu Chen nodded. Okay, I'll test it. Thank you, Senior Tianrui. The Ling family's disciple test was temporarily stopped. The cultivator testing stone on the arena was changed to a giant stone the size of a small mountain. This is the immortal's testing stone? Many Ling family disciples looked at the stone curiously. Tianrui looked at the stone, then looked at Lu Chen and said, To be fair, let's test if the testing stone is accurate. Ling Yun, Suzy, come and test it first. The two family heads came to the arena. What are your levels? The old man asked them. Emperor Tianrui, Ling Yun is a 3-star earth cultivation. Emperor Tianrui, Suzy is a 2-star earth cultivation. Tianrui nodded and took a few steps back. Test it. The two's final test results were the same as the results they reported in advance. However, their full strength punches did not even shake the testing stone mountain. The reaction was not as big as when the other disciples hit the strength testing stone. This made them feel a little embarrassed. Then Tianrui walked to the testing stone mountain. He looked at Lu Chun and said, "I'm a 5 tribulations, 5-star true immortal." Then he hit the testing stone mountain with his palm. Suddenly, a powerful and boundless spiritual chi stirred up a gust of wind. The nearby disciples were sent flying dozens of meters away. If it weren't for the other 2 true immortals, they probably wouldn't have been able to stop themselves from flying. The testing stone mountain shook. After a few minutes, the results were shown. 5-star true immortal. The three's test results were the same as their own. It seemed that the testing stone mountain was accurate. "Lil, friend, it's your turn." Tianrui held out his hand and looked at Lu Chun with a smile. Lu Chun took a deep breath and walked to the center of the arena. Looking at the testing stone mountain, Lu Chun narrowed his eyes. He also wanted to know how many stars of true immortal he was. Chapter 1233. Lu Chun was already very familiar with the testing stones, but this was his first celestial realm testing stone. Celestial realm strength testing stone. There shouldn't be any accidents. Lu Chun narrowed his eyes slightly. Tianrui seemed to have heard Lu Chen's words. After thinking for a while, he guessed Lu Chen's meaning and said, "You're not afraid of breaking the testing stone, are you?" Lu Chen was a little embarrassed. None of his testing stones had left alive. "Ha ha ha! I heard from Lingyan that you're nameless, right? Little friend John Doe, when we were young, who didn't break a few testing stones. But you don't have to worry. This is the Celestial Realm testing stone. It can't be broken." Lu Chen sighed in relief. Since that was the case, he could test with peace of mind. "Senior Tianrui, don't I need to activate my status or use my cultivation technique?" "Mine doesn't need to. This is the Heaven's Divination testing stone. The stone mountain follows the heavenly Tao and has its own mysteries. You only need to use 50% or 60% of your spiritual power, and it can deduce your growth process according to the characteristics of your spiritual power and the laws of heaven and earth. Finally, it can deduce your current level." Tianrui explained, "Actually, it has another function. If you can offer enough beast pills, it can deduce your upper level. This is also why I said you can't break the Heaven's Divination testing stone. You don't even need to use your full strength. How can you damage it?" Lu Chen's eyes widened. "It can deduce the upper level. That's right, but this function is somewhat useless. Firstly, according to the number of heavenly tribulations, those of us who came back from the sevenfold heaven have a general understanding of our own potential. Secondly, there are only 3 genuine immortals left in the dusty planet. The Heaven Divination testing stone only tests the potential of the human immortal path. Even individual immortals can't test it. The rest of the people in the dusty planet can't use it." Lu Chun hurriedly asked, "Can I try this function? I have beast pills." "You want to test your upper level. Didn't you say you're not an immortal? Then you can't be a true immortal. If you don't open the immortal path, you can't test it." Lu Chun didn't open the path to immortality, but his path of cultivation continued. Seeing that Lu Chun wanted to say something but hesitated, Tianrui said, "If you insist on taking the test, you can contribute your own beast core. Before placing the beast core on the Heaven Spill Stone, it would automatically absorb the beast core. The Heaven Spill Stone can be tested if there are green runes flashing on the stone wall." Lu Chun quickly cupped his fists. "Thank you." After saying that, Lu Chun placed the bags of Beast Dawn in front of the stone mountain. After placing around 100,000 heaven spill stones, a layer of green light flashed on the surface of the heaven spill stone, faintly revealing a talisman. Green light flowed on the surface of the heaven evolution stone. Tian Rue reminded, the heaven evolution great formation has been activated. You can test it now. Since there was no need to store up energy, Lu Chen directly punched out with his own spiritual power. Tian Rue said that he only needed to use 50% to 60% of his strength, but Lu Chen used 50% of his strength for this punch. With a loud boom, everyone felt the ground beneath their feet shake violently. Then the ground cracked. A powerful spiritual power suddenly exploded in the field. The two perfected immortals, Zuoxiu and Chengyun, were originally just watching the show casually. Who knew that nameless casual punch would produce such a terrifying spiritual power fluctuation? What are they doing now? Zuoxiu, quick, protect the spiritual power formation. Otherwise, this group of juniors won't be able to withstand the aftershock. What kind of joke is this? How can a human king have such spiritual power? Zuoxiu looked at Lu Chen in shock as he quickly joined forces with Chengyun to activate a spiritual power shield. Only then did the aftershock not continue to spread. Ling Yun and the other patriarchs were even more shocked. This spiritual power is even more powerful than Emperor Tianrui's. I think he didn't use his full strength at all. Just the spiritual power alone is already something we can't withstand. He's really just a mortal? The power of a mortal is comparable to an immortal or a demon. At this moment, Ling Long was nervously staring at the testing stone. Even though she was the person who was most familiar with Lu Chen's strength was still a mystery to her. Lu Chen quietly waited for the final result. He was also a little nervous now. How was the effect of these 4 years of closed-door cultivation? After waiting for 5 minutes, the entire place was silent for 5 minutes. Lu Chen suddenly had an ominous premonition. He stared at the heaven spill stone and turned to ask Tianrue, Senior Tianrue, what's wrong? The result is still not out yet. Tianrue was also staring at the heaven spill stone. You're testing 2 items, and the results are out at the same time. It might be deducing your path to immortality now. Lu Chen heaved a sigh of relief. An hour later, that Senior Tianrue, it's already been an hour. Lu Chen's eyes were a little dry from staring. Tianrue was also very depressed. The result was still not out after an hour. Sengoku and Venerable Immortals used the Heaven Spill Stone to test, and there were no problems. Why was it not working after this kid tested it? Look, the runes on the Heaven Spill Great Formation are still flowing. There should be a result soon. As soon as he finished speaking, the runes on the surface of the Heaven Spill Stone suddenly shone brightly, and a few words appeared on the wall. The heaven-defying path cannot be deduced. The moment that line of words appeared, the entire Heaven Spill Stone suddenly exploded from the inside to the outside. The explosion was so fierce that not a single piece of the Heaven Spill Stone was left. All of them turned into dust. The huge stone mountain in the arena disappeared in an instant, leaving only smoke and dust in the arena. At this moment, Lu Chen, Tianrue, Ling Long, Zuoxiu, and Qingyun's expressions were indescribable. Everyone else was petrified. After a long time, Lu Chen closed his mouth and swallowed his saliva. Obviously, it was impossible for this thing to stick together. Didn't you say that it wouldn't break? It's F***king broken to the point that it can't break anymore. Where's the trust between people? Is it so difficult to trust someone? Cough, cough, cough. This is an accident, Tianrue said, absent-mindedly. It's more than an accident. This is unheard of since ancient times and unseen in 10,000 years. Behind Lu Chen, Ling Long said blankly, I really can't travel with this fella anymore, or I won't be able to take this kind of stimulation. He can even break the heaven spill stone. This is something that has never been recorded in the ancient books of my clan. I'm afraid that it would be an accident if someone else broke the testing stone, but this fella, it would be an accident if he didn't break the testing stone. Lu Chen was a little embarrassed. As expected, it's better not to touch the testing stone in the future. I can't touch anything, whether it's an all-out test or a deduction test. However, the testing stone didn't show my rank at the end. Lu Chen said regretfully. He Xing didn't want him to pay back then, but this time he wasn't familiar with Tianrui, so he probably wouldn't be so easy to talk to. Senior Tianrui, I don't have much savings these few years. Here are 800,000 beast cores, some medicinal herbs, spirit stones, and 3 sets of clothes, Tianrui sighed. Although the heaven spill stone is precious, we've already left Jiutian. What's the use of keeping it? Suddenly the 3 true immortals, Tianrui, Suoxiu, and Changyun, stood in front of Lu Chen and cupped their fists at Lu Chen. Our only wish now is that Nameless Senior can kill the Black God. Chapter 1234. This time, Lu Chen had no choice but to accept the mission. For Dust Planet, this might be their last chance. Tianrui and the others did not dare to delay. They asked Lu Chen to wait for one more day to give them time to prepare. Tianrui and the other 2 great emperors issued a heavenly emperor order, requesting the powerhouses above the level of a great cultivator and the remaining 26 loose immortals to rush to the black godly lair. The next morning, Lu Chen and Ling Long set off with the Ling family. To prevent others from being unable to fly, the 2 of them rode on the Ice Phoenix. People flying on swords could be seen everywhere in the sky. There were also many people riding on treasured mounts. These people must have taken some low-level mounts from Jiutian before Dust Planet was sacrificed. There are quite a lot of people. Ling Long said, "Are you really confident in killing the black godly lair?" Lu Chen looked at the woman. "You know the black godly lair? Who knows? Every world has a different name. But 7 out of the 10 true immortals were killed. That guy's strength is definitely terrifying." As she spoke, Ling Long gave Lu Chen a teleportation talisman. "If you can't beat him, use this to escape." Lu Chen looked at Ling Long in surprise. "You actually care about my life? Don't you immortals have no feelings?" Ling Long's expression changed slightly. She seemed a little depressed. After a while, she slowly said, "My family is known as the #1 tantric sect in Jiutian. Our ancestors have been collecting information about Jiutian for generations. From wild monsters, bosses, equipment, to hidden dungeons, missions, battle pets, techniques, and sets, we know almost everything." Lu Chen did not understand why Ling Long would say this, but he did not interrupt her. He only listened carefully. As for the tribulation, as the first qualitative change in Jiutian, our research is naturally the most. After 1,000 years of research, we summarized a whole set of theories. Under what kind of strength can summon a level 9 tribulation, and what level of physical strength must be to pass it. Other than physical strength, there is another important point, which is the Taoist heart. And our family has a cultivation method that can help those who are going through the tribulation cut off their worldly ties. Lu Chen frowned. "There's such a method? Wait, the ice heart technique you cultivated before, could it be?" Ling Long nodded. "That's right." Lu Chen frowned and said, "No wonder I feel that you are a little different from the other genuine immortals. Of course, the difference is only a little. You are a little more enthusiastic than them. It turns out that you have not really cut off your mortal bonds. Why are you telling me this?" Lu Chen suddenly looked at Ling Long vigilantly. He had to be on guard against this woman. She seemed to be trying to get him to acknowledge her as his master. Ling Long smiled helplessly. I'm telling you this because I want to tell you that there are some things that we can't decide. Even those true immortals have some mortal desires in their hearts. Look at Tianrui. When he returned to his own world, wasn't he a little different from other true immortals? Some immortals become numb in order to become stronger. Some immortals have no choice but to become numb. Not everyone has the courage to walk the path of defying the heavens. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. This woman could actually say something like that. It did not seem like her style. But then again, what Ling Long said made sense. Perhaps there were differences between immortals. This casual conversation allowed Lu Chen to see a slightly different Ling Long. In the end, Ling Long put on a stern face again. Forget it. Your life and death has nothing to do with me. Anyway, remember our bet. Once you use the transportation talisman, it's equivalent to me saving you. You have to acknowledge me as your master. With that, Ling Long went to the side to cultivate the ice heart technique. Lu Chen widened his eyes. Good heavens, this woman changed her face too quickly. A few hours later, they followed the main group to the sky above a belt of black fog. At this time, the sky was dark. These were all cultivators who had rushed over from all over. On the ground below, there was a long and narrow area formed by the black fog. Looking down, it looked like a black river. However, due to the dense black fog, the surface of the lake could not be seen at all. Lu Chen could see that a large number of black shadows rushed out of the thick fog and quickly surged in all directions. These creatures that crawled out were pitch black all over. They were shaped like apes, and their bodies were far larger than that of ordinary people. They were agile and used all four limbs. There was a huge number of them, and they continuously drilled out of the thick fog. Not far away, on the back of a red-crowned crane, Tianrui invited Lu Chen over. Lu Chen jumped on the red-crowned crane's back and found that the three true immortals were here. Nameless. This used to be called the Immortal Dust River. Although there were demons living here, they were suppressed by the cultivators and did not dare to leave the Immortal Dust River. It was barely peaceful. Later, when the earthly destiny star was sacrificed, this river changed. The river surface was filled with black fog, and these ape-like demons were released crazily. The normal black apes are not very strong. They are about 5-star cultivators. However, they have very strong shields. There are also some strong black apes whose strength may reach the emperor level, or even Theo the Great, the human king level. Our immortal cultivators are retreating again and again. Even though we have 10 true immortals on our side, we are still retreating. Most importantly, there is a black god living here. Its strength is unusually strong. I suspect that it may have reached the strength of a 7-star true immortal. Even with 10 true immortals working together, we were still defeated. Lu Chen nodded. Those shields should be provided by the Black God. As long as we kill the Black God, with the strength of your world, it should be enough to destroy them. Have you collected all the information I need? Don't worry about this. We have records of the exits of the earthly destiny star. We will not miss a single one. Tianrui said, "All right, I'm going down." After saying that, Lu Chen directly jumped down from the sky. Tianrui's exclamation came from behind. "Nameless, you're going down alone? What about us?" It seemed that they had gathered so many people to help Lu Chen deal with those black apes. "Don't come down, or you will be injured." Lu Chen hurriedly shouted. If these great cultivators came down, It would only affect the speed of the little beast and the others. He had to warn them. The wind whistled in his ears. Lucien did not know why, but he remembered the final result given by the sky spill stone. The path of defying the heavens could not be deduced. You don't know the answer either? Fine. The testing stone did not give me a result. I can only find the answer from the black god. A long spear appeared beside Lucien. Lucien grabbed the void god-destroying spear and shouted, "God and demon symbiosis. Dragon god form." Suddenly, Lucien transformed into a white-haired golden armored god of war. Like a meteor, sparks flew as he fell from the sky. Spearway star-shattering. With a boom, Lucien's spear directly hit the surface of the 1,000-mile immortal dust river. The river surface was suddenly split into two. The river water was monstrous, setting off huge waves that were dozens of meters high. It directly hit the riverbed of Lucien's river. Black God, come out! Chapter 1235. Lucien split the immortal dust river in half with his spear, causing the black fog to disperse. Countless black apes swarmed over when they saw someone intruding into their nest. Lucien summoned the 3 lesser source beasts. Lesser source, I'll leave these guys to you. Okay, Dad. Lesser source, Furball, and lesser source pounced on the black ape army. The 3 charged into the black ape army and started a massacre. It could be said that if the experts here did not come out, the 3 of them could wipe out the black ape army. Of course, there were experts among the black apes. Soon, a few huge black apes surrounded the 3 of them, preventing them from going crazy in the black ape army. At the same time, the immortal dust river did not fall for a long time. Suddenly, a pair of red eyes lit up on the riverbed. "Sengoku?" The voice suddenly sounded, but when he saw Lucien in the air, he dismissed the idea. Human King Realm? How is that possible? With that, the riverbed shook, and the ground on both sides of the riverbed began to collapse. Soon, a huge beast stood up from the immortal dust river. As soon as he stood up, Lucien sucked in a breath of air. This guy is 200 meters tall. It was pitch black and shaped like an ape. A mere human king dares to provoke me. Wu Shichi? The ape's eyes were filled with killing intent. You're courting death. Ling Long, who was sitting on the ice phoenix, could not help but stand up and look at the huge beast below in shock. Is that Wu Shichi, one of the 4 divine monkeys? He's extremely good at controlling water, and Nameless is good at controlling fire. It's hard to say who will win in this battle of water and fire. Immortal technique, heavenly water, bone erosion, soul disintegration. This guy didn't talk nonsense and directly attacked. With a wave of his hand, a monstrous wave smashed towards Lucien from all directions. Since the other party did not want to waste time talking, it was exactly what Lucien wanted. He growled, "Spear Dao Empyrean Spear." The god-slaying spear's body instantly emitted raging flames. Lucien merged with the spear and stabbed out. The spear struck the water screen together with the spear. With a boom, the water curtain in the air exploded. The water droplets splashed out and smashed into the trees. The surrounding trees were pierced through by the water droplets, and the trees were snapped one after another. After one move, all the trees within a radius of 100 miles around the immortal dust river fell down, outlining an oval area. This was the image of the force field created by the collision of the 2 spiritual energies. At this moment, it was perfectly outlined by the surrounding broken wood. Oh my God, the area of effect is too wide. This is just the 2 of them testing each other out, but the power is already so shocking. Is this a battle between immortals? As expected, it's far beyond the scope of human power. However, if it's just a tie in the first test, John Doe doesn't seem to have a chance to win. Wu Zhiqi is extremely powerful. His water manipulation technique is hard to guard against. At the same time, his self-healing ability is extremely strong. Last time, the 10 great immortal martial emperors were dragged to death by him. A loose immortal side. At this moment, Tian Rui and the other two were watching the battle seriously. The two of them were evenly matched just now, but Wu Zhiqi is better at prolonged battles. His self-healing ability is too terrifying. If he takes down the enemy in a short period of time, he won't have a chance to win. Tian Rui said. Suishio said, Wu Zhiqi is known as the water ghost. His water manipulation technique is already at the peak. Nameless doesn't know if he has a chance to win. At this moment, Tian Rui suddenly said, Everyone, get ready. If the situation is urgent, we can help. Are we really going to fight? Suishio immediately stood up and asked. Tian Rui said, I'm afraid this is our last chance. If he loses, our mortal fate planet's hope will be even slimmer. We can't just stand by and watch. If necessary, we must help him. Suishio and Chengyan nodded at the same time. Lu Chen was pushed back 100 meters. His body was full of wounds from the water droplets. He looked up at his opponent in shock. Although Wu Zhiqi was also pushed back 100 meters, he didn't have any injuries because he didn't want to let Lu Chen get close to him. Although the spiritual power of Empyrean Spear and bone-eroding, soul-dissolving Spear canceled each other out, they were in completely different states. Besides, the water cultivation technique was long-lasting, while the fire cultivation technique was explosive. The collision between the two resulted in a tie. Obviously, he was at a disadvantage. This guy is stronger than I thought. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. Lu Chen turned to look at the little beast and found that they were in a life-and-death battle. The shields of these black apes were much stronger than those of the two worlds they had swept through before. Moreover, they were very agile and more intelligent than the black demons and black demons. Seeing the powerful strength of Xiao Yuan and the other two, they soon adopted a roundabout strategy instead of coming to their deaths in groups. Only a few powerful black apes were restraining the little beast, and the other two, as more and more members of the Black Absolute Army arrived, the pressure on the three beasts increased. The Black Absolute Army is indeed much stronger than the Black Demon Army and the Black Evil Army. Lu Chen took a deep breath. He couldn't be distracted to help the little beast, and the other two. At this moment, the sound of a bugle horn came from the horizon. The sound of the bugle horn reverberated through the whole area. The people in the sky looked at the person holding the bugle horn. It was a rogue immortal. After blowing the horn, he said in a loud voice, Cultivators of the Mortal Fate Star, listen to my command. 30 years ago, the Mortal Fate Star was sacrificed to the Jotian. In the same year, the Black Absolute God arrived and killed the 7 emperors and slaughtered all living beings. 30 years ago, we worked hard, but we were no match for the Black Absolute Army. The Mortal Fate Star is in danger. Today, a powerful figure has come to the world to help us kill demons. This is a God-given opportunity. If we stand by and do nothing, we will regret it when the world is destroyed. All cultivators, listen to my command. Although I am weak, I don't want to resign myself to fate. Everyone help the young man and the 2 beasts to resist the Black Absolute Army. As soon as he finished speaking, dazzling sword shadows fell from the sky like a meteor shower. At this moment, the sky was dyed with 7 colors. The army of cultivators descended from the sky and rushed toward the Black Absolute Army to join the battle with the little beast and the other 2. Seeing this, Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. He asked them not to come down, but they still came down. Although most of them had low cultivation, when it came to the survival of the planet, there was no more deception or cowardice. There was only one thought in everyone's mind. Even if they had to die, they had to protect their home. Along the way, Hong 5 Planet, Technology Planet, and Mortal Fate Star, no matter how weak or strong they were, no matter how difficult the situation was, there was one thing that was the same. None of them had completely given up their last belief. The belief to live, the belief to protect their family, the belief to protect their home. Although I am weak, I don't want to resign myself to fate. At this moment, Lu Chen suddenly realized that he did not only obtain beast cores in the myriad world maze. There is one more thing. Although I am weak, I don't want to resign myself to fate. Lu Chen shouted in a low voice, then stared at Wu Zhiqi. I will help you. Chapter 1236. If you know you're weak, then accept your fate. Wu Zhiqi roared. The weak don't deserve to exist in this world. Kid, no matter who you are, if you dare to stop me from destroying this world, you will die. Immortal technique, heavenly water, water ghost possession. Wu Zhiqi roared. Suddenly, a black ghost hand appeared in the air in front of Lu Chen and grabbed at Lu Chen's eyes. Lu Chen quickly dodged and turned around to stab the ghost hand with Shatterstar. However, the ghost hand only turned into water droplets. However, before Lu Chen could catch his breath, a large number of ghost hands appeared around him again. Lu Chen quickly opened up the distance between him and the triple door. However, no matter where he ran, ghost hands would appear around him and try to stop Lu Chen. Damn it, what kind of skill is this? Lu Chen's eyes widened. He had encountered skills that could catch up to him while he was moving. However, this water ghost possession did not rely on speed at all. As long as he stopped for a moment, ghost hands would immediately appear around him. Although these ghost hands were not impossible to dodge, Lu Chen was still annoyed. Kid, you must feel bad. Wu Zhiqi sneered. This is just the beginning. Since you're not an immortal, then you're immortal. Since you're immortal, how can you fight me? Wu Zhiqi grinned. The show is just beginning. This skill, as long as you're immortal, no matter how strong you are, you will definitely die. Immortal secret technique, water essence, extraction. Lu Chen did not have time to attack, but Wu Zhiqi had plenty of time. After water ghost possession, Wu Zhiqi attacked again. Secret technique. In the past, Lu Chen had heard that secret techniques were the strongest techniques of the same level. And this time, what Wu Zhiqi used was a secret technique of the immortal technique. Lu Chen had not sensed Wu Zhiqi's attack when he suddenly felt intense pain all over his body. He could only watch helplessly as his right arm shriveled up. Lu Chen's mind went blank for a fraction of a second. Why had his arm shriveled up? That guy was several hundred meters away from him, yet he was able to inflict such terrible damage to his body, and he was unable to block it at all. How could this be? Lu Chen quickly thought of a possibility. That guy had directly sucked all the water out of his body. Lu Chen had seen people controlling water before, but Lu Chen had never heard of anyone controlling water to such an extent. Lu Chen's body was quickly becoming wretched. Even the dragon god form could not protect him. The only thing that was not affected was his left arm. If this continued, Lu Chen was afraid that he would directly become a dry corpse. Everything had spiritual energy. All cultivation techniques relied on spiritual energy to activate. Lu Chen quickly calmed himself down. Divine Demon Heavenly Eyes. Through spiritual observation, Lu Chen could see traces of spiritual energy being extracted from his body, fusing with the surrounding air. The so-called extraction was to use the surrounding water vapor as a medium to activate the spiritual energy, extracting the water out of his body. Lu Chun could not transmit spiritual energy through water vapor. After all, he had never learned how to control water, so his affinity with the water element should be 0. But Lu Chun had the fire element. Thinking of this, Lu Chun quickly ignited the void god-destroying spear and shouted, "Insignificant skill! How dare you call it an immortal technique? Spear Wei, Earth Fire 1000, army destruction." Lu Chun crazily attacked the surrounding ghost hands. Under the extremely high temperature, the surrounding water vapor directly evaporated. Without water vapor, Wu Shiqi had no remote medium and could not conduct the extracted spiritual energy. Finally, Lu Chun stopped the loss of water from his body, but his right arm was still in a shriveled state. If he did not quickly end the battle, his right arm would probably be crippled. "Emptiness of God's and demon's arm," Lu Chun shouted, and his left arm quickly demonized. "Void attack, immortal technique, rapid shadow spear." After saying this, Lu Chun merged with the spear, and together they turned into a ray of black light, shooting towards Wu Shiqi. With 5 more spears, the rapid shadow spear speed was so fast that it could not be seen. In a flash, it was in front of Wu Shiqi. Immortal technique, water moon mirror flower. Wu Shiqi's arms drew a circular pattern in front of him, and then a circular water shield was formed in front of him. Within the water shield, water flowed rapidly, and the range of the water shield became larger and larger. Lu Chun did not care about this, and directly stabbed with his spear. However, although this spear broke the water shield, the strange thing was Lu Chun actually missed. His whole body directly passed by Wu Shiqi and crashed into the mountain range in the distance. With a loud rumble, the mountain that the locals called the Immortal Dust Mountain directly disintegrated. Not long after, Lu Chun returned, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Over the years, Lu Chun had experienced countless battles. He was still confident in his own moves. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for him to miss his target. However, he was sure that he could hit Wu Shiqi, but the result was so much off. The rapid shadow spear was strong, but if he missed, how could he unleash its full power? "Ha ha ha, what? I'm standing here and stabbing at you, and you're able to stab me sideways?" Wu Shiqi laughed loudly. Lu Chun was speechless, which was a rare occurrence. Such a big target, and his opponent did not even move, but he missed. He could not figure it out himself. It must be the water moon mirror flower. At that time, the water moon mirror flower was completely between me and Wu Shiqi. I judged Wu Shiqi's position through the water shield, and that's why I missed. Wait, that's not right. I clearly felt the position of his spiritual energy. My spiritual energy is at the level of detail, and I can't be wrong. Lu Chun also had the heavenly demon eyes, so the chances of him seeing wrong were almost 0. Before he figured this out, Lu Chun did not dare to use the Heaven's Fury Spear recklessly. Once he used it, if he could not kill Wu Shiqi, he would not be able to win even if he did not lose. Mortals are mortals, and with my strength, even true immortals can't do anything to me. What do you have to fight me? Wu Shiqi roared. Next, I will show you the difference between you and me. Today, the people of this world have come to seek death, saving me the effort of killing them one by one. All of you, go to hell. Ha 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 ha. Fight the heavens? What right do you have? Immortal technique. Heavenly water, heavenly Milky Way. The sky suddenly began to darken. Some people raised their heads and looked up. They couldn't help but open their mouths in shock and horror. At this moment, in the sky, floating, that person did not know how to describe it, but it could be said that it was a floating ocean. Endless heavenly water covered the entire sky, stretching for thousands of miles. How many cubic meters of water were there? And where the water came from, no one could say for sure. But this was not the main point. The main point was that this should be Wu Zhiqi's killer move. Heavenly Milky Way. Fall for me. Wu Zhiqi roared. Endless heavenly water came crashing down from the sky. Lu Chun was stunned. Was this the strength of a true immortal? Wasn't this too exaggerated? At this moment, Lu Chun heard a voice anxiously shouting at him. Idiot, this is heavenly water. You have already experienced it. You will be injured if you touch it, not to mention such a terrifying pressure. There is no way to avoid it. Run. Use the teleportation talisman I gave you. Lu Chun turned around and saw Ling Long baring her fangs and claws at him, not caring about her image as a true immortal. Don't think that I will recognize you as my master. Chapter 12:37. If I leave, what will happen to them? You are just irrelevant people. They will all be destroyed in the end. You can't save everyone. Ling Long shouted, take your battle pet and leave. Every time I see these people, I can't help but think of my world. Lu Chun narrowed his eyes and looked at the sky water pouring down from the sky. If it wasn't for me, Lu, Yi, and Zhu, you would be waiting for their deaths. If it wasn't for me, the billions of people on Earth would all be sacrificed in this game. Please don't care about them. How are you going to block this skill? The sky water of the firmament galaxy is gathered from the water sources of several planets. When it falls from the Jiutian, it can even penetrate the planet. You can't block it. Ling Long didn't know why she was so agitated and why she had to drag Lu Chun away. You can't save everyone, but since I saw it, I can't just leave. Lu Chun said coldly, Ling Long, go. After that, Lu Chun stopped listening to Ling Long's shouts. All around them were the wails of the cultivators. It's over, it's really over. When the 10 great martial emperors fought with Wu Zhiqi didn't even use such a terrifying skill. This time, we are all gathered here. He took the opportunity to attack us. Those above the master cultivator level are all here. Once we die, the mortal destiny planet will not be able to hold on. No one had any hope anymore, because in front of this skill, Wu Zhiqi really showed his strength that made people powerless to resist. But, except for one person, Lu Chun clenched the black spear in his hand. Sky Thief, I don't know if I can block this skill. Are you willing to fight with me? Blade Mountain Flame Sea, Sky Thief swears to follow you to death. Lu Chun nodded and suddenly activated his skill. Celestial Body, Void Attack, Void God-Slaying Spear, Earthly Fire Heaven's Fury Spear. With a boom, a fire pillar with a diameter of 1,000 meters shot into the sky, breaking through the clouds, and the water layer. Lu Chun was like a white-haired, golden-armored war god bathed in flames, standing upright with his spear in hand. Then Lu Chun roared furiously, as if he was speaking to Lu Chun, to Wu Zhiqi, to the heavens, and to all those who were still resisting. Lu Chun said furiously, remember this, my life is in my own hands, not in the hands of the heavens. If you don't want to resign yourself to fate, then go against it. His body shook the heavens and the earth, and more importantly, it shook the hearts of everyone. Everyone's eyes were focused on the man in the fire. Suddenly, Lu Chun charged into the sky. In an instant, heaven and earth's spiritual energy shook. One man, one spear, a tiny black shadow against the sky that was pouring down from the sky, defying the heavens. In the distance, the corners of Tianrui's eyes twitched, and his body and mind trembled. He suddenly remembered that Nameless had said that he was not an immortal. Now, he completely believed it. The path of defying the heavens cannot be deduced. Nameless is a human, not an immortal. His mortal body can resist the might of the heavens. In the sky, the heavens' fury spear collided with the Milky Way. A ring of fire instantly exploded in the sky, sweeping across thousands of miles. Then, heaven and earth shook, as if the heavens and earth were about to collapse. The mountains crumbled, rocks rolled, and the wind howled. Whether it was a human, a black ape, or even an immortal, they were all swept away. The ground cracked, and the immortal dust river surged violently, almost rippling out of the riverbed. Oh my God, is the sky collapsing? Did he block the Milky Way? I can't believe he's only a human emperor. Only? Human emperor is already very high, okay? No, that's for you and me. But for Nameless, he can't be a human emperor. Ling Long did not leave. Her bright eyes were already wide open as she looked at the sky in shock. The spiritual energy confrontation between the two sides was still going on. The endless heavenly water crazily pressed against the little black dot, but Nameless did not give an inch. One man and one spear resisting the Milky Way. There was no need to think about how much spiritual energy the body would have to endure if it was Nameless' position at this time. From afar, one could see that the guy's eyes were about to pop out. He was already at his limit, resisting the Milky Way. Suddenly, Nameless spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. The dragon scales on his body flipped crazily, and even the scales fell off directly. Even his body was pressed down by more than 10 meters. The dragon scales in the dragon god state were a part of Lu Chen's body. If they could fall off like this, it was equivalent to a broken arm or a broken limb. Lu Chen was already seriously injured. However, he quickly reorganized his state and firmly held the line of defense, not letting the Milky Way take another step forward. Unconsciously, Ling Long found that the corners of her eyes were a little wet. She gently wiped them with her hand and found that they were her tears. Tears? That was impossible. She was already a 9 tribulation, true immortal. Even if her Taoist heart was sometimes moved, she would never cry. Nameless, they had only met twice, and they were just traveling together in a hurry. Why would she cry? Why would a true immortal cry? For a mortal? Ling Long's mind was in a mess. She couldn't wait to practice the ice heart technique now. However, this was a critical moment in the battle, and she didn't have time to deal with these things. Nameless, can you win? At this moment, Lu Chen shouted angrily, "War Soul, help me!" Lu Chen couldn't hold on anymore. This was the first time that Lu Chen had summoned a War Soul to help him at the 7th heaven. It was obvious that he had reached his limit at this time. A person who looked exactly like Lu Chen quickly appeared beside him. After activating the War Soul, he used the heaven-breaking sword technique to fight against the Milky Way with Lu Chen. But even so, no matter how much blood was flowing out of Lu Chen's mouth, he couldn't stop it. He was still suppressed bit by bit. Seeing this scene, a person on the ground shouted angrily, "Damn it, how dare you hurt my dad? Damn monkey, wait for me, I'll teach you a lesson later." "Dad, I'm coming." Little Beast was furious, but the most important thing was to save its dad. Featherball and Originator also flew up into the sky, heading toward the firmament and the Milky Way. Tianrui said in a trembling voice, "How can the mortal fate planet deserve your help?" "Nameless, I'll do it." "Me too." Zhuoxiao and Chengyan followed closely behind and rushed over. "Sir, you have a heart for the common people." Nank don't respect immortals and Buddhas. I only respect you. Nank is willing to do my best. Ling Yun, a mere earth cultivator, is willing to help Sir Nameless. So what if the Milky Way falls on the Jiutian? It can't extinguish the passion of men like us. Let's do it too. For a moment, countless figures, regardless of their cultivation, rushed to the sky as if it was the opposite of the millions of cultivators who fell to the ground at that time. Together, they ruled the Milky Way and heavenly water. Although Lucian didn't mention the power of gods and demons, there were more than 1 million cultivators here, including 3 true immortals and more than 20 itinerant immortals. In this way, it was equivalent to an increase of tens of millions of attributes. With the help of these people, the endless Milky Way and heavenly water evaporated layer by layer under the burning of Lu Chen's earth fire until there was nothing left. Although the Milky Way had blocked the attack, many people fell from the sky. However, Lu Chen didn't notice that a pale yellow figure raised his hand and condensed thin layers of ice to help the injured people from falling and prevent them from getting hurt again. The 3 true immortals and 27 itinerant immortals were also seriously injured and gasping for breath. Lu Chen himself had lost most of his dragon scales, and his mouth was full of blood. He looked like a lamp that was about to run out of oil. Waziki squinted his eyes and said, "You blocked the Milky Way? I really didn't expect it. Kid, what's your name?" Lu Chen raised his head slightly and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He said coldly, "Remember, my name is Nameless." Suddenly, Lu Chen dashed out. He became one with his spear and shot straight at Wu Zhiqi. Void attack, void god-destroying spear, rapid shadow spear. In an instant, Lu Chen had shot 5 more times. Chapter 1238. Wu Zhiqi sneered. "Again, are you still struggling on your deathbed? Why are there only 5 shots left? Looks like you can't continue anymore. Too bad. Your last stand is just a joke to me. You can't break my water moon mirror flower. Your rapid shadow spear is useless against me." Lu Chen ignored him and dashed towards the giant water screen. The moment Lu Chen broke through the water screen, Lu Chen roared, "Great Ravager Sweep!" Back then, Lu Chen had extracted some low-level skills, including the Great Ravager Sweep. However, the skills level was very low, and the spear chi moved very slowly. For his current opponent, dodging it was easy. "Who do you think I am? Using such a trashy skill?" Wu Zhiqi snorted. Just as he dodged the spear chi, he was shocked. Not good. The Great Ravager Sweeps level was indeed too low, but its consumption was also very low. Lu Chen could use it at the same time as the Rapid Shadow Spear. Most importantly, it was an area of effect attack. Even if there was a deviation, as it was an area of effect attack, there was a high chance that it would hit Wu Zhiqi's real body. And Wu Zhiqi had moved his real body to dodge the attack. "I want you to dodge." Lu Chen quickly located Wu Zhiqi's position. With a roar, he chased after Wu Zhiqi with the Rapid Shadow Spear's 6th shot. With a loud bang, a wave of spiritual energy exploded from 100 meters in the air. This time, Lu Chen's Rapid Shadow Spear hit Wu Zhiqi squarely. The 6th shot of the Rapid Shadow Spear was extremely fast and powerful. The 4th shot of the Rapid Shadow Spear was something that even the Reverse Soul Roaming Dragon could not block. Even Wu Zhiqi would not be able to face such a terrifying attack head-on. A burst of spiritual energy exploded from Wu Zhiqi's body. Lu Chen directly pierced through Wu Zhiqi's chest with his spear. This. Wu Zhiqi looked at the big hole in his chest. A large amount of lava was spreading in his organs and devouring his flesh. Behind him, Lu Chen's body swayed. He spat out mouthfuls of blood. Using the god-slaying spear to support himself, he slowly turned around and looked at Wu Zhiqi coldly. Wu Zhiqi had not fallen yet. He could not fall first. The lava swallowed Wu Zhiqi's body. It turned around and looked at Lu Chen. Heaven wants Earth destiny star to die. I am following Heaven's will. But you dare to go against Heaven's will. Nameless, you will be punished by the heavens. Lu Chen snorted coldly. If they want to be punished by the heavens, then please come earlier. At this moment, the little beast pierced through Wu Zhiqi's head and took out a blue beast core. With the beast core taken away, Wu Zhiqi's huge body finally fell to the ground. Just as the little beast was about to pass the beast core to its father, Lu Chen's body went limp and he fell to the ground. Dad, little beastie supported Lu Chen. When Lu Chen opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on the cold ground. There was a talisman formation drawn on the ground. Tianrui, Zuoxiu, Chengyun, the little beast, Harry Ball, Xiao Yuan, and a group of rogue immortals sat cross-legged on the formation core. They were injecting spiritual power into the formation, which flowed into Lu Chen's body continuously. What surprised Lu Chen was that he saw Ling Long among them. She was at the largest formation core, so the spiritual power she was injecting probably took up half of the formation's power. After a while, everyone finished injecting their spiritual power. Seeing that Lu Chen was awake, they hurried to Lu Chen's side. Mr. Nameless, are you feeling better? Before this, your spiritual power was empty, and you were heavily injured. We don't have any immortal pills to heal you, so we could only use the spiritual conversion formation to help you recover, Tianrui said. Lu Chen sat up. I feel much better. Thank you. A smile finally appeared on everyone's face. Mr. Nameless, you're being too polite. We can't repay you for what you've done for Mortal Destiny Planet. Zuoxiu said emotionally. Lu Chen smiled. We're just taking what we need. You don't have to mind it so much. Besides, if it weren't for your help, I wouldn't have been able to stop the Firmament Galaxy. Oh, right, about the exit, Tianrui hurriedly said. When you were unconscious for a month, I mobilized all the cultivators to recalculate the teleportation exits. Immortal Master Ling Long has checked all of them. Lu Chen looked at Ling Long in surprise. You've checked all of them? Ling Long also looked a little weak, but she still glared at Lu Chen when she saw him. Of course. You said you were in a hurry, but you rested for a month. I had no choice but to go and check the exit first. Tianrui smiled. Actually, the spiritual conversion formation was set up by Immortal Master Ling Long. She spent a lot of spiritual power these days to check the exit. It was really tiring. Lu Chen looked up and down at Ling Long. Back then, when many cultivators fell from the sky, she was also the one who saved them. This woman has been replaced. If you keep looking, I'll gouge your eyes out. Ling Long said fiercely. Lu Chen smiled. Fortunately, she hasn't been replaced. All right, how are the black apes now? Lu Chen asked. Chengyun said, without the protection of the Black God's spiritual shield, we have the ability to resist the Black Apes' invasion. It's just that when we were fighting against the Firmament Galaxy, many of us suffered different degrees of injuries. We might need some time to recover before we launch an all-out attack. Lu Chen nodded. The Black Ape Army didn't have spiritual shields, so they should be able to defeat them. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen got up. If that's the case, then everyone, let's part ways here. Mr. Nameless, your injuries haven't healed. Are you leaving now? Tianyu and the others asked anxiously. Lu Chen nodded. I don't have much time left. I have the last coordinates of our world. If I can't return to the seventh heaven before the end of the protection period, my planet might. When these people heard this, their hearts tightened. The last coordinates. Mr. Nameless, forgive me for being presumptuous, but how many coordinates does your planet have? 20. The previous 19 have been taken by others. Lu Chen said truthfully. Anyway, to Lu Chen, Tian Rue, and the others were not his enemies. After all, they didn't belong to the seventh heaven's main world and had no right to fight for the coordinates. 20. Then Mr. Nameless World is a technological world? Lu Chen nodded. The technological world has almost no resistance against the invasion. Suoxiu frowned. Suoxiu frowned. As a member of a world that had already been invaded, they were all too aware of the future fate of the nameless world. At the same time, they also knew how heavy the burden on the shoulders of the nameless world was. How long is the protection period? Tian Rue asked. About 20 months. We fell into the myriad world labyrinth. I don't know if we can make it back in time. Lu Chen sighed. This matter had always been a huge rock in his heart. Tian Rue frowned. Mr. Nameless, I saw your war soul use the sky-piercing sword move before. Its power is also very shocking, but you've never used it before. I don't know if it's your tactic or... Oh, I've been in closed-door cultivation since I arrived at the seventh heaven. I don't have a channel to obtain spirit tablets, so I haven't withdrawn some cultivation methods and equipment. Spirit tablets? Tian Rue, Suoxiu, and Changyun looked at each other as if they had reached some kind of tacit understanding. The three of them took out their spirit tablets and gathered them in front of Tian Rue. Tian Rue handed the spirit tablets to Lu Chen. Mr. Nameless, here are 1,500 spirit tablets. The three of us don't need these anymore, so I'll give them to you. Chapter 1239. Who would have thought that our planet would become a part of the myriad world maze? Tian Rue sighed, then looked at Lu Chen. The three of us can't enter the seventh layer of heaven anymore, and we've already extracted what we needed, so we don't need any more pills. Please don't mind. Lu Chen blinked. Mind? How could he mind? He didn't stand on ceremony and directly took the spirit tablet. Many thanks. Mr. Nameless, since you're in a hurry, we won't keep you any longer. But if you have the chance to come again, we'll be your hosts. Oh, Qingyun, what are you saying? Do you want Mr. Nameless and Miss Ling Long to enter the myriad world maze again? Cheng Yin smiled awkwardly. Sorry, I said the wrong thing. It's just that after becoming an immortal, I haven't had the feeling of saying goodbye to friends for a long time. Lu Chen smiled. Not being an immortal wasn't a bad thing. At least these three were much cuter than the true immortals in the seventh layer of heaven. Lu Chen hadn't fully recovered, but he had to leave the myriad world star now. Sitting on the ice phoenix, Ling Long told Lu Chen about the exits she investigated. There's a total of 7 exits, and I'm leaning towards the Crescent Moon Valley's exit. Only this one has a stronger fluctuation of spiritual energy. I think it's the Shunwu world. Lu Chen's eyes were full of doubt. Are you sure? Didn't we choose the technological world last time? We can't be so unlucky all the time. Trust me, if it's not the Shunwu world, it's the Super Wu world. Lu Chen thought about it. No matter which exit they chose, the final result would be unknown. So he might as well listen to Ling Long. Okay. You're a top student. I'll listen to you. Let's go. Wait, Ling Long suddenly said. You should recover first before going. Why? If it's the Shunwu world, then we'll have to be careful. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. We're not in good condition, so we'll go after we recover. Ling Long took out a pill and gave it to Lu Chen. This is a myriad spirit pill. It can quickly replenish spiritual energy. Lu Chen took the pill and scrutinized Ling Long. Hey, why do I feel like you're different from before? You saved those cultivators before? Don't tell me you still want me to recognize you as my master. Ling Long glared at Lu Chen, and said angrily, "No, you're mistaken. If you don't want to eat the pill, then give it back to me." Lu Chun hurriedly stuffed the pill into his mouth. "Who said I'm not eating?" After swallowing the pill, Ling Long glared at Lu Chun. "Hurry up and absorb the pill. The effect of this pill is too strong. I didn't even dare to give it to you when you were unconscious." Lu Chun also felt that his lower abdomen was getting hotter and hotter, so he hurriedly sat down cross-legged to cultivate. An hour later, the two of them had more or less recovered and entered the Crescent Moon Valley's exit at the same time. As soon as Lu Chun opened his eyes, he saw a ferocious humanoid monster, panting in human clothing, making a low and hoarse cry, opening its rotten mouth to bite him. "Damn! Zombie!" Lu Chun widened his eyes and kicked it away. On the other side, Ling Long killed a large number of zombies with a sword aura. The two of them finally had a chance to catch their breath. This world was another technological world. Lu Chun turned his head and shook his head at Ling Long. "Didn't you say that this world was either divine martial arts or super martial arts? My goodness, it's another technological world. And there are zombies!" Ling Long's face turned green and white. I didn't know that following you would be so unlucky. This thing is so disgusting." Lu Chun shook his head. "Did you locate the teleportation talisman? I think we'd better go back to Earth's destiny star and change the exit." "That I didn't record. The other 6 exits of Earth's destiny star didn't have any reaction. I thought the worst of this exit should be a high martial arts world. Who knew?" Lu Chun was shocked. "Big sister, why are you so confident? If the myriad world maze could be found just by the fluctuation of spiritual power at the exit, wouldn't it be easy? You're the big sister. I'm the divine master. Why are you throwing a tantrum at me? The technological world is not dangerous for us. Isn't it easy to find an exit? It's such a big place. How are we going to find an exit if we don't ask the locals? There have to be living people." Ling Long said softly. Lu Chun shook his head. "Damn it. All right, next time, a top student like you should listen to me. I'm the divine master. Why should I listen to a mortal? Did you forget that when we made the bet, as long as I kill the black god, you have to listen to me? Didn't you forget?" Lu Chun said snappily. "Previously, when I saw you saving people, setting up a formation, and giving me pills, I originally wanted to forget about it. Who knew that you were so stupid? All right, I don't need you to listen to me all the time. Just follow me in the myriad world maze. Don't save the teleportation talisman for a critical moment. Even if there's a mark in Shunwu world, we can't be sure which exit it is. Of course, we have to save it for that moment. Just follow me. Why are you so fierce? If you're fierce to me again, I'll... Humph." Lu Chun shook his head. Perhaps this was the scariest part of the myriad world maze. You can never be sure what the next world is. The myriad world maze. This was a maze that could trap immortals. Thinking about how he was a little agitated just now, Lu Chun sighed. "I wasn't fierce to you. Let's find the exit of this world first. I don't have much time left." Ling Long was still angry, but after hearing Lu Chen's words, she calmed down a little. Time is running out. This was the most Nameless had said in this period of time. He must be very anxious. Abandoned streets, broken cars, wandering zombies. This place was very much like the zombie world in sci-fi movies. These zombies were much faster and stronger than normal people, but they could not be compared to Lu Chen and Ling Long. They were not a threat to Lu Chen and Ling Long. In front of a shop, Lu Chen found a few discarded newspapers. "The black tide is coming. The human genetic modification project has been forced to start ahead of schedule. Only genetic modification can resist the black tide." Rumor has it that the genetic modification agent caused the user's personality to change greatly, causing unknown changes to the body. Professor Sue, answering the reporter's questions about the genetic modification agent. The military developed a weapon of mass destruction. It has been proven unable to destroy the plasma shield of the black tide creatures. Currently, the military has not promised not to use nuclear weapons. Lu Chen frowned. Seems like these zombies might be caused by the genetic modification agent. I didn't expect that the black tide would not destroy White Wave Star, but the genetic modification agent would cause the extinction of humanity first. Lu Chen sighed. For this low martial world, perhaps this was the only path they could choose at that time. Chapter 1240. The situation in this world was worse than the previous technological world. Not only did they have to face the invasion of the black tide, but there were also problems with the genetic medicine that they were researching. It was hard to determine if there were still people alive in White Cloud Star. Even if there were, they must be hiding deeper than the survivors of the previous world. Not to mention the black tide. These zombies were far more powerful than ordinary people in terms of physical strength. They could pose a great threat to them. How are you going to get out? We can't even see a living person now. Ling Long asked. Lu Chen thought for a while and said, the people in this world don't dare to run around, but the so-called black tide might be able to find the exit easily. Let's find the place where the black tide gather. It's better than looking around aimlessly. Ling Long nodded. The black tide should be creatures similar to the black demons. The black demons surrounded the abandoned mine. It was obvious that they were not sure where the exit was. They would only guard nearby because they felt threatened. After deciding on the strategy, Lu Chen summoned Ten Wing and flew into the sky. There were few traces of the black tide in the city. However, they could see some black creatures outside the city. They feed on zombies. Ling Long felt disgusted. Lu Chen followed the scattered black tide figures and tracked them to a nest. He ordered Little Critter to clean up the nest and let Rhubarb search for it. Unfortunately, there were no results. At night, the two of them set up a bonfire in the forest. There were black tide in the forest, but there were no disgusting zombies. Therefore, they would rather camp in the wild. Lu Chen sat at the side and took out the spiritual tablets. He still had 1,700 spiritual tablets. He was thinking about extracting a divine demon equipment and some other skills. I can use the Heart Sutras now. Omniscient Eye, Great Void Arm, 7 transformations of Divine Demon, and 8th transformation of Divine Demon, Heaven's Might, Divine Demon Limitless Sword, and Divine Demon Lotus Heart. After thinking about it, Lu Chen extracted the Divine Demon Lotus Heart first. After extracting the Lotus Heart, he could use the Inner Demon and Sacred Lotus Sword Heart. After putting in 1,000 spiritual tablets, Lu Chen successfully extracted the Divine Demon Lotus Heart. Limitless Sword. Just bear with it for now. Next time, when I gather 1,000, I will definitely mention you first. Lu Chen muttered. The 8 transformations of gods and devils required another 200 spirit tablets, which made Lu Chen's heart ache. The entire set only costs 1,000. And the 8th transformation costs 100. It's too dark. Lu Chen cursed. However, it was unknown if he could find the 9th transformation of the God Fiend. Helpless, he could only spend an extra 100 spirit tablets to extract the 8th transformation. There are still 600 left. Let's see if I can bring up raging flames burning the heavens and 1 sword piercing the heavens. Comparatively speaking, the sky-breaking sword should be cheaper. Lu Chen picked the sky-breaking sword first and directly asked for 300 spiritual tablets. After a bout of heartache, Lu Chun began to extract raging flames, incinerate the heavens. He had invested all 312 spirit tablets, but it still hadn't come out. F***CK, what a huge loss. I haven't mentioned it yet. Lu Chun shook his head. Since he could not bring it up, Lu Chun had no choice but to put the matter aside. What are the changes in the 8 transformations of gods and devils? Now that Lu Chen's personal interface was gone, and the cultivation technique description had been transferred to the scroll, Lu Chen used the firelight to check the effects of the 8th transformation of gods and devils. 8th transformation of gods and devils. Appearance changed, and effects increased by 100%. The first effect shocked Lu Chen. Just by cultivating one more level, his symbiosis of gods and demons' strength had doubled again. Divine Devil Astral Form upgraded to Level 2 Astral Form. Effects increased by 100%. Duration extended to 60 seconds. Can be used twice at most. Can only be used once every 5 minutes. After that, can only be used once every 10 days. Level 2 Divine Devil Astral Form can lock on all celestial bodies below Level 4. Level 1 Divine Devil Astral Form increased movement speed, senses, attack speed, and skill release speed by 400%. It could not be locked on, but could lock on all celestial bodies below Level 2. Duration, 8 seconds. Cooldown, 15 days. However, the Level 2 Divine Devil Astral Form's effects were doubled. In other words, the increase was 10 times. At the same time, the duration was increased to 1 minute. It was even a reserved skill. On top of that, the Level 2 Divine Devil Astral Form could lock on all celestial bodies below Level 4. What a blatant sense of superiority! Lu Chen said excitedly. After obtaining the Rank 2 Divine Demon Star Constitution, the number of attacks of Saint Lotus Sword Heart, Calamity of Divine Grace, and Purgatory of 10,000 Demons had been increased by 3 times. The number of times they can be used has also been increased to 3 times. The Divine Devil Astral Form was strengthened in all aspects. Unfortunately, Lu Chen only had the Holy Lotus Sword Heart strengthened. Divine Calamity and 10,000 Demons Purgatory should be on the other 2 pieces of the Divine Devil Fate Defying set. As long as it's not on Skyless, Lu Chen mumbled, activating the 2nd tier of the Divine Devil Fate Defying set's ultimate skill, Formless Sky. Formless Sky requires all 9 pieces of the Divine Devil Fate Defying set to be gathered. This was the last effect. As soon as Lu Chen saw this message, he immediately fell silent. The skills of the Divine Devil Fate Defying set were all-powerful. However, the other skills were attached to a piece of equipment. Only Formless Sky could be activated when all the pieces of the set were gathered. One could only imagine how powerful this skill was. There was a 2nd tier to this skill. What kind of power would that be? Lu Chen was also envious. However, the biggest problem now was not that he had not found the 9th transformation or the 8th piece of the Divine Devil Fate Defying set, but that everyone who knew about the Divine Devil Fate Defying set told him something. The Divine Devil Fate Defying set could not be gathered because Skyless, Celestial, and Demon did not exist. If it doesn't exist, then why is there a set of ultimate skills? Lu Chen frowned. At this moment, Ling Long walked to Lu Chen's side and sat down quietly. More than 1,000 spiritual tablets. You must have obtained quite a number of skills and equipment, right? No, only 2. Lu Chen shook his head. Ling Long nodded. Oh, right. Your Divine Devil Fate Defying set would require a terrifying amount of money. If you are willing to be my follower, I can give you 2,000 spiritual tablets. Lu Chen looked at this top student. In front of the bonfire, Ling Long was not as cold as she was during the day. It was as if a beautiful girl was sitting beside him. I won't acknowledge you as my master, Lu Chen said calmly. Ling Long smiled. I know, but I have to work hard. Who knows, you might change your mind one day. Ling Long, your family knows so many things. Then, Lu Chen suddenly looked at Ling Long. Do you know about Skyless, Celestial, and Demon? I know. It's a piece of equipment that doesn't exist. It's the ultimate problem of the divine devil fate defying Set. Since ancient times, no one has obtained it. No, let alone obtained it, no one has even seen it. When Lu Chen heard this, he could not help but sigh. Ling Long had already said the answer, but it was still the same. Skyless, Celestial, and Demon did not exist. Fortunately, this was not the first time Lu Chen had heard of it. He was already immune to it. So he changed the topic. Hey, you have been in the seventh heaven for so long and often went to find followers. Have you seen a puppet master? It turns out that the boss of the fifth heaven forced himself to come to the seventh heaven in order to avoid me. Why are you looking for him? Speaking of the puppet master, Lu Chen felt like a fishbone was stuck in his throat. He said fiercely, to kill him, of course. No way. Then, your wish might be a little difficult. Ling Long frowned. She did not seem to be deliberately angering Lu Chen. Chapter 1241. You must be talking about Qianji. When he entered the seventh heaven as an itinerant celestial, he caused quite a commotion. With his strength, he should not be an itinerant celestial. Ling Long said, he is from the mystic spirit race, and was recruited by the mystic spirit race's celestial prime. Why do you have a conflict with him? He almost killed me, Lu Chen said fiercely. Nameless, mystic spirit race's puppet masters are not to be trifled with. Even though he is an itinerant celestial, a puppet master's strength lies in his puppets. This is more important than a beast tamer or spirit controller. Beast tamers and spirit tamers control living creatures. You are too weak to control them. However, puppets are inanimate objects. As long as you have the ability to obtain a high-level puppet, you can use it no matter what level it was before. I heard that the Hongyu Celestial Prime gave him a Sengoku-level puppet to recruit him. It caused quite a commotion. Moreover, if you want to harm Qianji, the Hongyu Celestial Prime will definitely do something about it. Her 3 Sengoku-level gods of war are not to be trifled with. Lu Chen frowned. No wonder that kid was in such a hurry to come to the seventh heaven. He did not mind being an itinerant celestial, so he still had a backup plan. Not only that, he even went to the Hongyu Celestial Prime. Qianji was good at scheming. Even when he was running for his life, he still planned every step of the way. This guy, he came to find someone to back him up. Lu Chen said fiercely, no matter who he found, I will take his life sooner or later. Lu Chen said coldly, hey, Nameless, can you tell me what conflict you have with him? Ling Long looked at Lu Chen curiously. You don't want to practice the ice heart technique anymore? I don't want to practice it anymore. I will be angered to death by you if I practice it too much. I will practice it after we get out. Lu Chen couldn't help but smile and shake his head. In fact, Ling Long's current appearance was much cuter than before. All right, since we are on our way tomorrow, I will tell you about it. Occasionally, Ling Long's laughter could be heard from the forest. Lu Chen's misfortune was particularly amusing to her. This was the most harmonious chat they had ever had since they met. In the blink of an eye, another year and a half had passed. Lu Chen and Ling Long traversed through various worlds, searching for the exit to return to the seventh heaven world. They had been to various technological worlds. Some had just been invaded, Some were on the verge of extinction, and some had already been abandoned. They had also been to various martial arts worlds. Low martial arts, middle martial arts, high martial arts, and even super martial arts. The situation in each world was different. Sometimes it would take them a few days to find a new exit. Sometimes they would travel to several worlds in a single day. However, there were very few God-level worlds in the Myriad World Maze. After repeated attempts, they had used up 14 blank transmission talismans. Lu Chen's All Things bloodline had risen to the 5th level. However, they still did not leave the Myriad Worlds Maze. Countless alternate worlds formed a huge Myriad World Maze. Lu Chen and Ling Long even felt like they were lost in the maze. There was only 1 month left before Earth's final protection period. Lu Chen and Ling Long were transmitted from one world to a new one. At a glance, all they could see was a vast expanse of yellow sand. In the wind and sand, they could vaguely see the ruins of buildings buried in the sand. This was an extinct world. There was no life in it. Nameless. Ling Long looked worriedly at Lu Chen, who was silent. She knew how anxious Lu Chen was. Lu Chen was silent for a long time. Then he sighed. Ling Long, I'm sorry for venting my anger on you last time. Now, I know that even if I use the transmission talisman, the result will be the same. Lu Chen took out a scroll. This was the last coordinate of Earth. Ling Long could clearly see Lu Chen's hand trembling. The last coordinate was in his hands. However, he had been trapped in the Myriad Worlds Maze for 2 years. He was about to miss the final protection period. Nameless. Lu Chen took a deep breath and put away the scroll. Let's go. I won't give up until the last moment. After saying that, Lu Chen took a step forward and walked into the endless yellow sand. In the 9-star grotto heaven, Li Shang and the others were as anxious as ants on a hot pot. There's only 1 month left. The last month. Earth's protection period will end. When the time comes, others will challenge Lu Chen. If he doesn't accept the challenge, then Earth will be sacrificed. Jin Luan said anxiously, I know. However, the Myriad Worlds Maze force field appeared in Changshu City. Who knows how many people have been pulled into the Myriad Worlds Maze? Lu Chen must have been pulled into the maze as well. It's not that easy to get out of the Myriad Worlds Maze. If it were any other time, going through the 3,000 worlds would not be a big deal. However, now, Lu Chen is trapped in the maze. What should we do? Gu Yan slammed a stack of spirit tablets on the table. In the past 2 years, we have accumulated more than 400 spirit tablets in the herb garden. In the end, we have no place to use them. Li Shang sighed. No wonder Gu Yan was so angry. At this time, who could still sit still? Just when everyone was anxious and helpless, a loose immortal working in the herb garden suddenly came to the 9-star grotto heaven. Immortal Master Gu Yan, I have something to ask for an audience with you. Gu Yan was now the person in charge of the herb garden. Although he was not a real immortal, the other loose immortals called him Immortal Master. Gu Yan was in a bad mood. Unlike his usual self, he walked out impatiently. What's the matter? Immortal Master, I met 2 people yesterday, a man and a woman. They seem to have just arrived at the 7th layer of heaven. They asked me about solipsistic. Oh, about Chen Er? Who are they? Gu Yan suddenly realized. They said that they were solipsistic's friends and students. At that time, I was careful. I was afraid that they were here to cause trouble. So I said that I had never heard of them. Then the man was surprised and said something like, the dean has been here for 6 years, and he hasn't caused any commotion. Isn't this abnormal? The loose immortal imitated a certain person's manner of speaking. Dean, are they loose immortals or real immortals? They are real immortals. Where are they now? I asked them to leave a sound transmission talisman, but I didn't bring them here. Guyen frowned and hurriedly said, "And I know, don't mention this to anyone first. I will go back and discuss with Li Shang and the rest. That sound transmission talisman, can you give it to me? You have taken good care of us these past 2 years. You promised to give us a share of the profits. This is something that we would never dare to think about in the past. I am very happy to be able to help. Don't worry, I will keep this a secret. This is the sound transmission talisman." And I Nong handed a sound transmission talisman to Gu Yen. After Gu Yen thanked him, he hurriedly turned around and discussed with Li Shang and the rest. Everyone knew that Lu Chen had founded an academy in the 6th layer of heaven. So when I Nong imitated that person and said, "Dean is so, everyone felt that that person was not lying. After some discussion, everyone decided to meet those 2 people. Li Shang said to the sound transmission talisman, "Hello, I know solipsistic. Where are you now? Let's meet." Not long after, the sound transmission talisman responded, "We are at a place called Kunlun City." Kunlun City. Li Shang looked at the few people. "I will go with Jin Luan first. We will know if they are friends or foes after we try." Chapter 1242. Li Shang and Jin Luan made an appointment with the other party at Zhanyue restaurant. The 2 ordered 2 cups of Star Moon tea and waited for the other party. Not long after, a man and a woman came in from the door. The man was tall and handsome. The woman was dressed in black and had an outstanding appearance. The 2 looked around as if they were looking for someone. Li Shang gave Jin Luan a look. Jin Luan stepped forward and asked, "May I ask if the 2 immortal lords are looking for someone?" The man said, "Yes, you are the dean's friends?" Jin Luan nodded. "This way, please." The 2 groups quickly mentioned Lu Chen. Li Shang asked, "May I ask what is the relationship between the 2 of you and the solipsistic school?" "I am his friend. My name is Jiu The woman was actually Jiu of the Wood Manor. "Oh, I am his student Yifan." The man said, "Yifan?" Hearing this name, Li Shang seemed to have an impression. Lu Chen once mentioned his proud disciple. "Shouldn't you be the dean of the Divinity and Demon Academy? How come you came to the 7th layer of heaven so quickly?" Yifan said, "It's a long story. Originally, I wouldn't have gone through the tribulation so quickly, but after the dean went through the tribulation, several major events happened in the 6th layer of heaven." "Oh, what happened?" Jin Luan asked. "The first thing was that the weather changed, the difficulty of the tribulation decreased, and the tribulation of the same level was the weakest in history at that time. The experts of the tribulation realm said that this was a great opportunity that only appeared once in 1,000 years. Therefore, the number of people who went through the tribulation during this period was more than the previous 100 years combined. The power of the tribulation of the same level decreased. Li Shang was somewhat puzzled. "We also don't know what happened. Some people speculated that the tribulation didn't have enough energy, but these are just guesses." In short, after the dean left, the first few people who went through the tribulation smoothly, and for a time, the 6th layer of heaven set off a frenzy of tribulation. The second thing is that the Celestial Emperor's Sumeru realm in the Huangtian Celestial Palace, the Astral Illusion Formation in the Celestial Demon Academy, the ancient demonic blood prison in the Demon Blood Cave, and the Heavenly River Sword Lake in the Heavenly Sword Mysterious Land have refreshed their usage times. What's even more terrifying is that the spiritual energy in the 4 secret realms is endless. Yifan continued, the Academy believes that this rare heavenly phenomenon is a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence, and decided to let a few disciples of the Divine Devil Academy seize this opportunity. So they let me cultivate in the Star Sky Illusion Array for a year, which is equivalent to 30 years. In addition, after cultivating outside for a few years, I also reached the tribulation passing stage and challenged the heavenly tribulation. That's why I could reach the 7th layer of heaven in such a short time. Jiao added, that's true. A rare opportunity appeared in the 6th heaven. I entered the ancient demonic blood prison to cultivate for 3 years before transcending my tribulation in advance. Li Shang's eyes widened. I didn't think that after Lu Chen left, such a great opportunity would appear in the 6th heavenly layer. But before you transcended your tribulation, didn't you sever your mortal bonds? We rarely hear of people looking for someone after just arriving in the 7th heavenly layer. After all, your mortal bonds have already been severed. Since you're going to transcend your tribulation, the people and matters of the past are no longer important. Yifan said, the dean did not sever his mortal bonds before transcending his tribulation, so we divine devil people should naturally do the same. Jiao quietly said, he said that I have the right to choose. I once forgot about it, but this time I chose. I don't want to forget it again. Yifan secretly nodded from the side. He once again sighed with emotion at the dean's charms. He had already left for 6 years, but Jiao would rather cross her tribulation with his memories than choose to forget. Fortunately, the power of the heavenly tribulation this time was much weaker. We were able to resist it and successfully transcended it. Li Shang understood what had happened in the 6th heavenly layer recently. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Lu Chen's friends were definitely not simple. Although it was said that the heavenly tribulation was weakened, it couldn't be that much weaker. Moreover, to transcend the tribulation without severing one's mortal bonds, one would definitely not be able to do it without sufficient perseverance and an incomparably firm will. No matter what, it was now certain that these 2 people were indeed Lu Chen's friends. May I ask the 2 immortal masters, how many true immortals are you? Jin Luan suddenly asked. Both of us are 9 tribulations. Yifan had nothing to hide, so he directly said, Lu Chen hadn't become an immortal, but his disciples and friends were all 9 tribulations, true immortals. Yifan and Jiao talked about their own situation, so Li Shang couldn't hide anything anymore. He told Yifan and Jiao about Lu Chen's current situation. I knew the dean wouldn't die so easily, but trapped in the myriad world maze. Yifan slammed the table and stood up abruptly. No, I have to save the dean. Immortal Master Yifan. Li Shang pulled Yifan back. The myriad world maze contains more than tens of thousands of worlds. Even an immortal supremacy would take a long time to come out after entering, let alone find someone inside. It's almost impossible. Jin Luan also said, we don't have to worry about the danger of the myriad world maze. The key is that we don't have much time now. The last coordinates of Earth were in Lu Chen's hands, and Lu Chen was trapped in the myriad world maze, unable to come out. That was the problem. Yifan calmed himself down and sat down. Jiao was silent for a moment, then said, Yifan, since Lu Chen is safe for the time being, why don't we help them think of a way to protect Earth's coordinates? You're willing to help us? Li Shang asked in surprise. Yifan said, the dean is my master. If it weren't for him, I would have died long ago. Now that the dean is in trouble, Yifan, will naturally risk my life to help him. Jiao looked ahead in a daze. Me too. But what about the coordinates of your world? Yifan said, our world is not in danger for the time being. My grandfather is in the 7th heaven. Your grandfather? Yi Fan nodded, a faint murderous intent in his eyes. My grandfather is Immortal Supremacy Ling Tian, Yi Shao. He has another name, Celestial Venerable Yi, Ling, Immortal Supremacy Ling Tian. Li Shang almost vomited blood on the spot. Celestial Venerable Yi, one of the three great immortal supremacies of the human race. He's your grandfather? Unexpectedly, Yi Fan's eyes burned with a strong murderous intent. That's right. He was the one who massacred my lineage of the Yi clan, seized Celestial Emperor Ye's cultivation technique, and finally transcended the tribulation to become an immortal. What's going on? Jiu was somewhat puzzled. Aren't you cultivating Celestial Emperor Ye's cultivation technique as well? Yi Fan let out a long breath. Celestial Emperor Ye's cultivation technique has a total of 9 levels. I only have 7 levels, so it's not complete. The 8th level is in Yi Zhao's hands, and the 9th level is missing. Yi Fan sighed and said, the planet's coordinates are related to the plundering of resources. Yi Zhao definitely won't miss it, so it's equivalent to him protecting our planet. But Senior Jiu, is there any problem on your side? Jiu said, previously, we went to check the planet's information. Although my world is dangerous, it still has over 20 years of protection. But Senior Li Shang, I need to go and get the coordinates first. With the coordinates in my hands, I feel more at ease. A protection period of over 20 years was actually very tight. No wonder Jiu had hurriedly left Lu Chen. If it weren't for the great change in the 6th heaven, Jiu's time would be even more tight. At this point, it was no longer the time to be polite. Yi Fan and Jiu were willing to help, so Li Shang and Jin Luan were more or less relieved. Chapter 1243. Yi Fan and Jiu first went to the Immortal Bestowment platform to get the coordinates of their respective planets, and then followed Li Shang to the 9-star paradise. 2 immortal masters. Li Shang just started to speak when Yi Fan interrupted him. Senior Li Shang, between us there is no need to call you Immortal Master. This junior dares not accept it. Li Shang smiled. All right, then I won't call you that. It's like this. What we need to think about now is if Lu Chen is unable to rush back in time, how to protect Earth's coordinates. Now, the only way we can think of is for you to snatch Earth's coordinates from other people and then give them to us. Although this is only a stopgap measure, we can only hold on for as long as we can. Yi Fan nodded. After all, they are not Earthlings, so it is useless for them to snatch the coordinates. The coordinates must be in the hands of the Earthlings themselves. Jiu frowned. It's just that if we give you the coordinates, I'm afraid other people will come and snatch your coordinates. When we came to the 7th layer of heaven, we received a notification. The Immortal War is the event with the highest number of immortals dying in the 7th layer of heaven. The Immortal War has no rules. Yi Fan also thought of this point. Li Shang and the rest are loose immortals, and their strength is very weak. They forcefully passed the tribulation. If an accident happens in the Immortal War, they will die. Back then there were 19 loose immortals guarding 19 coordinates on Earth, and 9 of them had already died. This kind of death rate is too terrifying. Li Shang smiled and turned around to take out an illusion map. Opening the illusion map, it actually shows a star field with a blue planet in the center. Looking from the starry sky, the blue planet slowly rotates. It is quiet and beautiful. The blue planet is so beautiful that it makes people wonder why there is such a beautiful planet in this cold universe. All the loose immortals on Earth can't help but stare blankly at this illusion map. This is our planet. Its name is Earth. Li Shang said, faintly. Ever since we passed the tribulation, we never went back. Now that we see it, we suddenly realize that we really miss our home. When we got the coordinates, we swore to protect this planet. After saying this, Li Shang turned around and looked at Yi Fan and Zhou Er. Unfortunately, us old fellows really don't have any ability. Back then, after we got the coordinates, we were targeted by immortals from a high martial planet. They challenged 19 of us. We tried our best, but we could only watch as they took the coordinates away from us. Out of 19 people, 9 died in battle, but they didn't accomplish anything. At that time, we recognized the reality. In this world where the strong are respected and the weak are prey to the strong, we, the people at the bottom of the seventh heavens, can't protect anything. But luckily, we still have one last hope. Since we are still in the protection period, we can't snatch the last coordinate. What's more fortunate is that Lu Chun has grown up. His father had said that he would definitely guard this last coordinate. We have no doubts about this. If there's still hope, even if it's just the last sliver of hope, then, so what if I die? At least our deaths have some meaning. That's enough. Zhu Er's eyes were wet as she looked at Li Shang, and the rest with tears in her eyes. In short, it's not that they didn't know that this plan might lead to their deaths, but they were prepared to sacrifice themselves for this sliver of hope, according to the previous probability of 9 out of 19 people dying. Every time someone challenges them, it means that they have almost a 50% chance of being killed. What's worse is that when others know that there are only 10 loose immortals on Earth, and that they are using this method to extend their lives, they may directly kill them. As long as these 10 loose immortals are all killed, then even if Yi Fan and Zhou Er snatch the coordinates again, because there is no target to give, Earth will be sacrificed. In this way, the probability of them being killed is far more than 50%. Suddenly, Li Shang and the rest knelt down in front of Yi Fan and Zhou Er. Li Shang said with tears in his eyes, "Our deaths are not regrettable. We only ask that the 2 of you do your best to take back the coordinates of Earth." Yi Fan and Zhou Er hurried over and helped everyone up one by one. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. He can't completely help the dean with this matter. He can only try his best to fight for the coordinates. He said with a trembling voice, "Seniors, there is no need to be so courteous. I, Yi Fan, am ashamed that I can't share the dean's burden, but I will do my best to fight for more coordinates." Zhu Er's eyes were red. "Lu Chen's home is our home. Please rest assured, Yi Fan and I will do our best." Li Shang cupped his fists in gratitude. There was still half a year before Earth's protection period. During this time, Li Shang and the rest gave all the spirit tablets to Zhou Er and Yi Fan. At the same time, Zhou Er and Yi Fan also distributed the True Immortals Cave, an herb garden to exchange for spirit tablets and equipment. Everyone was preparing for the final battle in half a year. 5.5 months later, there was only half a month left before Earth's protection period. Lu Chun and Ling Long came to a technological world. When he saw the world in front of him, Lu Chun couldn't help but take a few steps back. Nameless, Ling Long supported Lu Chun and looked at him worriedly. Even during the battle with the primordial tree, Lu Chun wasn't so weak. Lu Chun sat on the ground weakly, lowered his head, and muttered, "This is already the 500th world. 500 worlds, and I still haven't found the exit. This damn myriad world maze. Is there AF asterisk king exit?" Lu Chun roared and punched the ground, creating a big hole. In 2 years, Lu Chun had passed through 500 worlds. He never stopped, but this time he was on the verge of collapse. Ling Long was also upset. The closer it was to the end of the protection period, the more irritable John Doe became. She could understand Lu Chen's feelings at this time. His world was about to be sacrificed. It might not matter to others, but to Lu Chen it was tantamount to the collapse of the sky and the earth. A few seconds later, Lu Chen stood up abruptly. "Linglong, let's go. I can't stop here. I won't give up until the last moment." Linglong did not follow Lu Chen directly. She just stared at Lu Chen's back in a daze. Countless blows still couldn't break his faith. There was still something supporting him to continue moving forward. Half a month later, today was the last day of Earth's protection period. Lu Chen and Linglong passed through a portal and stood in front of a technological world that was dead silent. There had just been a large-scale massacre. Human corpses were everywhere, and corpses were everywhere. Buildings were tilted, houses collapsed, and the surroundings were a mess. It was like the end of the world. It was ironic that on their last stop, they still came to an extinct technological world. It was as if they were deliberately showing Lu Chen what Earth would look like in the near future. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.